sides, it really did come alive in the second half because we didn't see too much from Real Madrid in that first half of action. But this is how it all finishes. When it comes to Copa del Rey titles, it is Barcelona who stand ahead of others. 32. This makes it ahead of Athletic with 24, Real Madrid with 20, and Atleti with 10. And now the party begins in Sevilla, and there's still plenty more to play for Barcelona this season. We have Luis Garcia with us, barely keeping his eyes open. It's like 6:30 a.m, probably 7 a.m. in the morning in Kuala Lumpur. I don't think Sid Lowe's realised he's on TV. Oh, there he is. He's popped back up.
Do whatever you want, Sid.
Naden with us. Hello, Sid. Hello, Naden. Let's go to you guys first. What a final we've just witnessed, Sid.
It was pretty wild, wasn't it? And we got that moment as well that we were all kind of worried about getting, that we kind of thought, well, at some point the referee...
In that second half felt more like usual, and Barcelona suffered.
And when Real Madrid really took the game to Barcelona, they made Barcelona look nervous for the first time. And Barcelona afterwards were pretty vulnerable in that period in which we were just going and going and going. And it's just something we haven't seen.
To the fast part of Super Sunday then. Manchester United travel to Bournemouth, they're 15th in the Premier League table, but Ruben Amorim insists they can still attract the biggest names to Old Trafford. Darren, is he right?
I'm not so sure. And listen, I'm here to be honest about what my opinion is. I'm not so sure. At the moment, you look at Man United, they're still a huge club, but there are other clubs that provide the opportunity for players to play in the elite European competition at the moment. And let's not kid ourselves, the best players want to play in the Champions League. They want to be in Europe. United are not there at the moment. That's not to say they can't be there. And certainly with the leadership of Bruno Fernandes, there's every chance they could return. We have seen players go from mid-table up to the European places, even challenge for the title. I think Chelsea were 10th the season before Conte arrived and were up there punching their weight in terms of competing for the title. But those clubs were more stable than United are now, and that's the big problem they have. Also, Amorim himself has said, look, I'm not going to go for stardust. I'm going to go for players that fit into my system. And those players might not necessarily be A-list names.
To the fast part of Super Sunday then. Manchester United travel to Bournemouth, they're 15th in the Premier League table, but Ruben Amorim insists they can still attract the biggest names to Old Trafford. Darren, is he right?
I'm not so sure. And listen, I'm here to be honest about what my opinion is. I'm not so sure. At the moment, you look at Man United, they're still a huge club, but there are other clubs that provide the opportunity for players to play in the elite European competition at the moment. And let's not kid ourselves, the best players want to play in the Champions League. They want to be in Europe. United are not there at the moment. That's not to say they can't be there. And certainly with the leadership of Bruno Fernandes, there's every chance they could return. We have seen players go from mid-table up to the European places, even challenge for the title. I think Chelsea were 10th the season before Conte arrived and were up there punching their weight in terms of competing for the title. But those clubs were more stable than United are now, and that's the big problem they have. Also, Amorim himself has said, look, I'm not going to go for stardust. I'm going to go for players that fit into my system. And those players might not necessarily be A-list names, but they'll be the sum of the parts that I need for my club. So it does remain to be seen what direction their transfer business will take this summer. And just because they might not be getting A-list names doesn't mean they won't have a chance of punching their way higher up the table, but I don't think it'll be the A-listers that the bigger clubs have got the luxury of being able to look at.
Yeah, and it's interesting about that because I think Pep Guardiola always used to say that, you know, he doesn't necessarily go for the starters. He goes for a player that fits into what he needs, and sometimes he could have that person that comes in and he thinks they're not right for me, no thank you, even though they could be, you know, like I say, an A-lister. Matheus Cunha, is he an A-lister? I mean, Wolves player, very keen to go to Old Trafford, it would seem. So
yeah, I think if you've got somebody who is keen and wants to be part of it, that's a good start. Then you've got the talent of Cunha and what he's done at Wolves over the years. He's consistently got experience at the top level in the Premier League. So again, that's another plus. People say sometimes about, you know, and point to the sending off Cups, a couple of those he's had, and I don't know. I think he's got a bit of personality and character about him that is needed for a club like Manchester United, because part of the thing when you're recruiting for the Manchester Uniteds and the Liverpools and the Real Madrids of this world is you have to be able to cope with the expectation and everything that comes with that. To me, he comes across as a player who can do that. He seems to have a very strong character. I think that's come across, and certainly I'm only judging this by a couple of interviews I've done with him over the years, and I came away very impressed by the way he talked and the way he saw football, and you know, only really judging it on that, but combined with what he's done on the pitch and the experience in the Premier League, I think all of those things come together. I can see it as a really shrewd signing, especially in an area of the pitch, and you think of Amorim's system, that he would fit in nicely, and I think Bruno Fernandes, a lot of the time when he does come across as frustrated, is maybe because the team's not quite clicking, and quite often maybe to him it feels like he is doing a lot of it on his own. Well, this is another very exciting attacking talent that may just take the pressure off him as well, so I can see that being a really shrewd, smart signing.
Darren, are they built to win the Premier League? Europa League. That's where the chance at the moment, not the Premier League. Sorry, didn't want to get Manchester United fans excited there. Look, for all their faults, though, they have won the FA Cup and the League Cup in the last 2 seasons. So is this a team that you can see winning the Europa League this time around?
If they play like they did in the first, 70 minutes of that quarter-final tie, yes. If they play as they did in the subsequent 20-25 minutes, no. But then if they can regain the fire that they finished that tie with, yes. So that's a kind of shortened way of saying it depends which Manchester United turn up. And the problem with their season is that you just don't know. Bournemouth could become the 6th Premier League team to complete the double over them this season. Now, you've got to go back to the 1930s for the last time that many teams kicked Manchester United around. And that's the problem that they have. They've got the individual quality in that team, in that squad even. But in terms of the defensive collective responsibility and discipline, that's not there. In terms of the goal-scoring power, that certainly isn't there. And that's why this summer is such a crucial one for Manchester United as a club. Not just Amorim, United in terms of their direction as a club.
You talk about that Lyon game. I mean, is that a platform, do you think, for Ruben Amorim? Because sometimes you need a moment, don't you, as a manager or any walk in life where you go, take us back to that moment, you know, what was going through their minds. You know, it was an extraordinary night, you know, for the neutrals just watching. It was a magnificent game to watch, actually, the ebb and flow. So is that perhaps the platform that Amorim needs now to say to his players, you are capable of this?
Yeah, because a moment like that can galvanise a squad. Yeah. It can just give players the belief that actually this is going in the right direction. Some good can come of this, and it's also very good for when you think of the build-up to the Lyon tie, with everything that went on with Onana and Matic and all of those kind of things. It's also a way that kind of helps build an us v them scenario that all managers want to build, and all champions over the years and all teams that have won big trophies have had. They've had that air of invincibility about them, and maybe Manchester United are a long way off that, but I think a moment like that can just, you know, give them that belief, give them that energy. I mean, it will help if they go on and win the trophy, but even if they don't, and what they do in the summer is crucial, but if they pull all that together with a smart summer building and maybe a positive end of the season, then who knows, it can change. We've seen Darren mention some of the examples. Things can change quickly season by season.
I wonder how many of their players would be in a team of the year. I'm not sure many would make it, you'd have to say, but Ian Laderman in the Mail has gone sort of one better, hasn't he, and said that actually Bruno Fernandes should be deserve to be the player of the season for the Football Writers Award. What are your thoughts on that?
I like this piece because it does what all good columnists, and Ian's one of the best, do. That they make you think, they make you consider it. And he says, look, the player of the season generally tends to come from the teams that have won something, but he believes, in his opinion, it's about influence. I'll just read you a little bit of his piece. He says, I always think there's one thing that sets great players apart from very good ones. It's levels. It's much easier to play well in a team that's on a good path. Much harder to keep your levels high when teammates are letting theirs fall. And that's the argument on which he builds this column. And he's right to say that Fernandes has maintained a really good level and been a real leader in a side where the numbers have been horrific for Manchester United this season. So there is a case to be made for him. Set against that, it's hard to make that case against Salah, who has been pivotal in Liverpool winning only their second Premier League title in 35 years, and he's had the most goals and assists in a 38-game season. So you really pays your money and takes your choice. But I think as far as Ian is concerned, he's made a few people think with this column.
Definitely makes you think. And if you pull Bruno Fernandes out of that Manchester United team and put him in one of the more complete teams or at a different stage of their development, if you like, if you put him in a Liverpool team or an Arsenal team or even Aston Villa, Man City, Chelsea, any of the teams up in the Champions League places, he would be, he's such a good player. Or even in a completely new Manchester United team, if it happens next season, if they get enough to turn their fortunes around, he can be even more of a force. So it does get you thinking about where they would be without him. Some of the moments that he's produced and match-winning moments that he's had this season are just times when he's done something outside the norm that have helped his team. So imagine him in a team that's actually functioning well. That could be a scare, and that's when he maybe will actually win the awards. But I think in this case, Darren's made a good point. You always find, as much as you consider someone like him, you always feel bad if you don't actually think, you don't give it to someone like Salah, given the numbers that he's racked up this season and his team's about to win the league.
If Salah doesn't win it this year, he'll think, what do I have to do to win this award?
Yeah.
It just would be crazy for my money.
In a word, and I mean a word, Manchester United, Europa League, are they going to win it?
No.
That was a word. I'll give you a word as well. Yes or no?
I think it'll be either Manchester United or Spurs. I think the way they see it...
That's more than one word.
That is. So I can't. No.
What, who knows?
What, Vicky?
Yes.
See,
See, and look at me. How well do I behave? One word, I said, and I do one word. My family are watching. They're all Manchester United fans, so I better say yes.
Ending his goal drought. It was his first goal since December. It's his 10th of the season, and it made the difference for Chelsea today as they took advantage of the likes of City, Villa and Forest, all in FA Cup action, and got themselves into a nice spot in the table as they look to try and secure themselves some Champions League football for next season. So what stood out to you from today, this Chelsea performance, Stevie?
To be honest, what stood out was that Cole Palmer once again disappeared. To be honest, because Chelsea didn't play particularly well in this game. Yes, they huffed and puffed and Everton just sat. Basically, it was almost like they were playing for a 0-0 draw from the get-go. But Cole Palmer, this has got to be a worry for Chelsea. A guy who was so devastating, so good, so much in charge, just the man for this team. Since Christmas pretty much has absolutely gone missing. And I'm not quite sure whether I think Maresca can solve the problem, because clearly Cole Palmer himself can't solve the problem, and Maresca's talking about, he's doing a good job for us and he's doing this and he's working hard. He's going to need to do a lot more than that. He's going to need help, and I don't think Maresca has got it in his armour to help him.
Nico Jackson, his first goal in 12 games. It had been quite the drought for him, hadn't scored since December. First of all, just from a striker's perspective, what's it like when you get that goal when it's been such a long wait for one LA?
I think actually you could have gone on with your question. So for a striker that doesn't score goals, how does that feel?
You're my friend, you're my colleague, I'm not going to go there.
But it feels great. It's relief more so than anything. The immediate reaction is relief. As a striker, you live for that ball hitting the back of the net. And when you're not doing it, and when it becomes multiple games, and then multiple games give on even more games, and they just build up upon each other and you just can't find the momentum, you can't find the opportunities. This is how it actually works out. Initially, you'll have the chances. Now you're missing those chances, right? When you get on a drought, the chances begin to disappear as well. And now you're thinking, well, now it's not even about missing the chances. Now it's I'm not even getting opportunities. So you feel like you're never gonna score again. And mentally, it is so taxing. Mentally so draining, because this is what you live for. This is what keeps you going. And this is what you are evaluated upon, is scoring goals. So the good thing about it is that his reaction, as soon as he got the ball, was on the turn. I'm not hesitating. I'm just putting my laces through this ball and I'm hoping to find the corner. And he did that. It shows me a player who says, you know what? I'm not gonna try to get cute. I'm not gonna try to bend it. I'm not gonna try to find an extra pass. I'm turning and I'm hitting. And I'm hoping that this goes in the back of the net. And once it does, you can breathe again.
Yes.
Instinct.
Yeah?
That was it. It's instinct.
Yeah.
And the one thing I'd like to mention about Cole Palmer as well as straight, it's the same regardless of what position you play in. You know, when you can't do your job properly, we all go through the same thing, regardless of what position it is. And the one big mistake that Maresca has to speak to Cole Palmer about is his position. You know, when Cole Palmer was creating all these chances, scoring all these goals, he was picking the ball up in the final third, 25, maybe 30 yards from goal, and creating. Now, and particularly today, he's coming back to the halfway line and picking the ball up. So he's never going to be able to do what he was doing when he was successful, when he's in the wrong part of the field. And that's down to the coach and the coaching staff to make sure that they get him where he should be, and then obviously they have to get him the ball.
But that tells me that's anxiety. That tells me is, look, I'm not getting the ball here in the areas in which I'm most effective. Now I got to go chase the game. And you maybe think as a player that you're helping, you're actually hurting. You're hurting the team and you're hurting yourself, because now you were the natural outlet for Chelsea and have been over the course of the season. And they're looking for you to be over there in a more advanced position. Coming over here doesn't help us. Enzo can do this job, but you know what else? And you know what Enzo cannot do is over there. Over there is when you can make a difference. But as a player, you get anxious and you want to have value to the team. You want to help, and by trying to help, you're doing too much, and now you're hurting the team.
Yeah, which certainly aren't. Relegation confirmed for them now. It means all three promoted teams relegated from the Premier League for a second successive season. All three confirmed with 4 games to go as well. Meanwhile, at the other end of the table, Newcastle in third as it stands right now. Chelsea, with their win today, into the top 5 with some of the likes of City, as mentioned, Forest and Villa out in FA Cup action today. But this is how the table is looking right now. Chelsea ahead of Nottingham Forest on goal difference, and obviously Manchester City a point ahead of them right now. So it's that time of the show. Sometimes it changes, and as facts change, sometimes opinions do. Where are we standing right now on who finishes top 5?
Well, I think the top 4 right now are all going to be going to the Champions League. And I think it's one from Chelsea, Forest and Villa. I previously I didn't think it was going to be possible for Chelsea, but Forest are looking a little dodgy. Aston Villa looking a little leggy, as Kieran said. So maybe Chelsea can get results even though they're not playing well. But I can't hang my hat on any of the 3 of them, to be honest. I'm just going to say that one of those 3 will join the top 4 right now.
Is that what you're going to say, Ali? One of those 3 it'll be?
No, I'll say Nottingham Forest. And the reason I hang on to Nottingham Forest is because of the schedule. You look at who they play, and part of the remaining games include a nice mix of West Ham and Leicester. Look, those are games that you should be winning if you're Nottingham Forest, and indeed you're going to be getting into the top 5. As compared to what the schedule is for others, it feels like they have more of an inside position. Plus, they have a game in hand again in comparison to Chelsea, who I think is going to be the direct rival here. I'm taking Forest. It's what I said earlier in the week. I'm going to hang on to that right now because I haven't seen enough from Chelsea to really sway me in the other direction.
We are going to start at Anfield, though, where Liverpool can secure the Premier League title this afternoon with just a draw against Tottenham on Super Sunday. Let's cross there now, where Vinny O'Connor is waiting to speak to us live. Vinny, good to see you as always. Look, I'm guessing the mood there, if you are red, is very high at the moment on Merseyside. If you're blue, perhaps not so at the moment, but we won't talk about that, Vinny. We know the permutations, of course, for Arne Slot. He's spoken about the responsibility of winning the title today, hasn't he? It feels like there's 5 years of emotion ready to come out at Anfield this afternoon.
Yeah, you really get a sense of that as well, Vicky. You know what the setup is like here at Anfield. I've actually just been walking through the tunnel, and there on the wall, of course, they've got the Walk of Champions, and still there 19 league titles, of course. Now it's going to change between now and the end of the season, isn't it, to equal the record 20 set by Manchester United. And on the walk up to Anfield as well this morning, the stall holders have got the Champions banners out, the scarves saying Champions as well. The expectation is, obviously, certainly amongst the fan base at least, that Liverpool will get the job done today. I think you can probably imagine, though, as well, that Arne Slot isn't quite getting so carried away just yet, and he alluded to that in his programme notes today as well. In the programme, he says the overriding message today is very simple. We have a job to do. It is a job that everyone associated with Liverpool FC should be excited about, because the possibilities it creates are there for all to see. But as with every other game we have played this season, hard work will be absolutely crucial. So focusing on the job at hand is not just desirable, it is absolutely essential. He goes on to say, finishing top of the league would be an incredible achievement, and having put ourselves in a position to do so, we now need to finish the work that began all the way back in the summer of last year. And he's not wrong, it would be an incredible achievement both for the club, but also from a personal point of view as well, becoming the first Dutch head coach to mastermind a Premier League success, and doing it in his first season in charge as well. He'd become only the 5th manager to mastermind a Premier League title campaign as well in his first season, behind Mourinho, behind Carlo Ancelotti, behind Manuel Pellegrini and Antonio Conte as well. The expectation, as I mentioned, is very much that Liverpool will get the job done, get that solitary point they need, and that will spark wild celebrations here at Anfield this afternoon.
Yeah, it certainly will. And like you mentioned, he's in really good company, isn't he? You've been around him all season, haven't you? And I know you haven't had the big Jurgen Klopp cuddles from Slot, but fair to say, he is very at ease since taking over from Klopp. It was such a big character to take over from, but he's just done it with ease, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think the important thing to note in that is that he's very much stayed true to himself, Arne Slot. He hasn't tried to be anything different. He hasn't tried to follow Jurgen Klopp or be anything like Jurgen Klopp. He does have his outgoing moments as well. He's got a very good sense of humour, Arne Slot. He's been great with us throughout the whole season, but he also is very good at keeping his cards pretty close to his chest. I mean, Jurgen would often give us a little bit more than Arne Slot has done at times so far this season, but nevertheless, he's struck up a pretty good relationship. And then you look at what he's been able to do on the pitch. I think from the get-go, he came in, he made a good impression on the squad here. Straight away we were getting the feeling from the players that they were really enjoying what he was bringing to training. There was a freshness about it, and that was meant with no disrespect to Jurgen Klopp. But obviously he'd been here, 8-9 years. But the ideas that Arne Slot had brought in were welcomed by the players as a group, and they've carried that on into the season. They obviously got a big head of steam early on in the campaign. In fact, you look at halfway through the season, and to a certain extent, in some respects, Liverpool had blown away the challenge of Manchester City and Arsenal this season. So it's been good from that point of view. From the tactic point of view, he tweaked things as well. He's made the point that he's had a very good squad that he inherited from Jurgen Klopp, but those tweaks, playing more of a 4-2-3-1 rather than the 4-3-3 that Jurgen Klopp favoured. Ryan Gravenberch playing in that holding role as well. Szoboszlai playing as a number 10. But the way that balance in midfield has been set up has allowed Mo Salah even that little bit more freedom as well, and we've seen that in the numbers that he's been able to produce. And on top of that, Arne Slot has had to deal with the contract situation as well around Virgil van Dijk, still going on with Trent Alexander-Arnold, but of course Mo Salah and Virgil van Dijk have committed their futures to the club now as well. But he's had to handle that throughout the whole campaign. He's done it with ease, and what an achievement, as I say, becoming the 5th manager to lift the Premier League title in his first season. Yeah,
it'd be amazing, wouldn't it? Well, I'm assuming, like you say, they will get the job done. Thank you very much indeed, Vinny. OK, look, before we continue with Liverpool, we do have some breaking news that you can see on the bottom of your screen. Sky Sports News understands Carlo Ancelotti is very close to becoming Brazil's next manager. It's as expected. A source has told us the talks will continue in May, which is only, a week away now, with the Italian expected to leave Real Madrid as soon as next week. Now, Real Madrid lost last night's Copa del Rey final to Barcelona. We've contacted the Brazilian Football Federation and Real Madrid for comment. As soon as we get that, we'll bring it to you. Let's go back to Liverpool, though, guys, because obviously, as we mentioned, Arne Slot on the verge of becoming just the 12th manager to win the Premier League. Darren, is he leading the race, do you think, to win Manager of the Season?
Yeah, I think so. He'll be only the 5th manager to do it in his debut campaign. He's come from Feyenoord. Not many people knew that much about him. We'll talk more about why the achievement is so special, because a lot of people are saying this is an underwhelming season. But tomorrow, we'll look at today's papers, obviously, across the show, but tomorrow, when everyone across Fleet Street will be devoting column inches to what we expect will be a job done by the end of play today, they'll be reflecting on why this has been so special and what he's done and the way that he's put himself second and the quality players bequeathed to him by Jurgen Klopp first. Because we've seen, haven't we, that Manchester United have had a legendary manager, tried to make the transition, struggled since the departure of Sir Alex Ferguson. Arsenal, legendary manager in Arsene Wenger, tried to make the transition, struggled until the arrival of Mikel Arteta. Or you could argue the return of Mikel Arteta. But what Slot has done, it's just been exceptional. Up there with some of the legendary managers like Conte, like Mourinho, like Ancelotti. Absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, Gary Neville's written a piece and said basically it's arguably one of the best debut seasons we've ever seen. And actually, if you look at the stats, that would be pretty hard to disagree with. You know, top since the start of November 26, this unbeaten run this season of 26 games, and they've scored in every away game so far. Only lost twice. It's not bad, is it?
It's not bad at all, and I think it compares favourably to some of those names that Darren mentioned. If you think back to the company he will be keeping, Jose Mourinho springs to mind for his first season in English football when Chelsea conceded just 15 goals. You then have, staying on the Chelsea theme first of all, Carlo Ancelotti, who we just heard about. I mean, in his debut season, he won a League and Cup double. Chelsea scored, I think, 103 goals that season. They were real entertainers. Antonio Conte did it a different way, maybe a bit more focus on defensively solid. But again, that was his first season. Manuel Pellegrini, of course, Claudio Ranieri with Leicester. And not many have done it in the Premier League era. So to have that kind of debut season, as Darren said, it's not easy to do, to come in, to replace someone like Jurgen Klopp, to have, yes, he's had a great squad still there with a lot of balance in it and a lot of experience in it, and that's helped, no doubt, but you still have to, it's easier said than done, you still have to bring all of that together, and he has done so consistently over this season.
It's interesting that Vinny said that he stayed true to himself, and I think it would have been quite easy to see the sort of fist bumps and, you know, the follow-on from Jurgen Klopp if he wanted to get that crowd on board. But actually, he did none of that, and he really has done something different in order to bring them along for the ride. There's some lovely pieces, I think, in the papers today.
Oh, absolutely outstanding pieces. This is one of the very best. Martin Seven is always a must-read in the Sunday Times, but I do want to show you this piece in particular because there have been this whispers that it's been a substandard league this season. And Martin, he makes the case, the very legitimate case, that Liverpool not winning an inferior or substandard league. Plenty of titles, he says, have been won by front-runners, Chelsea under Mourinho and Conte, City under Guardiola, Man United under Sir Alex, well, a few under him. And he says, look, if Liverpool are winning such a weak league, how come nobody tipped them to do it at the start of the season? But if it's such a weak league, how come Spurs and Man United are struggling to get back up the table? And how come players in this league who would walk into teams across Europe, some of the best teams across Europe. Ian Martson, for example, was a Champions League finalist for Dortmund against Real Madrid last season, struggling to get into the Aston Villa side. Rafinha was 17th with Leeds in 21-22. He's had a sensational season with Barcelona and they're tipping him to win the Ballon d'Or. If this is such a weak season, how come all three European trophies could be won by English clubs? And how come there could be 6 Premier League clubs potentially in the Champions League next season, 7 if Arsenal finish outside of the top 5. Martin Samuel, and he argues the case superbly as ever. He says that Liverpool are winning the powerhouse league, the best league in Europe, you could argue, in the world. And it's a feature of how good this league is that we still have that jeopardy of the Champions League places yet to be decided going into the final few matches of the season.
Jonathan Northcroft has written a lovely piece as well, which I did bedtime reading to last night, which is just a really nice way of looking at what Slot has done at Liverpool, though, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. I mean, listen, there's some superb Liverpool pieces around, not least Andy Dunn in the Mirror, why Alexis McAllister's an unsung hero, future captain Dom King in the Mail as well, why Slot surpassed Klopp already at Anfield. But Johnny, in this chair last week, did a superb job. I know.
Saying that.
Another fine piece in the Sunday Times today. It draws the parallels between the differences between when Bill Shankly quit, hung around for so long that he had to be asked to leave, and Klopp, who stepped down and has stayed out of the spotlight and allowed Slot to get on with the job. But what Johnny does point out is that Klopp and Slot text regularly. Klopp's expected to be at Anfield for the last game of the season against Palace on May the 25th. He's also expected to be at the Gala Ball of the LFC Foundation Gala Ball on May 23, and he'll be joining the fans on the streets for the trophy parade. But what Johnny does is he makes the case that Klopp got the balance right. You know, still very much loved, not just by the club, but by the city for what he did and the way that he plugged into it emotionally as well as on a football level. And Johnny says, look, Arsene Wenger maybe stayed away from Arsenal too long, 4.5 years before he came back to the Emirates after he stepped down in 2018. But Klopp's humility has helped Slot to make that transition. You could argue Slot's humility has done the same as well. But Arsenal and Man United managers have both struggled to get that right, whereas Liverpool have been seamless.
Yeah, and like you say, the talk about Shankly and Paisley, it's just a really nice read, isn't it, that read from Jonathan? Look, they've showed a relentlessness, haven't they, this season? Does this bode well for the future? Because, you know, at times they've just not faltered, have they?
No, they haven't, and I think they've got to the point that over the years they've just had, because we've talked a lot about the likes of Alisson, Virgil van Dijk, Mo Salah, Trent Alexander-Arnold, all of these players with, not only do they have the hunger to be winners season after season, but they also have that experience that drives on a team and brings on and helps the younger players in the squad.
Yeah.
And Liverpool have been very smart with the recruitment over the years. They've been able to drop players into the squad here and there and build what is a really good nucleus of a team. The challenge will ultimately come when the likes of Mo Salah and Van Dijk have to be moved on, and that process goes on to replace them. But if we're judging them based on previous recruitment, and they should be able to get that right because they've done that well, and I think that'll be the challenge for this. Can this team, having all but won the league, they should confirm it today, once they do it, can they go on and do it again? Can they go on and maybe add a Champions League or a trophy, domestic trophy next season to add to the league success and build on that? That'll be the next stage for them, and that'll be a motivation and a hunger for next season. But they're well equipped to do it, looking at the evidence and how balanced the squad is.
When you set the bar so high in your first season, I guess a lot of people will judge Arne Slot on next season and what he can do. The fact that they go level with their arch rivals on 20 titles, that's got to be something that the supporters are really going to enjoy today.
It will, and the fact that the momentum is with them while their arch rivals Manchester United really are struggling down in the nether reaches of the Premier League. And there's an excitement around Liverpool because what they've got so right is planning, preparation. Behind the scenes, obviously, Jurgen Klopp gave the club the time to make a really sensible decision around Slot. There had been talk that they were looking at Amorim, but of course we know the way that Amorim wants to play, and that's not similar to the way that Slot wants to play. There was a point, obviously, there's still no symmetry to today's game because Slot had to rule himself out of the running for the Spurs job They were interested in him at one point. More on that later. But I think as far as Liverpool are concerned, their planning is exceptional. What they do is they don't react to whatever the prevailing wind might be. The fact that Klopp wanted to leave helped them to make the moves behind the scenes. Michael Edwards, of course, come back to the club, and one or two others who have made specific contributions to getting first the slot appointment right, then the decision making around the players that they've retained on longer contracts, Van Dijk and Salah, then the decision to continue with the faith in Ryan Gravenberch in that position when they couldn't get Zubimendi. And I think retaining both Van Dijk and Salah and winning the league this season gives them the time to be able to be sensible about who comes in next, rather than think we've got to rip it all up. I don't expect to see that much difference next season between this Liverpool and next season's Liverpool. Maybe a new striker, maybe another creative force in midfield. But and there has been some talk about Diaz potentially leaving the club as well. That remains to be seen. He does have a lot of admirers, but he's not somebody who panics, and Liverpool as a club are not an outfit that panic either.
And of course, as which you mentioned in the tease earlier on, Mamardashvili is going to come in as a not necessarily third choice, but a third goalkeeper. So it'll be interesting to see how he negotiates that in his minutes with Alisson and Kevin Kelleher. I guess going back to the title, the 20 titles against Manchester United, they've got the chance, and Manchester United fans won't thank me for saying this, but they've got the chance to go clear of that. It's why you'd think, not just 20 titles, you'd think that they'd be in the running again potentially over the next few years to get it 21st.
We all know football can change quickly, but if you look at it as of today, it does look like Liverpool could be set up to win a number of titles in the next few years. Then the unknown is what Manchester United will look like next season, and how much Ruben Amorim gets what he wants in the summer, and the club managed to get what they need in, or get closer to what Amorim wants. And certainly next season, that will be the real season that Amorim's judged at Manchester United, because he will have, I think even the way that the season has gone at times, he's still retained the support from most people around the club, because they know the circumstances. So that'll be maybe an added bit of motivation for them, because Liverpool certainly have the potential to move away, but we just don't know what Manchester United are going to look like at this point.
It's true.
Develop. He was talking though at that new £32 million training facility which was opened officially that day as well. State-of-the-art centre, has got an indoor dome, full-size pitches. It will be used by the first team, the women's team, academy players, after planning permission granted back in 2019 for that facility on the 57-acre former Canford Magna Golf Club site. And interestingly, Darren Booth and Rob Egan, good to hear from them. They're project managers and delivered the overall scheme. We'll hear from them both now, starting with Darren, who said the club were very specific about every little detail that they've wanted in place.
But I did a lot of research years ago, so went to several training grounds, did the research, then sat down with the chief exec, Neil Blake, who's been amazingly supportive, designed the building between us, and then said, listen, off you go, just get on with it. So it's been a very, very amazing project, a long one, very detailed. We had over 60 suppliers and contractors on this, so it's been a lot to manage, but we got there, and the main thing is the club.
OK, some breaking news this morning, and Sky Sports News understands that Carlo Ancelotti is very close to becoming Brazil's next manager. A source has told Sky Sports News that talks will continue in May, with the Italian expected to leave Real Madrid as soon as next week. Now, Diego Fernandez, a Brazilian businessman who's understood to be brokering the move, was pictured by Spanish press at the Copa del Rey final on Saturday.
Now, this isn't the first time we've heard the links. Brazil have been pursuing the former Chelsea manager since the World Cup in 2022 and seem very close to appointing him ahead of the 2026 World Cup. Brazil would ideally want Ancelotti in place before the June internationals, and Sky Sports News has contacted the Brazilian Football Federation and Real Madrid for comment, and we wait to hear more.
Yeah, so the breaking news is that Ancelotti very close to becoming Brazil's next manager.
To the fast part of Super Sunday then. Manchester United travel to Bournemouth. They're 15th in the Premier League table, but Ruben Amorim insists they can still attract the biggest names to Old Trafford. Darren, is he right?
I'm not so sure. And listen, I'm here to be honest about what my opinion is. I'm not so sure. At the moment, you look at Man United, they're still a huge club. But there are other clubs that provide the opportunity for players to play in the elite European competition at the moment. And let's not kid ourselves, the best players want to play in the Champions League. They want to be in Europe. United are not there at the moment. That's not to say they can't be there. And certainly with the leadership of Bruno Fernandes, there's every chance they could return. We have seen players go from mid-table up to the European places, even challenge for the title. I think Chelsea were 10th with the season before Conte arrived and were up there punching their weight in terms of competing for the title. But those clubs were more stable than United are now. And that's the big problem they have. Also, Amorim himself has said, look, I'm not going to go for stardust. I'm going to go for players that fit into my system.
Okay.
And those players might not necessarily be A-list names, but they'll be the sum of the parts that I need for my club. So it does remain to be seen what direction their transfer business will take this summer. And just because they might not be getting A-list names doesn't mean they won't have a chance of punching their way higher up the table. But I don't think it'll be the A-listers that the bigger clubs have got the luxury of being able to look at.
Yeah, and it's interesting about that because I think Pep Guardiola always used to say that, you know, he doesn't necessarily go for the starters. He goes for a player that fits into what he needs. And sometimes he could have that person that comes in and he thinks they're not right for me. No, thank you. Even though they could be, you know, like you say, an A-lister. Matheus Cunha, is he an A-lister? I mean, Wolves player, very keen to go to Old Trafford, it would seem. So.
Yeah, I think if you've got somebody who is keen and wants to be part of it, that's a good start. Then you've got the talent of Cunha and what he's done at Wolves over the years. He's consistently got experience at the top level in the Premier League. So again, that's another plus. People say sometimes about, you know, and point to the sending off. So there's a couple of those he's had, and I don't know. I think he's got a bit of personality and character about him that is needed for a club like Manchester United, because part of the thing when you're recruiting for the Manchester Uniteds and the Liverpools and the Real Madrids of this world is you have to be able to cope with the expectation and everything that comes with that. To me, he comes across as a player who can do that. He seems to have a very strong character. I think that's come across, and certainly I'm only judging this by a couple of interviews I've done with him over the years, and I always came away very impressed by the way he talked and the way he saw football, and you know, only really judging it on that, but combined with what he's done on the pitch and the experience in the Premier League, I think all of those things come together. I can see it as a really shrewd signing, especially in an area of the pitch, and you think of Amorim's system, that he would fit in nicely, and I think Bruno Fernandes a lot of the time when he does come across as frustrated is maybe because the team's not quite clicking, and quite often maybe to him it feels like he is doing a lot of it on his own. Well, this is another very exciting attacking talent that may just take the pressure off him as well. So I can see that being a really shrewd, smart signing.
Darren, are they built to win the Premier League? Premier League? Europa League. That's where their chance at the moment, not the Premier League. Sorry, I don't want to get Manchester United fans excited there. Look, for all their faults, though, they have won the FA Cup and the League Cup in the last 2 seasons. So is this a team that you can see winning the Europa League this time around?
If they play like they did in the first, 70 minutes of that quarter-final tie, yes. If they play as they did in the subsequent 20-25 minutes, no. But then if they can regain the fire that they finished that tie with, yes. So that's a kind of shortened way of saying it depends which Manchester United turn up. And the problem with their season is that you just don't know. Bournemouth could become the 6th Premier League team to complete the double over them this season. Now you've got to go back to the 1930s for the last time that many teams kicked Manchester United around. And that's the problem that they have. They've got the individual quality in that team, in that squad even. But in terms of the defensive collective responsibility and discipline, that's not there. In terms of the goal-scoring power, that certainly isn't there. And that's why this summer is such a crucial one for Manchester United as a club. Not just Amorim, United in terms of their direction as a club.
You talk about that Lyon game. I mean, is that a platform, do you think, for Ruben Amorim? Because sometimes you need a moment, don't you, as a manager or anything, any walk in life where you go, take us back to that moment, you know, what was going through their minds. You know, it was an extraordinary night, you know, for the neutrals just watching. It was a magnificent game to watch, actually, the ebb and flow. So is that perhaps the platform that Amorim needs now to say to his players, you are capable of this?
Yeah, because a moment like that can galvanise a squad. Yeah. It can just give players the belief that actually this is going in the right direction. Some good can come of this. And it's also very good for when you think of the build-up to the Lyon tie, with everything that went on with Onana and Matic and all of those kind of things. It's also a way that kind of helps build an us v them scenario that all managers want to build, and all champions over the years and all teams that have won big trophies have had. Yeah. They've had that air of invincibility about them, and maybe Manchester United are a long way off that, but I think a moment like that can just, you know, give them that belief, give them that energy. I mean, it will help if they go on and win the trophy, but even if they don't, and what they do in the summer is crucial, but if they pull all that together with a smart summer building and maybe a positive end of the season, then who knows, it can change. We've seen Darren mention some of the examples. Things can change quickly season by season.
I wonder how many of their players would be in a team of the year. I'm not sure many would make it, you'd have to say, but Ian Laderman in the Mail has gone sort of one better, hasn't he, and said that actually Bruno Fernandes should be deserve to be the player of the season for the Football Writers Award. What are your thoughts on that?
I like this piece because it does what all good columnists, and Ian's one of the best, do, that they make you think. They make you consider it. And he says, look, the player of the season generally tends to come from the teams that have won something. But he believes, in his opinion, it's about influence. I'll just read you a little bit of his piece. He says, I always think there's one thing that sets great players apart from very good ones. It's levels. It's much easier to play well in a team that's on a good path. Much harder to keep your levels high when teammates are letting theirs fall. And that's the argument on which he builds this column. And he's right to say that Fernandes has maintained a really good level and been a real leader in a side where the numbers have been horrific for Manchester United this season. So there is a case to be made for him. Set against that, it's hard to make that case against Salah, who has been pivotal in Liverpool winning only their second Premier League title in 35 years. And he's had the most goals and assists in a 38-game season. So you really pays your money and takes your choice. But I think as far as Ian is concerned, he's made a few people think of this column.
It definitely makes you think. And if you pulled Bruno Fernandes out of that Manchester United team and put him in one of the more complete teams, or at a different stage of their development, if you like, if you put him in a Liverpool team or an Arsenal team, or even Aston Villa, Man City, Chelsea, any of the teams up in the Champions League places, he would be, he's such a good player. Or even in a completely new Manchester United team, if it happens next season, if they get enough to turn their fortunes around, he can be even more of a force. So it does get you thinking about where they would be without him. Some of the moments that he's produced and match-winning moments that he's had this season are just times when he's done something outside the norm that have helped his team. So imagine him in a team that's actually functioning well. That could be a scare, and that's when he maybe will actually win the awards. But I think in this case, Darren's made a good point. You always find as much as you consider someone like him, you always feel bad if you don't actually think, oh, you don't give it to someone like Salah, given the numbers that he's racked up this season and his team's about to win the league.
If Salah doesn't win it this year, he'll think, what do I have to do
Yeah.
to win this award?
Yeah.
You know, it just would be crazy for my money.
In a word, and I mean a word, Manchester United, Europa League, are they going to win it?
No.
That was a word. I'll give you a word as well. Yes or no?
I think it'll be either Manchester United or Spurs. I think the way they see it...
That's more than one word.
That is, so I can't. No.
What, who knows?
What, Vicky?
Yes. See, and look at me. How well do I behave? One word, I said, and I do one word. My family are watching. They're all Manchester United fans, so I better say yes.
Ruben, thanks so much for joining us. It's been another roller coaster of a week. You've had the highs of the Europa League and then a loss to Wolves in the Premier League. I've just been listening to your press conference. Always so much media attention, but I just wanted to start with quite a simple question. And just how are you?
Fine. I'm better in this moment because you get used to, and we are in the end of the season. We have a massive game, not just Sunday, but especially on Thursday. So we are fighting for something. So it's an exciting moment.
When I look at your interviews and your time with the media, one thing that really strikes me is how honest you are. You don't try and sugarcoat things or make them sound better than they are. Why is it so important to you to be so honest?
I think because it is easier for the fans to understand. I think people are not dumb, you know, and I think they react really well to honesty. Maybe in some moments it's too much, but then you go home and you think a little bit as a fan, and you can understand. So I try to be honest because it is easier for everybody, even for me to be real. I think people can relate with that.
Do you think that's helped your relationship with the fans? Because you've spoken about how you meet them on the street and they go, you're doing a great job. Do you think that honesty has helped you bond with them in the way that you have?
I think that is clear because with our results, if I try to show a different thing, try to be confident all the time, never frustrated, I think is the wrong thing to do, because people will feel it. It's easy, and you cannot fake it for a long time. So it's better to be honest and people understand that I'm a coach. Of course, I have a big responsibility. Of course, I'm not 100% honest because it's my job also to try to control the narrative. But they can understand that I have my moments, and that is a good thing because they can relate with the coach. And I think that helps, especially when you don't have good results.
What kind of culture would you like to create here? And maybe think about your time as a player, what helped you thrive?
I think the most important, we are trying to do that here is, we understand that this is a massive club, really big, worldwide, with a lot of fans, but we need to be a family here. No? We need to be small because you want to create that relation, and to create that relation in a strong family, it cannot be a lot of people. It needs to be with a small amount of people that works through the tough times and the good times. So I'm trying to build that here, a family inside the character.
It takes time though, doesn't it, to build that culture that you want to create success?
I think it takes time. You need to understand also the character of everybody, because you have to understand people, where they are coming from, what kind of person they are. So it takes time. You need to really know everybody and to choose the right people to be in this kind of environment.
Tell me something you love about Manchester United that gives you confidence that you can go on to build the kind of success that you'd hope for.
I think there's a lot of things. The special thing I think is hard to explain, but I will try to do it, is that every person that I have here, my friends, family, they go to the stadium and they don't know how to explain, but they that have that feeling that they belong, and they want to support the club. And I had that conversation with everybody that came here to see a game. So I will say that we have a special feeling in this club, but I cannot explain better than this. Is a feeling that nobody can explain by words, but is that feeling of belonging when you are, for example, in Old Trafford.
I'm sure that is a feeling that you felt during the Europa League quarter-final and that incredible comeback. What was that like, and what was your message to the players to make them believe that they could achieve something like that?
To tell you the truth, the last stop that we had for the final part of the extra time was just to change the positions and make them believe.
So
and
it's more tactical
more tactical.
emotional.
Yes, because I think in that moment you can give more confidence to the players if you are not emotional. It's like the coach knows what he's doing, so he's so focused on putting the right pieces. So it was just that, because the emotion was outside and you can feel it. So I don't need to work in this club, I don't need to work sometimes in the emotional part. The fans do my job. My job is to put them in the right places and try to focus on the real job.
So would you say that's how you approach things as a manager? You focus less on the emotion because, as you said, the fans offer that on the day and in the stadium, and more on this is where you need to be, this is the style, that side of things? I try to balance. I think people already know that I'm really emotional, and you can see it. Sometimes I'm really happy. Of course, I want to look really composed, but I'm a Latin guy, so I'm really I'm work with a lot of emotions. I need to enjoy to come to work. These small things is not just like a machine, but in these moments when you need to be focused on the job, the position, the tactical aspect, I try to focus on that and focus my players on that. I'm sure it was frustrating not to follow that up in the Premier League with a win. You know what happened against Wolves. Is there an acceptance on days like that you need more from individual players? Because I know you don't like to pin it on anything. You say it's a team issue, but sometimes you look at things and think, okay, I could have had more from you in those moments.
I think everybody has to step up, especially after this season. But what I felt is that it was and has been a long and complicated season, and I felt that we have a really high on Thursday. And even when you go to Sunday, not just the players, but also the fans, they were not like it was. They were resting.
Really?
Yes, so? I felt that, and that is
a release.
That is the most dangerous feeling in our club. We need to put pressure in every game, and I felt that not just in the players and our supporters, but I can understand the context, because on Thursday was really emotional, and we are alive in something that can be really good for the season. But when next season, for example, we need to push that pressure again for every game.
Spoke about pressure there. What methods do you use to get individual players to perform?
I think I'm really specific on what I want them to do. It's not like that's why in the beginning it looks like they are stuck in some principles and some spaces. I try to not to let, especially in the beginning, like the decision for the player. They will decide during the game, but there are some information that I'm really clear, so I can push on that in training and in video after the game. So I'm trying to put a lot of pressure in everything they do, even in warm-up, in every aspect of the training. I can push the players too much sometimes, because I think we need that to return to the top.
Are you involved much in their personal lives? You talk to them much outside of training?
Yes, I like to do that. I'm a different guy when the training is finished. I'm one more guy because I'm 40 years old, so I am a young guy. I can connect with them. I like to enjoy also the job, and I think everything is connected. When you have a good life in your personal life, you will play better. So I think it's also my responsibility to help the players in that department.
And I suppose you can relate as well on a personal aspect and professional aspect, because you've been a footballer, and I know you've been asked so much about Højlund and the confidence issue, but can you relate to times like that where you didn't feel as good on the pitch, and speak to him about those times.
That is the good thing. I understand. I understand every moment of the player. Of course, I didn't play for a massive club like Manchester United, but I played to win titles, and I know every feeling. And I was a starter during my career. I was on the bench. I had disciplinary problems with coaches. I had big injuries. So everything prepared to be a coach. So I can touch in different moments every player of my squad.
It's clear that your squad needs time to get to the place where you want it to be. I know you've said we're working every single day in preparation for summer, but is that a little bit more difficult at the moment when you don't know if you're going to be in the Champions League?
You have a plan A, and then you have a plan B. That is not more difficult. It can give you more anxious. You are more anxious because you really don't know, and that is something that it's hard for me to cope.
Mm-hmm.
That
you can't plan exactly what you want.
Yeah, you want to control every step. Mm-hmm. But the important thing is that everybody, Jason, Omar, the ownership, our staff, everybody has a clear path. What kind of players we want, what we want to do, what we are going to do with Champions League, without Champions League. We have the problems of fair play, financial fair play in this moment. So everything is, we think about everything, and we are prepared for both scenarios.
How would you describe a Ruben Amorim player?
I don't know.
What qualities do you look for?
I think I always is like today. I always my first thinking was to help the team. I played in all the positions. I didn't play as a striker, but the rest of positions I did in different games. So my thinking was always to help the team. Sometimes it was a bad thing for me to play in every position, and then you lose your real position. So I'm like that as a coach, and that helped me a lot. The team is in first place, no matter what, and no matter who you are.
So someone that works hard and gives their all for the team.
That is clear my idea as a footballer and as a coach.
I know you won't give any names of specific players you're interested in, but is there certain positions you think these are priority 1, 2 and 3?
Of course I have, but I will not say because the season is not over. And then, like you said, there is a lot of things that can happen during the summer, and your idea today can change tomorrow because you cannot get this player, so you change position or priorities. This situation with Ahmad, he had an injury, can happen with a different coach, your priority change. We don't know, but I have a clear idea what this team needs for the next season.
Things are always changing, and that's for sure. And you look at someone like Marcus Rashford, who I know you were just asked about in the press conference. But how do you feel as manager when you see him doing well elsewhere? And is it frustrating when you've got your own sort of attacking issues and you see him performing in that area?
No, it's not. It's not hard. It was a choice. Again, I always choose the best thing for the. Sometimes it's not for just for the team, it's for the club. And then I'm really happy to see these players that go on loan and they are performing. And again, nobody doubts about the talent that they have. But again, I'm a coach that believes the team is everything more than the individual, and I try to balance everything with that in mind.
Final one then. If we were sat here in a year doing a similar interview, what would you like to have happened?
It's harder. Winning the Premier League should be amazing, but we know that in our context is going to be hard. I want to be better. I have that feeling that next year is going to be huge for everybody here, for what we want to do. We need to be better, score more goals, and that's it. So I think the biggest focus that we must have for next season is to win the first game of the season. That is our goal for the next season.
But for the Premier League, you talk like you don't think it's as far away as maybe people on the outside may think.
Sometimes things change quite fast. What I'm saying, and I will say it again, is that our goal is to win Premier League. I don't know if it's in 2 years, in 3 years, in 4 years, but that should be our goal because we are Manchester United. So I'm not crazy. I know that we have a lot of clubs to fight against, big teams that work together for a long time. But our goal is to win the Premier League. So we'll try to do that. And the first step is to win the next game in the next season.
Perfect, Ruben. Thank you very much.
Thank
Best
you.
of luck for the rest of the season. Thank you.
Welcome back to Saturday Social, where we are joined by Boovy and Abs. Abs is in the hot seat for this one. Joe, and we're talking transfers, mate.
Of course we are. Absolutely. There's some transfer rumours that feel like they're taking some big strides forward this week, by the way.
Yeah.
So we are probably going to discuss some of them within this section. Abs, you are bringing to the table 10 players you think could get big moves.
Yep.
Within the Premier League or from the Premier League, exiting the Premier League. They've got to involve a Premier League team, but they could get involved in a transfer. Let's start at number 10. Who do you think will go?
Yeah, it's not a ranking, but it's obviously the 10 players I thought could do with a move. First, Carlos Baleba. I think this guy is unbelievable. And the Brighton recruitment strategy once again hits. And I think it will be a big price tag again. What he provides is obviously covering so much ground in the football pitch, but at the same time, his ball carrying capabilities are unbelievable. Like for someone who's playing so deep on the pitch, for him to be able to drive his team forward and get attacks starting so many times, and we see all the time whenever Brighton play, he is the one that is really the impetus in attack, especially in transition.
Yeah, most possessions won and tackles for Brighton this season. Do you think they'll keep hold of him, Boovy, or can you see him making a move?
No, I think any big club that can spend £100 million, a bit like Caicedo when he left to Chelsea, will come in and bid for him. Any club, Liverpool could do with him, Arsenal, any top. I'll take him at Man City if I could, but the squad's already too full. But he's outrageous.
And if he does go, Brighton don't need to worry because they will no doubt find the next £100 million player. They'll find the best players.
So where do you think he is going to end up?
I was actually going to say, Steve, obviously we saw that Boovy's squad is still, not that I'm going to be a lot of a space believer, but I think what he provides, maybe next to a Rodri, some Rodri there to control the game, someone to drive that ball forward. If you're getting rid of someone like Kovacic and maybe Mateus Nunes is out of favour, this is that ball carrying ability that Pep speaks so highly of.
Okay, let's get him up. Number 10.
Right, let's look at your next player then. Boovy might have to give you a hand with the placement of the magnets. So the next player you think is destined for a move this summer?
This is a rogue shout, I think.
It is. This is one, like, it's a personal one for me. I think Iliman Ndiaye is unbelievable, and the job that he's been doing for Everton. If you knew this guy's footballing story and where he started from, for him to be playing and being one of the most pivotal players for a Premier League team, Everton, I think David Moyes has famously not been in favour of a lot of attacking players, especially ones with creativity, and we saw that at West Ham at times towards the end of his time at West Ham. So I think Iliman Ndiaye could actually be someone for maybe a mid-table club that gets rid of the players that I might be coming up and talking about in a bit. They might need to replace players, and someone like Iliman Ndiaye could be a good player.
Contract till 2029 though. So what sort of fee do you think we're talking about? Where could you see him going?
Probably £40 million, but I don't think, if you're in Ndiaye, you're never going to get a bigger club than Everton at his current level. I don't think he's good enough for the Champions League right now. A couple more seasons, maybe he is. Everton are a big football club. I know they're lower end of the table now, but you talk about mid-table. Brentford, Palace. I'd rather stay at Everton.
Oh, like you mentioned, mid to lower table is probably where Everton are at right now. Potentially could get better under David Moyes, but I'm looking at maybe the Bournemouths, maybe even teams that are in between, not quite Champions League teams just yet. I think he has that ability to make that move. Maybe not a big club just yet, but somewhere just below.
Taking the edge of the abyss, and now we've climbed right through the leagues and into the Premier League. It's just incredible. These days. What a look back that is. We're ready to go after a wonderful week. Hampshire women's cricketers as well against Surrey, 259 for 8 Hampshire after their first innings. Commentary BBC Sport app. AFC Bournemouth, Manchester United. Smart speaker BBC Sounds, all Solent frequencies, with John Williams and Jordan Clark.
Thank you, Waldo. It's been another historic and momentous week, 8 days for Bournemouth. Another record-breaking points tally in the Premier League achieved. A multi-million pound training facility officially opened down in Camford, and an announcement that will live long in the memories of these Bournemouth supporters.
I think we just lost Clark for a second. Our Cherries commentary. We'll come back and cross to Jordan in a second. Solent Sport, BBC Radio Solent. In the meantime, is Cherry's going to get us underway from left to right as we sit here. We'll try and bring that line back for you any second for you with Jordan Clark and John Williams. But it is Bournemouth against Manchester United in the Premier League on smart speaker, BBC Sounds and all Solent frequencies after what has been quite a week for the Cherries. Manchester United themselves looking to bounce back after that game against Wolverhampton Wanderers, after suffering that defeat last week. 1-0 it finished, but Manchester United making 5 changes altogether while Bournemouth are unchanged. And we'll try and get you back with Jordan Clark and John Williams as soon as possible. Does go out for a throw for Bournemouth right hand side, in line with the Manchester United penalty area, which Smith will take. In fact, he's going to leave this here on this right hand side in line with the box. Right hand side near touchline. And it's going to be Semenyo to take this throw. So as I say, we'll get you back to Jordan Clark and John Williams, your Cherries commentary team, as soon as possible. But Semenyo to take the throw. It's into the edge of the 6-yard box. It's headed away from Manchester United. It comes back and it's half volleyed away there from Garnacho. Left-hand side for Bournemouth as they're going to try and come forward again. Right-footed curling cross. It's a deep ball into the penalty area, and it does fall to the foot there of Antoine Semenyo. He can't quite bring that ball down, and we can now split to your commentary team. We've got them back. Jordan Clark and John Williams here in the Premier League.
Thank you, Waldo, for guiding us through those opening 60 seconds or so.
Choppy waters.
John Williams has got his toolkit out, and we're back on the air.
Yeah, I fixed it.
And Onana has it inside his 6-yard area for Man United, and they nearly get themselves in a mess playing out from the back. I'll do the two teams for you properly in a moment. Man United over on the right-hand side in front of the East stand. Mazraoui with the ball back infield. Milos Kerkez has won it back high for Bournemouth. Ball to the edge of the box, looking for Evanilson, cut off by Maguire. And Man United shooting from our right to left from our commentary position in the main stand in their away white top shorts and socks. Have the ball now over on the right hand side. Square ball infield and then back out to the right, and Garnacho right side of the Bournemouth box. Ouattara's over there just holding him up on the edge of the area. Fernandez right corner of the box, cross into the area. Zabani chests it down and then smashes it clear up towards halfway. Yoro and Maguire there. Maguire heads it straight back to the edge of the Bournemouth 18-yard area, and then there's a foul on Alex Scott and it's a free kick to the Cherries. Bournemouth red and black tops, black shorts, black socks. They'll shoot from our left to right in this first half towards the Ted McDougall south stand. They have Kepa in goal, unchanged from the Crystal Palace match. Adam Smith, Ilya Zabani, Dean Howson and Milos Kerkez are the back four. Tyler Adams and Alex Scott in midfield. Justin Kluivert in the 10. Evanilson through the middle in the number 9. Antoine Semenyo and Dongo Ouattara either side on the wings. Lewis Cook, Marcos Senesi, David Brooks, Marcus Tavernier, Julio Soler, Daniel Jefferson, Julian Araujo, James Hill and Will Dennis, the Bournemouth subs. Man United have Andre Onana in goal as Dean Howson dribbles forward up to halfway and then sends it out to the left. Brought under control by Ouattara. Ouattara, early cross into the box, looking for Evanilson, too much on it, and Kluivert can't get there at the back post. Rolls out of play, goal kick to Manchester United. Bright start from the Cherries, 0-0, nearly 3 minutes gone at the Vitality Stadium in the Premier League. It's a 3-4-3 for Man United. Mazraoui, Maguire, Yoro the central defenders, Dorgo the right wing-back, Luke Shaw the left wing-back, Casemiro and Meno in midfield. Garnacho and Fernandez in behind Rasmus Højlund. Amas, Evans, Fredriksson, Lindelof, Eriksson, Mount, Ugarte, Obi and Heaton are the subs for Manchester United. Good afternoon, John Williams.
Crossfire hurricane, what a ball across the face of goal that was. Absolutely fantastic.
And the thing that will give Bournemouth the most confidence in the early part of this game is that Manchester United are determined to play out from the back, from goal kicks. And they have nearly got themselves in a right mess on a couple of occasions already, with the Cherries sniffing on the edge of the 18-yard area. As Evanilson just gives his hamstring a bit of a rub. That's not a...
I think he got a knee in the
did a bit of a dead leg maybe. Yeah. Adam Smith, Bournemouth captain and right back, has it down this near right-hand side. Stadium is loud. These fans have been on their feet before kick-off, showing their gratitude and appreciation as the announcement was read out on the big screen that Bill Foley made on Friday, that he's agreed a deal to buy this stadium back from Structerdine 20 years after it was sold. to stop the club from going out of business. Antoine Semenyo with a throw-in. Long throw into the United box, headed away by Casemiro. Zabani will bring it under control, halfway inside the United half. Works it out to the right, and Semenyo on the touchline. Just held up by two United players, goes back to Smith. Smith, deep ball to the back post. Ouattara's there, back heel goalwards. It's gone wide, it's gone out for a goal kick. That would have been some finish if he could have executed it a bit better. 0-0.
Yeah, didn't Van Nistelrooy score with one of them years ago? Yeah, that one just over the top of the crossbar.
More of a scorpion, wasn't it? Was it Giroud? Did he have a scorpion one? Olivier Giroud for Arsenal?
Oh, then the goalkeeper won it, England.
The Colombian goalkeeper, yeah, off the line. That was Jamie Redknapp, wasn't it? Former Bournemouth player. Nana slips as for the first time he goes long with the goal kick. He's in a minty green goalkeeper kit, top shorts and socks this afternoon, and United are on the attack at the other end. A lot of pace to this game, as you'd expect. It's back to Kepa now with a back pass. He controls it well and then dinks it up towards the halfway line aerially. Evanilson in a race to get there before Maguire. Maguire pops it out of play with his orange boots for a throw into the Cherries, who go quick down the line. Justin Kluivert slips over trying to get on the end of it. A lot of players just struggling with their footing at the moment. Early direct ball over the top from the away side.
Yeah,
Too much on it through to Evanilson.
There wasn't an enormous amount of water put on, was there?
It's the voice of the former Bournemouth defender and assistant manager John Williams. Plenty of ways to listen today. All BBC Radio Solent frequencies, FM, DAB, right across Dorset, Hampshire and the Isle of Wight. Zabani sends it long for Bournemouth through the middle. Luke Shaw gets up above Semenyo to win the header. Then Casemiro dispossessed by Kluivert, brought under control by Scott just outside the centre circle. Freeview television channels 714 and 715. Ouattara has it on the left. Early cross in again, looking for Evanilson. Brought under control by Maguire on the edge of the United box, and then Yoro goes back to his goalkeeper Onana. Evanilson's just going to hang and wait, and then eventually pressure Onana, who shifts it out to the right along the deck, and then Mazraoui runs straight into Ouattara, out of play, in front of the travelling Manchester United fans, in the sunshine opposite us, in that right-hand third of the East Stand. It's a throw in to the visitors, just under halfway inside their own half, which Mazraoui will take.
Not a lot of options for him. He's had the ball for a minute.
Game also available on smart speakers today. Just ask them to play BBC Radio Solent, or if you're heading out and about, you can take the commentary with you. You won't miss a minute of the action on the BBC Sounds app. Here's Luke Shaw, left edge of his own box. Semenyo presses quickly and gets a good foot in there, and out it goes. Goal kick to Manchester United. And again, let's wait and see how they approach this. Yoro and Shaw will line themselves up on the two corners of the 6-yard box, and the ball's now given to Yoro to take the goal kick. And I still can't get my head around why they do this, and now they've decided against it, and they're going to roll it to Onana, and he's going to take the goal kick long, because I think they've realised that they're struggling to play through Bournemouth.
It's almost a bit of time,
and it's too risky. Just 2 wins in Manchester United's last 10 Premier League games. Those were against relegated Leicester and now relegated Ipswich. But here they are on the attack. Garnacho sliding tackle by Howson. Brilliant tackle on the edge of his own box. Throw into United. Mainu would take it. Down this near left-hand side into Fernandes. And again, Semenyo is there for Bournemouth. So Manchester United will reset with another throw-in about 25 yards out down this near left-hand side, which Mainu will take. Short throw in, looking for Fernandes. Good foot in there from Semenyo, and Bournemouth win it back through Kluivert and then Adams, but can't get it to Evanilson on the halfway line. And here's Yoro for United inside the centre circle.
I'm just watching them. We are so close to nicking the ball off one of them back three centre halves.
Bournemouth pressing again. It's back with Onana and Maguire, and then out to Yoro on the right side of the box. They take every second possible on the ball, Manchester United, and wait for that Bournemouth player to arrive before then releasing it. And here they again just stop with the ball dead on the edge of their own 18-yard area. And Luke Shaw has it now on the left side of the United box, and Bournemouth press through Adams and Alex Scott. Scott gets a foot in against the former Real Madrid man Casemiro. United will work it out to this near left-hand side, and Dorga. Back heel to Garnacho. Edge of the box. And Bruno Fernandes.
top of the Bournemouth box still. Square ball to the right in the feed of Mainu. And back out to the left in Fernandes again. They've got Garnacho farther to the left, but they decide to go back in towards the area. And Bournemouth will clear through a combination of Zabani and Howson. Semenyo lets it roll out of play, throw into the Cherries. Now the referee and his assistant down in front of us. Referee is Peter Banks in charge today. Says that's a Manchester United throw, which Dorgu will take back to Maguire. Casemiro, tiny bit of room inside the centre circle, squeezes it through to Maino further ahead of him. And then Fernandes joins in, 1-2 back to Maino, edge of the Bournemouth box. Maino now dribbling into the area, still going onto his right foot, shoots it straight at Kepa, palmed it into the ground, then got the second ball, and Bournemouth have got a break on, rolled out quickly to Kirkes over on the left, up to the halfway line now, into the Manchester United half, just held up by Garnacho, and no options ahead of him, no decent options ahead of him, so he just stops the play and then resets back to Howson on halfway.
Too quick. He ran 60 yards and nobody could keep up with him.
Howson looks up, dribbles forward through the middle, lifts it out to the left, and Kirkes brings it under control and then sends a square ball back infield to Howson again. Howson will switch it from left to right along the deck out to Adam Smith. Time and room for Smith to look up and pick his pass down the line to Semenyo, held up by Dorgo. Semenyo still has it, right corner of the United box. That's an intricate little pass through to Kluivert, who then gets clipped. Free kick to the Cherries. Right on the corner of the right-hand side of the Manchester United box. Kluivert held back up to his feet by Anton Semenyo. And a chance for Bournemouth to deliver the ball into the box. They are not great from set pieces, Manchester United. They have conceded 11 goals from corners this season. You remember Dean Howson scored from a free kick, a wide free kick, a little bit wider than this one, into the box up at Old Trafford. And Milos Kirkes, who's been on corner deliveries recently, is going to take this free kick for the Cherry, so he's going to in-swing this one in with his left foot.
I think there might be more to it than that.
One-man wall in the form of Garnacho for United. Kirkes has got Scott unmarked to his left on the edge of the box, and Kluivert is also unmarked on the edge of the box. Two arms up in the air from Kirkes, curls one in towards the penalty spot. Ouattara wins the header, goes straight up into the air, not dealt with by United. Semenyo gets a foot in there, and eventually the whistle goes for a free kick for a foul on Harry Maguire.
Yeah, it was a decent ball in, there was lots of pace on it, lots of swerve in towards the goalkeeper. Nobody could get the head on it though.
Bournemouth looking for their first back-to-back home wins in the Premier League since January. Everton and Forest. Manchester United go short with the free kick to Shaw, and he works it out to Dorgu down the left. Fernandes back to Casemiro. Alex Scott wins it back for Bournemouth, but then Kluivert can't bring it under control. It's a bit scrappy at the moment. Casemiro's passed it straight to Ouattara. Ouattara, left side of the United box, into the area. Kirkes arrives, square ball looking for Kluivert, falls nearly into the path of Kirkes on the far side, and there's a really last-ditch tackle in there from Yoro. Out of play, throw into the Cherries, 6 yards out down the left.
And Kluivert, I don't know if he would have been given offside there. Ball didn't get to him anyway. Some intricate stuff, nice to see.
Really dangerous ball into the box from Kirkes from the free kick a few moments ago. They've definitely stumbled upon something there with the injuries, and Kirkes on set pieces now. Here he is over on the left with the ball at his feet. Just held up on the touchline, so go back to Howson, who's almost playing like a left back at the moment. No options down the left, so Bournemouth go all the way back to Kepa on the edge of his own 18-yard area in his, so we still call that Sicilian lemon goalkeeper kit. Long ball forward from the Spaniard. Ouattara does really well on the edge of the box, then Alex Scott links in as well, goes down, play on, says the referee, still there for Bournemouth. Kluivert, edge of the area, shoots, it's over the bar. It's into the south stand, it's a goal kick, it's still Bournemouth 0, Manchester United 0 in the Premier League on BBC Radio Solent and BBC Sounds.
I do feel that I've got a bit of a sore neck turning towards the right. I don't remember Man United doing too much.
That's a good sign, though, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
You get a bit of deep heat at half-time if you go down and see the media team in the media room. Again, we wait for Man United now to set up for this short goal kick. And Onana comes out towards the penalty spot and he's barking instructions at Casemiro and Fernandes to mark Semenyo and Kluivert on the edge of the United box. And they go short. Euro takes it to Onana and then he launches it long up towards halfway. Alex Scott wins the header down to Kluivert. And then Zabani wins the header up towards the halfway line. Here's Alex Scott, good touch from him. 1-2, link up with Semenyo. Scott's boot's been taken off by Mainu, who trod on the back of his heel. And Alex Scott is down to 1 football boot at the moment, and it is a free kick for that foul by Mainu on Alex Scott. He's just signed a new boot deal, as Alex Scott. He was telling us about it last week on BBC Radio Solent, and he's desperate to score a goal in his new boots. He feels like he's not too far away.
What make, can you? Can you just
not officially, no.
First letter?
No.
Well, it's 1 of 26, isn't it?
Well, you paid a fine. You can say it if you want.
No, you're right.
Didn't think so. It's really expensive as well.
I'm guessing from here.
You don't know anyway. You'd have just been guessing.
No, but
free kick. Alex Scott takes it to the edge of the box. Flicked on by Zabani towards the back post. And Onana comes out and claims. And it's over on the far side with Garnacho. Garnacho dribbling into the Bournemouth half. Zabani comes across over to that far side in front of the east stand and holds Garnacho up, and then he dribbles across the halfway line into the centre circle along the ground to Maino, and then out to the right and Mazraoui. And here they are on the edge of the box. Garnacho shooting room past Kepa and past the post. Goal kick. Goalless at the Vitality between the Cherries and United. We've played 16 minutes. There's been some lively stuff at either end. Both goalkeepers still yet to be really tested.
That's their best effort. Garnacho there, he's the threat.
He's the one we've mentioned the most so far in a white shirt. Bournemouth in red and black today, shooting towards the Ted McDougall south stand. Plans now underway, or the process now underway, to get the planning permission sorted to redevelop this historic stadium for AFC Bournemouth into something that will host 20,000 fans in the next 2.5 years, according to Bill Foley, with minimal disruption, so that football can continue to be played here while the redevelopment is underway, and then they want to eventually get it up to 23,000 too. Bournemouth 0, Manchester United 0. We will head off to Fratton Park shortly for an update in the big game at the bottom end of the Women's Championship. Pompey women against Blackburn women as they look to secure their status in that division. We'll also keep you right up to speed with what's happening for AFC Bournemouth women too, as they look to complete their season unbeaten, their title-winning promotion campaign at home to Portishead. Free kick to Manchester United in a dangerous position. It's about halfway inside the Bournemouth half. It's just in from this near left-hand touchline. Irola frustrated, I think, that it was given. And Bruno Fernandes will deliver. He goes square to Luke Shaw. Luke Shaw then lifts one to the back post. Maguire with a free header. Ouattara with a good interception to block the header. And it's out of play. Thrown to Manchester United. About 6 yards out over on the right.
Maguire not staying up for it. Strange.
Mazraoui will take it infield. There's a throw in again to Manchester United. Deep inside the Bournemouth half. 6 yards out. Mazraoui will line up. Still we wait for the throw. Bathed in sunshine, that side of the Vitality Stadium. Manchester United take an absolute age through Mazraoui to take the throw, and eventually does and gets the ball back from Mainu. Here's Garnacho by the corner flag on the far side. Good defending from Kirkhead. Strong, powerful defending. Got the block in there and then muscled Garnacho off the ball, and then he gets a throw in off of Garnacho. Let's head to Fratton Park. Pompey women against Blackburn women. Millie Payne's watching.
Well, Jordan, the opening goal goes to Portsmouth. It's Portsmouth 1, Blackburn 0. A through ball from just outside the box into Sophie Quirk, who taps it just past the Blackburn goalkeeper, Alexandra Brooks, to get that opener. And what an important goal it is for Portsmouth. Portsmouth 1, Blackburn 0.
Pompey just need to better Sheffield United's result, ironically up against Southampton women today, to secure their status in the Championship for another season. If not, it will go another week, because Sheffield United have still got a game to play. Here's Casemiro inside the centre circle, 0-0 here at the Vitality Stadium in the Premier League. BBC Radio and the BBC Sounds app across the UK. Maguire has the ball back to his goalkeeper Onana. Onana takes a touch and then clears long with his left foot. Zabani steps in on halfway, flag up against Rasmus Højlund. Free kick to the Cherries just inside their own half. Howson places it down, takes the free kick quickly out to this near left-hand side. Bournemouth back down to mid-table after yesterday's results. Important late wins for Brighton and Fulham. Here's Kluivert down the right side of the box. Square ball, nearly finds Semenyo, but not quite. The pass was behind him, and Tyler Adams with a powerful tackle. Garnacho stayed down. Tyler Adams won the ball. Bournemouth supporters and players are furious, and I think Tyler Adams is going to get a yellow card. First referee Peter Banks is going to head over and make sure Garnacho is okay. He's still rolling around in a heap in the D, and now Banks is calling over Tyler Adams, who is waving away the referee, and he's going to get a yellow card, the first of the game. That just looked like a solid, decent tackle, John Williams.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They both blocked out. Someone gets hit sometimes when that happens, but most times...
Tyler Adams needs to be careful. He's refusing to go and speak to the referee. And he's now walking over to the side to receive a drink. I think he just needs to take the yellow card now and get on with it.
Yeah. But he's all right, Garnacho. Look, he's up and about already. Well, they both blocked out.
That is a terrible, terrible decision from Peter Banks.
That is so
Doesn't matter who you play for, what level of the game you play at.
Yeah.
That is not a yellow card for anyone.
Not in a million years.
He's won the ball with the inside of his right foot. There's no studs involved. He's just gone through powerfully, taken the ball, and then... And now they've... Oh, hang on. They are VAR reviewing this back at Stockley Park. So John Brooks is now seeing whether this is a possible red card for serious foul play. John Williams can't believe it.
Can't they say, I got it wrong?
No, they're reviewing it for serious foul play, for a red card.
Unbelievable.
They can't change a yellow card.
No chance.
Check complete. No serious foul play.
10 seconds it took to see that.
Wasn't even a yellow card. Adam Smith wins it back well for Bournemouth by the corner flag away to our right. Early cross in, looking for Evan Nilsson. Lays it off. Semenyo! Bournemouth in front! Antoine Semenyo with his 11th of the season, and you have to say that has been coming. Bournemouth doing what they do best, winning it back high, getting it early into the box. Evan Nilsson with an important touch, Semenyo with the finish. Bournemouth 1, Manchester United 0.
Well, he took it. I was just concerned after all that business with the foul. It sounds... It's almost like retribution that we've got the goal. It wasn't a foul, it wasn't a booking, it wasn't a free kick. But Semenyo gets it, just keeps it hard and low on target. I think it goes through somebody's legs, but it's in the back of the net, that's all that matters.
Tyler Adams is still in the ear of referee Peter Banks about that yellow card.
Well,
it's a lovely touch from Evan Nilsson. That touch gets better and better, little back heel into the path of Semenyo. If it wasn't going to be Semenyo, it was going to be Kluivert. They were queuing up the Bournemouth players to stick that into the back of the net. Big goal, you feel that, against a team lacking in confidence. 15th in the Premier League table, just 3 places, can you believe it, Manchester United above the relegation zone. And that will zap some further confidence out of Ruben Amorim's side. Out of play, goal kick to the Cherries, they lead by a goal to nil. Antoine Semenyo halfway into this first half as he really starts to rediscover that early season form.
Yeah, some excellent work, wasn't it, in the build-up? Like you said, the flick is sublime.
Adam Smith with all the credit though, Willow, for winning that ball back.
Absolutely, yeah.
And delivering it early.
But I have to say, it looks like a car crash waiting to happen, Man United.
Late tackle on Evan Nilsson, who stayed down. Casemiro, I think it was. And the Bournemouth fans want a yellow card now for the Manchester United player.
I don't think he caught him, you know.
Well, Evan Nilsson looks in a fair bit of pain.
Well, he does look in pain.
Here's a replay of it. It was high from Casemiro. It's a high foot, and then the follow through. He's caught Evan Nilsson. Evan Nilsson is just showing the referee his ribs, just to make doubly sure that he can see where the contact was.
He's caught him with his studs then.
Iraola is having a shunter away to the ref on the edge of the touchline. Tommy Elphick's out there as well. Sean Cooper too. Fourth official Tim Robinson's having to come across. It was a throw-in in. It was one high by Casemiro, poked it straight out for another throw-in, and then after the ball had gone, as he brought his leg down, his studs caught Evan Nilsson down the ribs. I can see from here on the TV screens the big red stud mark that Evan Nilsson has down the right side of his torso.
Yeah, it's not good.
No yellow card, just a free kick to the Cherries, which Adam Smith will take. Pablo Della Torre is being told off now by the fourth official Bournemouth fitness coach, because he's got up to have a word with him as well and have his say. Here's Kepa. Now up to Kirkes over on the left. 10 years to the day that Bournemouth beat Bolton here at the Vitality Stadium to reach the Premier League for the first time. It's the Cherries' 300th top-flight match since. Bournemouth defending, ball into the Cherries box. Kepa comes out, reads the play well, and Bournemouth will try and break. Late sliding tackle on Adams, but he's worked it to Semenyo well. Semenyo early ball forward, looking for Evan Nilsson, just too much on it. The Brazilian turns and applauds Semenyo for the idea. He just couldn't quite execute it, John Williams.
What a pass that was from Semenyo.
Oh, Maguire with a turn on the edge of his own box, nearly caught out by Kluivert, and then Luke Shaw runs straight into Semenyo. And that's really got the crowd up again after the goal. Bournemouth playing high with intensity, closing down, pressing, causing Manchester United all sorts of problems in these opening 25-30 minutes.
I've never seen a team take so long. Remember them complaining about Bournemouth being that sort of team, time wasting.
Bournemouth unbeaten in their last three against Man United. 3-0 winners at Old Trafford earlier on in the season. Here's Alex Scott, lifts one to the back post, too much on it, out of play, goal kick. 2-2 here last season. Solanke and Kluivert in the goals, bit of a controversial match that one too, with a penalty to United. And of course last season, another 3-0 win away at Man United, which gives you 3 unbeaten, trying to do the double over Man United for the first time. That'll be another one to tick off for Andoni Iraola. One of the many records that Bournemouth have set this season under the Spaniard. It is, though, nearly 6 years since Bournemouth last beat Manchester United here at Dean Court. Came in the 2019-20 relegation season. Joshua King with the goal in the 1-0 win. Here's Milos Kirkes over on the left on the halfway line for Bournemouth. Early ball dink down the line, looking for Ouattara. Kluivert's headed over to that side on a diagonal run too. Man United win it back through Casemiro, then heavy touch from Fernandes. Alex Scott steps in to win it back for Bournemouth, and Ouattara and Kluivert will try and work something down the left. Lovely feet from Kluivert, held up, 18 yards out. Square ball back into Alex Scott. Alex Scott just holds it up. Nothing on forward, so it goes back to Dean Howson, who's just moved up alongside him. Bit of space for Kluivert down the left now, rolls his right foot over the top of the ball, finds Kirkes down the line, and Kirkes' cross in from the byline is cut off by Mazraoui, out of play, corner to Bournemouth.
That's quite funny. Smithy over on this far right hand side is in as a rule. through, and all the fans on this side of the pitch are shouting for a big switch. And they know the game.
Alex Scott places the ball down on the far side. Antoine Semenyo's goal in the 23rd minute has given Bournemouth their 1-0 lead over Manchester United. Milos Kerkez finds Tyler Adams halfway inside the Cherries half now. And they're going to work it square and switch the play through Adam Smith out to Clivert on the right. Corner didn't really come to anything, but it's still there for Bournemouth. Semenyo, edge of the area, dispossessed by Casemiro. Casemiro, no options ahead of him, and he passes it straight into Clivert.
Do you know what? That's the third time Casemiro has had given the ball away. Fernandes, watch him. Look, he's having a go with him again. They're having rows on the pitch, Man United players.
For a player of his calibre, John Williams, and everything he has won in his career.
I know. But I think unfortunately his legs have gone.
But that's nothing to do with his legs, is it? That's just sloppy passing.
Well, but it causes you problems when you can't run. You can't do things as quick as you used to. Look, Fernandes again.
Fernandes is cutting a frustrated figure.
He is.
The Manchester United captain, and you can understand why. Here's Alex Scott inside the centre circle, forward to Kerkez. Advantage played by the referee. He's got Ouattara left side of the box. Here he is. Ouattara turns back onto his right foot. Can't find room for the cross. Mazraoui dispossesses him. Alex Scott's there to recover the ball for the Cherries over on the left. 18 yards out. Rolls it back to Howson. Switch of play, and Adam Smith in space. In a central position. 40 yards out. They're back in the centre circle now, Bournemouth. Tyler Adams on the halfway line, pressed by Fernandes. And then out of play, off of Fernandes, throw in to Bournemouth on the halfway line, which Clivert will take.
Again, Fernandes seems to be... Well, he's got the ump, there's no doubt about that. He just seems to be barking instructions to everyone, which is fair enough if it's all constructive while you're out there.
Still, we wait for the throw-in to be taken. Kerkez launches the long one down the line. Maguire slips. He was nudged by Evan Nilsson, says the referee. Free kick to Manchester United, taken quickly by Yoro to Onana. United goalkeeper with a 1-2 to Luke Shaw. And then Antoine Semenyo is going to press him. Antoine Semenyo slipped, and Onana did get the pass away. Out to Yoro, who then booted it straight out of play on the far side into the east stand. Throw in to Bournemouth, which Ouattara is taken quickly. 1-2 with Kerkez down the left. Kerkez continues his run, ball at his feet. 3 Man United players surround him and do win the ball back. And Højlund drops deep to bring it under control and find Dorgu. Dorgu runs into Adam Smith. Free kick to Manchester United.
I think he dived into that one.
Iraola is furious again with referee Peter Banks. Mainoo slips. Garnacho with a poor touch. Garnacho is on the deck again. Ouattara won the ball and then ran into Garnacho. It's been given as a free kick to Bournemouth. Ouattara's down on his knees at the moment too, taking a deep breath. And Garnacho is eventually getting up. Yeah. So Ouattara got there first. Garnacho ran straight in front of Ouattara.
There's nothing in it. It's a foul. That's the end of it.
Smashed him to the deck, and it is a foul to Bournemouth. About 12 yards inside their own half.
Do you know, just thinking back to that tackle, the referee has been totally conned on that one. Bang.
Ooh. Fernandes wins the ball back for Manchester United, sends an early ball forward looking for Højlund. Dean Howson comes across to help out Zabani. Good defensive work from the pair of them. It's back with Casemiro now, just outside the centre circle, inside the Manchester United half. Sends a ball forward looking for Mazraoui, but it's into the path of Kerkez. Kerkez gets a man-on shout from the east stand because Garnacho was lurking over his right shoulder. Kerkez dealt with it well, cleared it down the line up towards halfway. Ouattara's battling with Kobbie Mainoo. There's Mazraoui, square to Fernandes, 25 yards out, edge of the Bournemouth box, one back. Physically by Tyler Adams and Semenyo. Fernandes is still down in the heat outside the D, but Bournemouth are on the break at the other end. Clivert, can he use it? Out to the left, no, it's a poor ball. He couldn't pick out Ouattara. Yoro's won it back, and now Man United will try and break. Mazraoui and Garnacho. Left arm bandaged up for the Argentinian. Here's Casemiro. Square ball to Shaw. Ball's just outside the centre circle now. BBC Radio Silent and BBC Sounds. Bournemouth 1-0 up through Antoine Semenyo. Given away by Manchester United again. Adam Smith on halfway. Early ball forward. Looking for Evan Nilsson. Can he bring it down though? Oh, it's about an inch too far ahead of him. The Brazilian had his left leg hanging out, trying to get a little touch on it. And it's into the arms of Onana. And Smith has nearly won it back again high. Dorgu's on the deck. Free kick, says the assistant referee down in front of us. Willow was right in front of it.
Yeah, just got an arm round it.
Space for Luke Shaw down the left. Adam Smith out of position. Semenyo sprinting to try and get back. Shaw, left side of the Bournemouth box. Low cross in. Cut off by Zabani and Semenyo. Falls to Fernandez on the edge of the box. Lays it off to Mainu. Mainu shoots. Sliding block by Tyler Adams, and it ricochets out of play. Corner to the visitors. Important interception there by Tyler Adams on the edge of his own box as Mainu pulled the trigger.
Yeah. Is that their first corner?
I think it might be.
Yeah. Taking their time over it.
For a team that's 1-0 down, they're in no hurry to get themselves back in the game.
They haven't been interested in speed since the first 30 seconds. They took a minute and a half to take a goal kick.
Bruno Fernandes has made his way now over to the far side and will deliver this corner right-footed. Curling, out swinging, headed down and dealt with it. Was Yoro who got up and won the header. Now has the ball at his feet, sends it back out to the right, and Fernandes again. Another cross into the box towards the front post, out to the edge of the area. Mazraoui shoots, comes out to Garnacho, shoots, it's blocked again, hangs in the air. Kepa gets a hand on it, under pressure from Højlund, behind, corner to Manchester United again. Bournemouth won a free kick, I think, for a foul on Kepa, not given by the referee. The Cherries have got Evan Nilsson down by the penalty spot on the ground. Looks like he's struggling with an issue. And the referee's just going over to see if he's okay now. Tyler Adams is helping Evan Nilsson back up to his feet. Just not moving very well, the Brazilian.
You have to be strong on this set play. Don't deserve it anywhere near it, Man United.
Fernandes will deliver again, right-footed, out swinging towards the penalty spot, headed away by Ouattara, drops to Mazraoui on the edge of the box. Space for him to find Shaw just further behind him. Shaw sends it out to the right, aerially, brought under control by Fernandes, marked closely by Kirkes, right side of the Bournemouth box, cross into the area, headed away by Howson. Mainu brings it under control. Bournemouth having to do a lot of defending at the moment, all 11 men back behind the ball. United work it out to this near left-hand side and Garnacho. And Luke Shaw goes all the way back to Onana, and the home fans show their appreciation for the defensive line from the Cherries. Direct diagonal ball from Onana from right to left, out to Garnacho. It's back on the halfway line now from Luke Shaw. And Harry Maguire. More to come at half-time in our interview, our exclusive and rare interview with Bournemouth's first-team technical director, Simon Francis. Oh, Zabani's let it bounce, Garnacho's in, he's put it wide. Big save in there from Kepa. I thought initially he'd poked it wide, but Kepa's got a brilliant save in there. Zabani let it bounce, Garnacho was behind him. He didn't get the right call. That's a massive save from the Spaniard, corner to Manchester United.
Yeah, lack of communication there. Keeper should have come, ball bounced in the area.
That is a great save. He really didn't have long to react to that, and that is going in.
Yeah, it is.
Sprung away to his right-hand side, strong right wrist.
Great save.
More defending for the Cherries to do. Manchester United enjoying their best spell in the game at the moment. Shaw with the corner to the back post. Ouattara heads away. Kluivert brings it under control on the edge of the box. Oh, he needed to pick a pass to Ouattara or Tyler Adams, and he couldn't. Now Manchester United have won it back. Shaw, cross into the box. Diving header away by Howson. Evan Nilsson on the edge of his own area brings it under control. Bournemouth play their way out coolly. And Evan Nilsson sends it out to the left. Kluivert's not got enough in the engine to get there ahead of Fernandes. And it's back to Onana now. The United goalkeeper in green this afternoon has the ball inside his 18-yard area.
Got himself off the hook, Kepa, because if the ball bounces and then it's on the penalty spot, the keeper's too deep with his starting position.
Who's given... Zabani must have had a call to leave that to bounce, surely. Does it come from Kepa, do we think? Does it come from one of his defensive teammates?
I'm not quite sure.
Because if he hasn't had a call, that's a really poor decision just to leave that ball. And in that instance, Kepa has
He wants an early shout from the goalkeeper, really. If he's going to say away it is.
Yeah. Harry Maguire has it just outside the centre circle for Manchester United, and lifts a pass out to the right-hand side. Mazraoui brings it under control with his chest and then his head away from Ouattara. Kirkes is back over there now. Back heel from Mazraoui, away from Scott. Across the top of the box, Fernandes. Dorgu, left side of the area, cross into the box, headed up into the sky, drops for Garnacho, can't bring it under control. And Milos Kirkes, Alex Scott's over there too. It's Scott who gets it away.
I thought Ouattara could have won the first header. Again, not much communication going on.
Here's Dongo Ouattara in off the left flank, under pressure from Man United players, but Semenyo has it inside the centre circle and works it out to Alex Scott on the left, and they surround so many United players around Semenyo. There's space for Scott down the left now, to the edge of the box, step over into the area, across the face of goal, no one there to head it in. Goal kick, still Bournemouth 1, Man United 0. Sharp play from Bournemouth.
Again, the cross is so good, nobody can get near it. Another crossfire hurricane.
Great feet from Alex Scott.
Yeah.
Little step over, opened up the room. It's just too far ahead of Evanilson. I think it might have been Kluivert arriving at the back post. Goal kick to Man United. 5 minutes to go until half-time. More of that interview with Simon Francis coming up. Available in full right now on the BBC Sounds app if you search for Bournemouth. Told us he is very confident that Andoni Iraola will stay at Bournemouth. Here's Kluivert. Given away by Kluivert. One back by Euro on the halfway line. Euro held up by Tyler Adams into the feed of Højlund. And then Mainu messes his pass up. I think it might have deflected off the referee on the way through to him to give him a bit of fairness. It's Casemiro inside the centre circle, forward to Mazraoui. Square ball to Højlund, 20 yards out. 1-2 with Fernandes on the edge of the Bournemouth box. They're pushed out wide to the left in Dorgu. Dorgu one-on-one with Adam Smith. That gets round the outside of Smith, and Alex Scott joins in. Free kick to Bournemouth. Handball against Dorgu, who was looking for a penalty himself.
Yeah, definitely handball. Edge of the box.
No, it was cheeky, wasn't it? As you see the replay. Just used his hand to pass the ball forward along the ground, hoping that the referee wouldn't have seen. Not even VAR would have missed that one if the referee had failed to spot it on the pitch. Free kick is placed down by Kepa, who's just made a brilliant save to deny Garnacho to keep his clean sheet intact and keep the scoreline at 1-0 after Antoine Semenyo's goal opened things up in the 23rd minute. Adam Smith winning the ball back high down the right. His cross into the box was beautifully back-heeled by Evanilson into the path of Semenyo. I think that might be Evanilson's first assist of the season. He has won 6 penalties for the Cherries, though, if you class those as assists.
I think so. A big assist.
I'm not sure if they officially go down as an assist if you win a penalty. Harry Maguire launches one forward to the edge of the Bournemouth box. Adam Smith heads away. It's back down this near side, the Manchester United left. Fernandes goes infield to Casemiro. Casemiro with an early ball forward to the edge of the box. Mazraoui is on the deck. He says he was pushed over by Dongo Ouattara, and the referee's having none of it. So Dean Howson has the ball at his feet now on the edge of the Cherries box. Bringing the latest in the cricket as well at half-time. Kevin James is at Utilita Bowl for Hampshire women in the One-Day Cup this afternoon. Up against Surrey. Commentary of that is on the BBC Sport app and website. Say congratulations to Bournemouth's own Chris Billam-Smith after a big win away at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium last night against the American Brandon Glanton. Bouncing back from his defeat to Zerdo Ramirez in professional style. Throw into the Cherries down this near right-hand side. 18 yards out from their own goal line. Adam Smith will launch it down the line towards halfway. Luke Shaw wins the header for the visitors. Then Dean Howson hooks it high and into the Man United half. In Evanilson to the battle with Yoro off the ball. And the referee's watched it closely and he spotted it and he's given a free kick to Evanilson.
Yeah.
Evanilson was probably through there.
I'm wondering, was he
Euro's
last
not
man?
looked at the ball at all. He's just focused on Evan Nilsson. It's like an American football tackle off the ball. Stop the run. Free kick to the Cherries.
I mean, he's right in front of this linesman here. That's a booking, isn't it?
It's a very good point you make, Mr. Williams.
It's worse than a block out. He's going to pull the shirt off his back.
No yellow card for Lenny Yoro. So Tyler Adams, the only player into the book for winning the ball earlier on in this half. Free kick to the Cherries. Can they find a second before half-time? Alex Scott will take the free kick. Zabani and Howson forward to the edge of the box. Scott lifts it to the left edge. Ouattara wins the header down towards the 6-yard box. Yoro clears. Hoyland brings it under control. No support for the United striker, so he's having to dribble out to the far side. Kirkes comes across, gets a foot in, and wins a throw-in because it comes off of Hoyland last. Good half for Bournemouth. At Solent Sport, please, for your reaction on X on social media. Ian Wilding would love to hear from you. Your reaction to this game, your reaction to Anton Semenyo's 11th goal of the season, his 9th in the Premier League. Your reaction to the brilliant news from Friday that Bournemouth have a deal in place to own their own stadium again. Maybe you want to give your assessment on the race for Europe too. As it stands, Bournemouth back up to 8th and closing the gap on Aston Villa in 7th to 5 points, with Villa to visit here in the next couple of weeks. Here's Meno inside the centre circle. 0800321 333 on WhatsApp. Start your message with the word Solent. Do the same if you're texting in Wilding on 81333, the number for the text. Here's Garnacho over on the right. He's given space and room to dribble to the edge of the box. He shoots away to the left to Kepa. Kepa left it. Goal kick.
Yeah, very confident there, Kepa. Giving us heart attacks when he dives for it, but yeah, clearly going wide, wasn't it?
2 minutes of stoppage time, 1 gone so far. Bill Foley, the Cherries owner,
they're just having a little bit of
still
joy.
in town, watching the game over to our left.
Just having a little bit of joy in midfield, Man United now.
Through Casemiro, through Menu.
Yeah, just a little bit of joy.
Kepa's going to send this goal kick long. 30 seconds until the break. Goal kick is over halfway. Tyler Adams underneath it. Good flick on from Adams. Then Kluivert wins the second header. Chested down by Evan Nilsson halfway inside the Man United half. Tyler Adams has the ball at his feet. Evan Nilsson's in there as well. Congested for room. Adam Smith with a good block and tackle. Yeah. Kirkes with a header out to the left, but Mazraoui's won it away from Ouattara. Here's Garnacho in off the right flank. Inside right now, trying to find the pass down the line. Looking for Mazraoui. Half-time whistle goes. Bournemouth in front of the break. On course for a historic double over Manchester United. Antoine Semenyo's 11th goal of the season. The difference between the two teams. Iraola ball striking again. Adam Smith winning it high down the right. Evan Nilsson with a beautiful back-heeled assist into the path of Semenyo, who smashed another one past Andre Onana to make it Bournemouth 1, Manchester United 0. John Williams.
Yeah, I think we've dominated most of the game, deserve to be 1-0 up, at least could be in a bit more in 2, but just noticed there that last 3 or 4 minutes, Manchester United just putting 1 or 2 passes together. So we're going to, I mean, I think the word will be keep going, make sure you get a second goal, as we've done in many times before. We don't get that second one, you're also susceptible to them scoring. So yeah, more of what we're doing, but we need goals to go on top.
More from John Williams to come in the second half. Your thoughts, please, into Ian Wilding at Solent Sport on X on social media. 0800321 333 on WhatsApp. Make Solent the first word of your message. 81333 on the text. Start those with the word Solent too. We'll get the latest from the women's football from Millie Payne at half-time. An update from the cricket with Kevin James. And that interview with Simon Francis to come too. Half-time here at the Vitality Stadium. Bournemouth 1, Manchester United 0.
This is BBC Radio Solent Sport.
Gordon in Highcliffe says it's a must, 3 points, no excuses, clinical finishing, no silly mistakes, and he says that seems to be what we're doing, and that is what Bournemouth are doing because they go into the break. 1 goal to the good.
Adam Smith wins it back well for Bournemouth by the corner flag away to our right. Early cross in, looking for Evan Nilsson. Lays it off. Semenyo! Bournemouth in front! Antoine Semenyo with his 11th of the season. And you have to say, that has been coming.
Let's hear from you, 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp, 81333 on the text. Make Solent your first word, at Solent Sport on X. And we're also live at Fratton Park, where Portsmouth appear to be on the brink of survival as things stand. At Fratton Park, Portsmouth, final game of the season at home to Blackburn. Here's Millie Payne.
Well, Ian Walling, Megan Hornby has just made it 2-0 to Portsmouth. So far, so good for Pompey. They head into the break. Well, it looks like they'll be heading into the break with a 2-0 lead. 2 goals in the first half now, 1 coming from Sophie Quirk and this second coming from Megan Hornby. But plenty of other chances for them to enhance that lead. But luckily, Blackburn Rovers haven't shown much threat in front of goal so far. In the 90th minute at Bramall Lane, it stands Sheffield United 1, Southampton 3. So all they need is really a draw to secure championship survival for next season. But a 2-0 lead for Pompey heading into the break, and so it's looking incredibly good here at Fratton Park. You can hear all the fans really getting behind the team. So half-time pretty much here. It's Portsmouth 2, Blackburn Rovers 0.
Well, what timing that was, wasn't it? As soon as we crossed the Millie, the goal goes in. It's 2-0. Live radio at its best. Loads to come at half-time, including technical director Simon Francis. More of that really good sit-down chat with Jordan Clark. We'll go through the scores right across the country, the latest sports news on the home of live sport across the south.
BBC Radio Solent Sport.
The cricket season is back. Hopefully none of that and more of this.
Once again we see his pants. J-Mo again, he's dropped his trousers and the crowd will go wild.
We've been bringing you coverage of Hampshire cricket for a long time.
Bowls to Greenwich and he's hit a 6, which has smashed right next to us in the commentary position, and it missed us by 2 feet.
Every county championship game is live on the BBC Sport website and app. Don't miss a ball, a wicket, a 4, a 6 or even a sneeze.
It's Cullen Bowles, that's a player missed outside the offside.
Bless you. Listen to every game live on the BBC Sport website and app.
Ian Wilding.
BBC Radio Solent Sport.
Hello from Vitality Stadium, where Bournemouth 1-0 up at home to Manchester United on Solent Sport. BBC Radio Solent. Let's hear from you on the text, WhatsApp and on X, 81333 on the text, WhatsApp 08000 321 333, Solent your first word, at Solent Sport on X. We'll get an update in a minute as well. Hampshire women in the cricket, commentary on the BBC Sport website and app, and Kevin James can bring us up to date in a couple of minutes' time. Elsewhere then, Liverpool can be confirmed as Premier League champions later today if they avoid defeat at home to Tottenham. Nottingham Forest taking on Manchester City, who beat the Cherries in the quarter-finals of the FA Cup. This is the FA Cup semi-finals at Wembley this afternoon. That one is a 4:30 kickoff, and the winners will play Crystal Palace in the final next month. What a brilliant win it was for Palace, with a couple of wonderful strikes in their 3-0 win against Aston Villa yesterday. Well done to Bournemouth boxer and huge Cherries fan Chris Billam-Smith, who won a really hard-fought clash against Brandon Glanton in a 12-round battle last night. That was at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Really good news, and he's responded brilliantly to that defeat against Ramirez in Saudi Arabia a few months ago in Riyadh. And later in the night, Chris Eubank Jr. beating Conor Benn on a unanimous points decision. It was a pulsating middleweight bout, and their fathers, Chris Eubank Sr. and Nigel Benn, both ringside in London, and that was 35 years after their own famous fight. So it's all gone full circle, rolling back the years with that one. Southampton's Mohamed, well done to him. He was the first British male to finish the London Marathon. Great achievement from him. We only spoke to him live on Solent Sport with Fern Buckley on Thursday. Came 9th overall. That was a time of 2 hours, 8 minutes and 52 seconds, while Kenya's Sebastian Saw has won the men's race on the debut. Ethiopia's Tix Sesefa set a new women's-only world record to win the women's race as well in the London Marathon today, and well done to anyone who took part. If you did take part, or if you want to give anybody a mention, a shout-out, you can always send us a text, WhatsApp, or message us on Solent Sport on X. In other sports news, Bournemouth golfer Georgia Hall is 1 under par going into the final round of the Chevron Championships. That's currently joint 24th and 8 shots off the lead, and she tees off again at 4:20 this afternoon UK time. Speedway, Paul Pirates suffering a very narrow defeat, 46-44 at Plymouth Gladiators in the BSN Series last night. That's having won their first 2 in the South Group, but they did secure the aggregate points, so it's not all in doom and gloom for Paul Pirates looking to win the treble again this year. While in Rugby Union, Italy lost 44-12, or Wales I should say, lost 44-12 away to Italy in the Women's Six Nations. And in Snooker's World Championship in Sheffield, the second round matches continue today. Judd Trump ending the first session with a 5-3 lead over Sean Murphy, and now resume play tonight again around about 7 o'clock. So loads of sports news, and there's loads on the way for you tomorrow morning as well, where we'll react to a really busy weekend every half an hour from 6 o'clock tomorrow morning in our breakfast sport bulletins. So listen out for that one, and we'll also be reflecting on yesterday's games, including in the Premier League. A late goal for Fulham means Southampton stay on 11 points. Southampton 1, Fulham 2 is how it finished. I caught up with Simon Rusk, the interim boss, after the game, and also Ross Stewart, who made his first ever home start for Southampton. That's up on BBC Sounds. Just search Southampton into BBC Sounds for all your Saints content. Search Portsmouth for all your Pompey content, where Andy Moon spoke to Blair, Harvey Blair, scoring his first Pompey goal yesterday in a 1-1 draw at Sheffield Wednesday. Pompey safe, so a bit of a party atmosphere really, quite a relaxed mood yesterday. And also head coach John Messino. So that is all available for you on BBC Sounds. We'll try and go to Utility Bowl with Kevin James in a second. Hampshire against Surrey, the women's cricket commentary, as I say, on the BBC Sport website and app. If not, then we'll bring you the score for you in a second and keep you up to date with that one. It's only the second game. In fact, Kevin James is there. Kev can bring us up to date from Utility Bowl.
Yeah, Hampshire batting first and made 259 for 8. And it looks a few runs below par against this star-studded Surrey lineup, but they've actually started really well with the ball, because Surrey are 34 for 3 in the 8th over. Bryony Smith, the first to go, brilliantly caught by Bex Tyson at mid-on for 6. Then Danny Wyatt-Hodge returning to the Utility Bowl and the next to go, caught by Bex Tyson at mid-off this time for 2. And then Sophia Dunkley bowled by Lauren Bell for 4 in the last over. Alice Capsey is out there, and Alice Davison-Richards both starting in their innings. So this is a really star-studded lineup. Virtually all the top 6 or 7 are England players, so Hampshire are going to have to go well, but as I say, well and going well so far. 36 for 3 it is now, with Surrey needing another 224 in 42 overs. And a couple of wickets for Lauren Bell and 1 for Freya Davies.
Great stuff, thanks very much indeed, Kev. So commentary, BBC Sport app and website. And in the Women's Championship then, we've got live updates of Millie Payne. There was a goal just as we crossed to her. Pompey 2-0 up at home to Blackburn. And Sheffield United, who are bottom of the table, are 3-1 down at home to Southampton. And that one was a 1 o'clock kickoff. They're on the brink of full time there. So Pompey just need to better Sheffield United's result, which they're doing right now to stay up. They are on the brink of survival. In the National League Division 1 South West, AFC Bournemouth, Helen Blezard scoring. They're 1-0 up at home to Portishead. Final game of the season, looking to make it 21 wins out of 22. Moneyfield in second, 1-0 down at home to Swindon right now. Bristol Rovers scoring just before half-time. They're 1-0 up against Bournemouth Sports. And Southampton Women's FC against Bridgewater is currently goalless as well. Those are all 2 o'clock kickoffs. But let's hear more now then from Jordan's sit-down with technical director Simon Francis. And in this part of the interview, Frano starts by talking about the squad depth and whether it needs to be bigger next season.
I think you have to...
Players like that, Everton. Yeah, okay, let's get him up. It's a brave shout. That one. It's a brave shout. Bournemouth. Trying to convince Everton.
Everton. Booby's face.
Who's in a better place right now?
No, but Everton there's a chance they could be above Bournemouth next season.
You think they're going to be above Bournemouth next season?
There's a good chance, yeah.
Trying to convince Everton to part ways with
Let's see how he reacts to your next one. He wasn't a fan of that one.
He wasn't a fan of that one.
That is a road show.
Let's see if we can get maybe on time.
Kudos, interesting.
His stats have not been good this season. I think it's 2 goals and 3 assists.
3 goals, 2 assists, 27 appearances, all starts.
Nowhere near good enough. And the whole the gimmick that United fans talk about a lot is that obviously we went to Ajax and we scoured Ajax and we said who can really be an option for us in so many different positions. We didn't look at Kudus, and maybe we looked at Kudus, but we didn't get Kudus in. The reason why I mention that is because he plays on both sides, and he has played on both sides for West Ham, and he's a great winger on both sides. But his, again, ball carrying ability, especially in attack, we've seen some of his goals that he's scored for West Ham are unbelievable. Centrally as well, he hasn't quite been utilised centrally. I think at a bigger club, he is the type of talent that could be platformed to succeed so much, especially in central areas. You've seen him play right centre mid for Ajax at times, especially under Ten Hag as well.
Do you know
he's someone that can
where does he go then? Where do you think he'll go?
There's a couple of clubs out there, even someone like Spurs, you know. I feel like he could do. I think he could do a job at Spurs as well. Spurs is obviously a bigger club.
It's a bigger club.
No.
There we go. Let's not have this.
Yeah, Smithy, you can't be
trying to wind me up.
He's going to try to wind you up. But I could see him go to a bigger club just because...
West Ham won't want to sell him to Spurs.
Of course not. And West Ham fans, I'm sorry that you have to hear this. But I just think that he's shown that he's got that talent and ability to play for a big club.
He does have an £85 million release clause, though. That's an awful lot of money.
He's not worth £85 million. I'm a big fan of him, but again, West Ham, I think at the moment, is his level. They're a huge club. They're obviously underperforming with Graham Potter, but next season, Graham Potter will have a fresh start. Obviously, they'll spend a lot of money in the summer, and they'll aim for the European positions. They'll look at Brighton, they'll look at Bournemouth, Fulham, what they've done this season, and they'll try and beat it. A bit like Everton next season with David Moyes, I think. I think he's got to stay at West Ham, sure.
Yeah, let's put him up. He's also heavily linked with Saudi, isn't he? So never say never for a move out there.
Next player. Now, this is a player that there's been a lot of talk about this player having a good season. You've gone with Semenyo.
Yeah.
So why have you gone with him, and where do you think he'll end up?
Versatility in attack. He might not have the numbers that scream straight out at you from a stat sheet. Wow, this guy should be playing for a big club. But if you watch his performances week in, week out for Bournemouth, at times he is Bournemouth. Like, he is what is carrying them through games. And we saw that midway through the season especially. Team that he could go to, I actually think that he could supplement Arsenal. And I think, I know Umir said this as well, on the overlap as well. But the reason why I think the versatility, because I think Arsenal definitely need an attacker. Someone that's different, that can play in all 3 different positions. Because he's played centrally, on the right and the left for Bournemouth as well. He, I think, is ready for a big club.
It's quite interesting as well. You say on both sides. I think he's the most two-footed forward in the league statistically. He's taken more shots than any other Premier League forward. And it's like 54% with his right, 46% with his left. So that ability to play both sides is valuable.
Only Mo Salah's had more touches in the opposition box as well. So, you know, we've seen the positions he likes to occupy. Can you see him at Arsenal?
Yeah, 1,000,000%. I think you're spot on, mate. I think if you're an Arsenal fan, you want Isak, not Semenyo. Yeah. The reality is Isak, especially if they're in the Champions League, is basically ungettable. Yeah. He is outrageous, Semenyo. He really is. He's so versatile, so powerful. He could play down the middle for Arsenal. He's that good. You could change him into a striker, but competition for Martinelli, I think it's fantastic.
Okay, stick him up.
Get him up.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Bill.
Next, I'm not happy with the next one, Abs.
Sorry.
Why would any player want to leave the mighty Tottenham Hotspur?
You don't want me to get into that, Smithy, but listen, this is a player I rate really, really highly. He's actually spoken recently. I don't know if you saw the quotes recently, Smithy, and it might not make you happy, and the Spurs fans, about him saying, maybe La Liga, I haven't quite experienced the Spanish weather.
I read all those quotes in depth, in detail. What I would say is there was parts of that were slightly lost in translation, because he was asked about the different leagues and how they compare. But there are quotes, and he has been linked with Atletico Madrid. You are right in what you're saying.
So, and the reason why...
Is that where you think he'll end up
I think he could go to Spain. And I think he is unbelievably underrated. I think one aspect that people don't talk about enough is his passing, you know. He is such a brilliant passer of the ball, especially from defensive areas. And obviously we know how much aggressive he is off the ball. He's a world champion. We can't forget that he's a World Cup winner as well. I think Christian Romero is ready for a big club.
Wow.
Sorry.
I am sorry.
Sorry. He's ready for that next step.
Is he a Champions League centre back? Are you saying
100%.
Definitely.
100%, Bivi. I'm certain that
he's either booked or injured half the time.
He's a World Cup winner, mate.
Do you know what? I saw a really weird statistic this week that actually shocked me about Romero, is that with or without him, the Spurs points per game and win ratio is the same. Like I think it's like 1.1.
Is that due to Spurs' inconsistency though?
But I think partly, but the narrative has been so much built this season around if we get Romero and we get Van de Ven back, then it's a totally different side. I think Romero's a fantastic player, but his ambitions feel like he get that sense, don't you? He's very ambitious as a character.
Well, the one thing I'll say though is watching a lot of Tottenham as I do is when Van de Ven and Romero play, we're a completely different team. Our best defensive performance of the entire season was Frankfurt away. Frankfurt have got one of the best home records in the whole of the Bundesliga. We kept a clean sheet.
Box all the way to the byline, low cross in, finds Kluivert, edge of the area, lays it off, Semenyo curls one just wide. Oh, that wasn't far away. Bournemouth nearly at the double, Semenyo nearly with his second. It's wide of Onana's post, it's a goal kick, it's still Bournemouth 1, Manchester United 0. Let's welcome back John Williams.
Oh, dear me, 2 foot wide, less power and more accuracy perhaps. He really leaded it, didn't he?
No, that was the inside. I think he was trying to curl that and place it. He told us, didn't he, when he scored his last goal recently, he's trying to, not hit them as hard and place them a little bit more. Yeah. He was successful in the first half, not quite in that, but that was not far away from Antoine Semenyo. Well, big moment for Bournemouth early on in this second half. Antoine Semenyo firing just wide. Manchester United's bench is Amas, Evans, Fredrikssons, Lindelof, Eriksson, Mount, Ugarte, Obi and Tom Heaton is their substitute goalkeeper. Ball's over on the right. Semenyo hangs one high into the sky. Kerkez with a back heel out to the left flank looking for Ouattara. What a touch that was out of the sky, John Williams. You got one of those in your locker?
Are you joking? No chance.
Bournemouth down the left, Kluivert to Kerkez on the touchline. Kerkez looks up early, delivers a low cross in. Evan Nilsson's missed it. Luke Shaw missed it in front of Evan Nilsson. Evan Nilsson missed it behind him and it rolls out to the far side. And Dorgu will clear up towards halfway, but Bournemouth have it back with Semenyo now and Tyler Adams. Just inside the Manchester United half, over in front of the sun-soaked East Stand.
2 opportunities.
John Williams, as I'm sure you are, desperate for that second goal, just to put a bit more breathing space between the Cherries and United. There's a replay, Willow, of this chance in now for Evan Nilsson. How far away was it? Oh, it's rolled under his right foot. Shaw's just done enough, basically, to put, I think it might have deflected off of Shaw's back heel and taken it away from Evan Nilsson. That after Antoine Semenyo had fired just wide. Kerkez wins a throw into the Cherries. Back to Zabani, brings it under control, then skips away from Fernandez, who's moaning at his teammates again for not closing Zabani down. This time Højlund does and wins it back from Zabani down this near right-hand side. Short ball infield along the ground to Garnacho, gets clipped by Alex Scott and swan dived afterwards, launched himself into the air, threw his ankles into the sky, chucked his head back.
He has definitely got an equity card.
That was beautiful from Garnacho. And it was a free kick, it just didn't need the bit afterwards.
Dangerous spot though, that's the problem.
Halfway inside Bournemouth's half on this right-hand touchline, near side Fernandez delivers into the box. Kepa plucks it out of the sky under no pressure. And the Spaniard in his yellow goalkeeper kit, top shorts and socks, will roll it out to the right. And Tyler Adams and Bournemouth are going to try and head down the right through Semenyo. Semenyo, lovely ball forward along the ground, into the path of Evan Nilsson, right side of the box, early in, looking for Kluivert. Onana comes out, diving to his right and holds on to the ball. Bournemouth bright.
They had half chance.
But just that final moment not there, and at the other end here's Dorgu down the left, a little bit of space, left side of the Bournemouth box. Højlund slipped up inside the area, and that meant that Dorgu's cross was into absolutely no one. And Kerkez will recover it down this near side, down the line to Ouattara. Real pace and intensity for the second half. Casemiro slips, and that leaves room for Kluivert. Here is Kluivert, dribbling towards the edge of the area, looking for some options. Still Kluivert, edge of the box, lays it off to his right, and Evan Nilsson. Evan Nilsson brings it under control. Right side of the area. Reset for Bournemouth through Adam Smith over on the right touchline and back to Tyler Adams in the edge of the box. Just it didn't open up for Bournemouth there for Kluivert and Evan Nilsson. They're almost too close together, Willow.
Yeah.
Ouattara, edge of the box, low cross in towards the back post. Evan Nilsson sprinting to keep it in. Flags up for offside against Evan Nilsson.
Good stuff though, good start. I would say of them, 1 full-on chance, 2 half chances. I think Semenyo will look back at his and think, I should have put it between the posts.
Liverpool Spurs to come at 4:30 this afternoon. Liverpool need to avoid defeat to win the Premier League title. And of course the FA Cup semi-final at the same time. Forest against Manchester City. Crystal Palace doing a number on Aston Villa yesterday to reach the final. That's not great news as far as that extra European spot in the Premier League being available. Crystal Palace 1 step closer to securing a Europa League place if they were to win the FA Cup. Here's Kepa with the ball at his feet inside the 18-yard area. Bournemouth will lift themselves back up to 8th if this scoreline stays the same with the 3 points. Back above Brighton and Fulham again, who won late and in dramatic fashion. Fulham at Saints and Brighton over West Ham yesterday. Bournemouth will also move themselves just 5 points off Aston Villa with a win today. Here's Tyler Adams. Bournemouth have won it back well, and there's space for Kirkes. Kirkes, early ball down the left, looking for Ouattara. Ouattara does get enough on it to keep it in. Still dribbling down the left touchline. Mazwari's come across to him. Still Ouattara, left side of the box, trying to make something happen. Dribbling into the area, not quite. Does get a good cross in. Mazwari gets a foot in. Corner to Bournemouth. Dongo Ouattara did really well there, John Williams.
Yeah, he did. Put in a lot of work. Checked back 4 times before trying to get the cross in. Man United full-back just blocks out. Can we produce something here? A bag of tricks from corners. Come on.
Give you that stat again. 11 goals conceded by Manchester United from corners this season. Bournemouth will look to exploit it here. Alex Scott with the corner away to our left. Right-footed. Curling towards the back post, over the heads of everyone. Onana came and punched away from Mazraoui with no one around him, and he's punched it straight out of play for another corner to Bournemouth. And he gets a high five, Onana, from Casemiro, just to try and lift his confidence a bit. But he really didn't need to do that. I was just going to go out for a goal kick, I think, Willow.
Yeah,
he could have done with a shout from one of his teammates there.
Yeah, no help.
Kirkes will place the ball down.
Keep saying it, your voice is the fastest thing on the pitch. Talk to your teammates.
Kirkes' set pieces have been really dangerous. Kirkes low to the front post, cleared by Mainu. Did I give him the commentator's kiss of death there, or was that meant to be low to the front post? Was it? Sorry. Keep my mouth shut next time. Back to Kepa. Kepa, diagonal from right to left. It was curling, not enough on it to reach Kluivert, and Mainu has it on halfway. Ball forward looking for Garnacho. Zabani comes across, gets a good foot in there. The Ukrainian puts it straight out. Throw into Manchester United, 25 yards out. Down this near right-hand side, Antoine Semenyo's goal in the 23rd minute. That's what separates the two teams at the moment. BBC Radio Solent and the BBC Sounds app across the UK. Ask your smart speakers to play BBC Radio Solent. Great way to listen to the commentary this afternoon. Here's Alex Scott, left edge of the Bournemouth box. Tyler Adams clears up towards Evan Nilsson. Evan Nilsson gets bundled over by Harry Maguire. Evan Nilsson stays down. I think he might be hanging on to Maguire's ankle maybe to stop him from moving, or I'm not sure what was going on there. A little bit of afters between the pair of them.
It's a great first touch by Evan Nilsson. Really firm hit into him, but excellent work to get it down.
Good centre forward, old school, old fashioned, hold up play. Get your body between the ball and the man, and don't let him anywhere near it, and then draw the foul. Kepa will take the free kick. Heard from Simon Francis at half-time. I spoke to him about a number of topics, including strengthening the squad over the summer, and trying to negate those injury problems they've had this season, as well as the futures of former star players, in particular Dean Howson. Hadn't given up on maybe trying to get Howson to sign another contract here, a new contract. Bournemouth win it back on halfway. Tyler Adams, but you have to say that is looking unlikely that the Spaniard sticks around.
Unless they give him the 30 million.
50. Man United, left side of the Bournemouth box, flags up for offside. Bruno Fernandes absolutely fluffed his shot anyway, and he's managed to put it out for a throw-in right from about 6 yards in front of goal. That's impressive.
Still offside.
I know, but that is impressive. He was stood 6 yards out, and he's managed to put it out for a throw-in, shooting at goal.
I've done that.
You've done that. How many times?
Not many. Sometimes you just try and do it like you make.
You can't have found yourself in that position too many times.
No,
as a centre back.
If it was, I'd stay up as long as I could. If we had the ball, I wouldn't run back. I used to love corners.
The voice of John Williams, former Bournemouth defender and assistant manager. Your voice of the Cherries on BBC Radio Solent, week in, week out. Here's Dongo Ouattara down the left. Square ball in field to Alex Scott. About 10 yards inside the United half. Space out on the right now for Semenyo. Dribbles in off the right flank, down the line to Kluivert. Kluivert battling away with Luke Shaw. He's kept hold of the ball, Justin Kluivert, and goes back to Adam Smith now. 25 yards out, still over on the right. Little triangular passes from Bournemouth. Semenyo back out to Smith, who gets brought down by Dorgu, and I'd say that's a similar kind of tackle to the one that Tyler Adams was booked for, and the yellow card does come out now. Second player into referee Peter Banks's book. Tyler Adams in the first half, Patrick Dorgu in the second.
Yeah, it's just a collision, it's not.
Does he get to the ball first? Oh, he does as well.
Yeah, he does.
So that's, in fact, that's 2 yellow cards that shouldn't be yellow cards.
Yeah, you're right.
Tyler Adams shouldn't have been a yellow card in the first half. Peter Banks has levelled things up with another poor decision. Dorgu has just got the ball first, and then Smith trying to kick the ball has clattered into Dorgu, and it's Dorgu who's been given the yellow card. Smith's still down on the ground, and he's not the kind of player that will stay down unnecessarily. I think it's one of them, Willow. He's smashed the inside of his knee into Dorgu's. You know they are painful.
You get any bone on bone, it's always a bit of a concern.
You just see a shot of your old manager, Harry Redknapp, sat in the stands here away to our left-hand side, taking in the game this afternoon. It's a good spot, this. When we get this free kick eventually, it will be to the right side of the 18-yard area. We'll keep you updated what's happening in the women's football throughout the second half too. Pompey women against Blackburn women, looking to secure their survival in the Women's Championship. Need to better Sheffield United's result against Southampton women today. So Sheffield United were beaten 3-2 by Southampton women. So Pompey women on course with a 2-0 lead over Blackburn Rovers women to secure their survival, and AFC Bournemouth women were 2-0 up against Portishead in their final game in the Women's National League, Division 1 Southwest, before they're promoted up to the Premier Division. And great to see Helen Blizzard with a goal in her final game before she retires. Right, Adam Smith's back on his feet, is off over on the far right-hand side. Sure, if he looks like he's going to try and continue, just trying to get a bit of movement back in his legs. Free kick will be taken left-footed. Dongo Ouattara hits the bar, comes out, laid off to Zabani, shoots just wide. Oh, dangerous delivery from Dongo Ouattara. That had Anana scrambling across to his left-hand side. He was not expecting the direct shot there from Ouattara, and it's clattered into the post, I think, in the end, maybe not the crossbar, and the rebound has come out. Yeah, it's come off the post.
He didn't get near it,
and Zabani couldn't get the shot on target. It's taken a deflection out. It's been given as another corner to Bournemouth, which Ouattara will take. So he's on the left-footed corners now and free kicks, not Milos Kerkez anymore. Ouattara curling towards the back post. It's just wide. Thought for a moment then that might have been going all the way in Junior Stanislas style against Manchester United. You'll remember from back in 2015-2016, Bournemouth's first Premier League game against Man United, a 2-1 win Stanislas scoring from a corner direct in that emotional match.
I think we've overhit 3 times now to the far post. I think you can afford to plant a man there just in case.
Yeah, Bournemouth not able to make the most of Manchester United's defensive frailties from corners this season.
I think Senesi scored, didn't he, with a header from a corner against Man U?
He did, yeah, that was last season. And Howson scored with the header up at Old Trafford this season from a free kick.
Substitutes coming up, mate.
Yeah, changes coming up shortly for Manchester United. Ball's over on the far side. We're waiting an absolute age for a throw-in to be taken. Man United have failed to score in 13 of their Premier League games this season. Only Leicester and Everton have a worse record in that sense. Brought under control by Casemiro on the halfway line. Bournemouth red and black top, shooting from our right to left towards the Steve Fletcher North stand. Man United in white tops, shooting from our left to right towards the Ted McDougall South stand. BBC Radio Solent and BBC Sounds out to the left now in Luke Shaw. Luke Shaw forward to Garnacho on the edge of the box. Ilia Zabani clears. One back by Luke Shaw again. So a little nudge from Casemiro into Kluivert. And Harry Maguire has it on the halfway line. 1-2 with Shaw, back to Maguire now. Highlighter orange boots. He goes forward along the ground to the centre circle. And Howson followed Højlund all the way. And he brought Højlund down. And it's a free kick and it's a yellow card for Dean Howson for kicking the ball away. Silly yellow card there for the young Spaniard.
Yeah. Showed a bit of naivety there. First time all game. Usually pretty cute with things like that.
He's going to have the pick of his teams if he wants them in the summer with that 50 million buyout clause. Reports in the week that Chelsea may be in pole position because they have a good relationship with his agents. My understanding is that Liverpool could be the favoured destination. Ball over the top, looking for Dorgu inside the box. Early crossing, tipped over the bar by Kepa. He had to deal with that. That was looping over his head and may well have been going in. Corner to Manchester United.
He looked offside to me. Howson, he thought so too.
Just sprang out of nowhere, really, that attack for Man United down the left. Kepa had to deal with it. Corner to United. Luke Shaw will take it over on the far side in front of the travelling Manchester United fans. Fernandes, left side of the Bournemouth box. Dinks one in towards the penalty spot. Not dealt with. Header at the back post by Maguire, straight into the arms of Kepa. And he rolls it out quickly to Evan Nilsson through the middle. Evan Nilsson gets a good touch on it, brings it under control. Kerkez arrives in support. Kerkez's early ball down the left looking for Ouattara, cut off by Garnacho. He's back with Man United now. Triple change coming up from the visitors. Bournemouth 1-0 up through Semenyo. Space over on the right for Kluivert. And Adam Smith, who's shaken off that earlier injury. Here is Smith, skips infield, finds Semenyo again, back out to the right and Kluivert. Kluivert crosses into the box. Alex Scott's underneath it, wins the header down. Can't nod it into the path of Adam Smith, and Luke Shaw clears up towards halfway. Rasmus Højlund chests it down and lays it off quickly, and Dorgu's on the halfway line. Gets brought down by Kluivert. Yellow card on the halfway line for Justin Kluivert. He throws his arms up into the air.
Yeah, knows what he's done. Did the right thing. They had a run on us there. 3 subs, 7, 25 and 2.
Lindelof, Ugarte and Mason Mount are coming on. Casemiro is coming off for Ugarte. Let's see who's next. Mason Mount is coming on for Kobbie Mainoo, a former Chelsea man who's had a torrid time with injury since signing for Man United for 55 million.
And replacing number 5, Harry Maguire.
And Harry Maguire comes off, and Victor Lindelof is coming on at centre-back. Part of that defensive 3. So triple change, Willow, for Ruben Amorim to try and get his team back into this game. Free kick taken by Man United to the edge of the Bournemouth box. Semenyo clears and sends it up into the half, the opposition's half. And Kluivert puts Bruno Fernandes under pressure, who's back as the last defender for Man United. Lewis Cook's just been called back, and so has Marcus Tavernier by Andoni Iraola, so maybe a double change coming up for Bournemouth imminently. David Brooks is out warming up away to our left too, but he is still down by the corner flag at the moment. Heavy touch from Garnacho. Evan Nilsson wins it back, finds Semenyo in off the right. Oh, toe poked it forward. It was nearly into the path of Evan Nilsson. Important interception in there by Man United on the edge of their own box. And it's with Bruno Fernandes now. He just ventures into the Bournemouth half, goes down the line to Dorgu. Dorgu back in field to Fernandes. It's into the box and Garnacho out to the left in Dorgu again. Fernandes lines one up. Charged down and blocked by Tyler Adams. Kluivert gets bundled over and Evan Nilsson can't win it back. Physical play by Shaw. Man United come again down the left. Dorgu looks up early, low cross in. Zabani clears it the front post. Up into the sky. Fernandes is underneath it. Brings it under control, under no pressure. Semenyo ventures out to him. He lifts one into the box. Left side of it. Garnacho with the control. Early ball into the area. Alex Scott will smash it clear for Bournemouth. All the way up to Onana. No out ball for the Cherries at the moment. Evan Nilsson dropping deep. It's going to come back again. And as we head towards 67 minutes with Bournemouth 1-0 up against Manchester United, Andoni Iraola is going to send on Lewis Cook and Marcus Tavernier to freshen things up. Late tackle from Evan Nilsson. Clumsy tackle from Evan Nilsson. Mazraoui stayed down. Free kick to Man United. Referee Peter Banks, I think he's going to book Evan Nilsson. The yellow card is out. And there's a few issues down the touchline. Tommy Elphick involved. Yellow card for Evan Nilsson. I think he slipped, Willow, which made it look worse. He did. He did. Yeah, he slipped, and it just looked really clumsy and a little bit nasty, actually. But it wasn't his intention. He just lost his footing as he was running in there.
I can tell you that wasn't that nasty.
No, but in terms of the way he caught him and he fell, it looked that way, but it wasn't. I know it was.
Once you slip, you can't stop.
Because he was out of control, yeah. We'll get a free kick in a moment. We'll wait. Andoni Iraola wants to make the change. So
he might have changed his mind.
He's desperate to make it. He's in the ear of the four fish saying, why can't they just come on? Play's not got back underway. What are you waiting for?
I think he might have changed his mind on the substitutions.
Checking VAR, possible serious foul. I told you, I knew they'd look at that because of how it looks. He's not meant it at all. He's slipped. It's clumsy, and they are now checking that for a possible red card on Evan Nilsson. And that, if they stop it there and they judge it on that, that looks really bad. Because they're not even looking at the point where he slipped, they're looking at the contact. And that's not the full context of that clip. And that is a worry, Willow, I think. Your thoughts again, having seen it again?
You could be right.
They're calling the referee over to have a look. So Peter Banks is now sprinting over to the screen opposite us on the far side in front of the East Stand to review his decision, and that means they think back in Stockley Park, John Brooks, that he should probably upgrade that to a red, otherwise they would not bother calling him over.
Andoni's tried to get the subs on there. He tried to get the boy off.
That's why they wouldn't let him make. Now we know why they wouldn't let him make the changes.
Yeah.
Referee Peter Banks, this is a huge moment in this game, is reviewing the tackle by Evan Nilsson. He slipped as he was running in and he couldn't stop himself, and then his studs of his left boot have caught the left ankle of Mazraoui, and it looks on the slow motion replays bad. It does not look good, and Peter Banks has made his decision. He's walking back across towards the centre circle. Adam Smith, the Bournemouth captain, is in discussion with him. He's reviewed it. He has rescinded the yellow card, and he has upgraded it to a straight red card for Evan Nilsson. And the boos ring around the Vitality Stadium. Adam Smith's been booked for protesting the decision. Evan Nilsson sent off after a VAR review. It was a clumsy tackle from the Brazilian, but he slipped in the build-up to it, and he lost control. And when you take the contact in isolation and the slow motion of that,
and the steal, which is what we can see. I think what they're showing the referee, you can probably understand why he's made that decision. And now we've got a game on, and there's a yellow card for someone on Bournemouth's backroom team. I think it might be Pablo Dalla Torre, but it'll be given to Andoni Iraola, I think, for not controlling his staff. And now we're going to get that change. Bournemouth down to 10, 1-0 up against Man United. And they are going to have half or a quarter of this game to see it out for the 3 points. Alex Scott's coming off. Marcus Tavernier and Lewis Cook are coming on.
Clivert coming off.
And Justin Kluivert is also coming off. John Williams, your thoughts now on that decision to send off Evan Nilsson, and they will now lose him for 3 games.
Well,
hugely significant for the Cherries in their season.
I'm not sure there was a lot of malice in it. That was the only thing with me when I seen the retakes. I don't think he meant to do the boy.
Goes back to Onana, who has to chest it down. Lewis Cook immediately puts him under pressure, but Lewis Cook slips. Like we've been saying this at the start of the game, the players are slipping all over the place, and that is what has cost Evan Nilsson.
Yeah, absolutely right.
They are really struggling with the surface today. Man United over on the left. Ugarte forward to Mount, sprinting down the left-hand side. Here's Dorgu. Back up to Ugarte. Still down the left for Man United, 18 yards out. Bournemouth down to 10, Evan Nilsson sent off. Semenyo's goal gives them their 1-0 lead, slender lead. And they missed a few chances at the start of this second half to take control. And Kirkes clears out over on the far side.
Semenyo's gone up front, by the way.
Yeah.
Watara's.
Tavernier's playing left wing. Here's Man United again, Mason Mount, left side of the box. Playing with confidence now. Haven't been boosted by that red card to Evan Nilsson. Out to Dorgu. Dorgu delivers a cross. Underneath the crossbar, Kepa comes out, claims, plucks it out of the sky and holds on to it.
Well, now we want to see some time wasting. Dear me. Man United have been doing enough of it.
Kirkes. Down the left for the Cherries, away from Garnacho, brilliant from Kirkes on the halfway line. First touch for Tavernier, and it's a lovely one away from Ugarte to the top of the box. Tavernier still travelling, trying to get into the area, met by a wall of white shirts. Tavernier still has the ball, he's managed to keep hold of it. He finds Lewis Cook. Bournemouth still on the edge of the Manchester United area. Tyler Adams forward to Tavernier, another nice turn from Tavernier. Finds Kirkes down the left. Tyler Adams linking up with Kirkes now, left side of the Man United box, all the way to the byline, held up by the corner flag. Wins a corner to the Cherries, and this is where they're going to have to try and punish United now.
Yeah. Cookie's going over to take it.
Just in discussions with Tyler Adams, trying to sort something out. Tyler Adams not happy with something, I'm not sure what. Tyler Adams now gesturing to the box, to the dugout, and Sean Cooper. Tyler Adams really not happy with the decision for how this set piece is going to be played, I don't think. Lewis Cook will take it away to our left. Right-footed, curling towards the back post. Tyler Adams underneath it. Header goes up into the sky. And Man United clear the box. Semenyo underneath it. Howson wins it back. Looking for Ouattara, right side of the area. Flags up for offside. And Dongo Ouattara, like he did earlier on in the season when Evan Nilsson broke his foot, may well in the next few games have to become Bournemouth's makeshift striker again. Mazraoui coming off for Manchester United. Young 17-year-old Chido Obi is coming on for Man United. So a defender for a forward. As Ruben Amorim searches for the victory. Or an equaliser first.
I think we've gone to a back five here.
Defensively, I think you're right. When Man United are in possession, Tavernier's dropping deeper, or he's higher now. It's fluid from Bournemouth. They're trying to press the Cherries, but it's not easy with a man down. BBC Radio Sound and BBC Sounds. Ugarte dribbling through the middle. Lewis Cook slips then as he tries to stop Ugarte. They work it out to the left in Mount. Garnacho, Shaw on the overlap, square ball in, flick goalwards and cleared away from the goal line by Milos Kerkez. Kepa would have got there if not. But Man United pressing for an equaliser. Lindelof forward to Fernandes, nearly caught out by Lewis Cook on the halfway line. Mason Mount out to the left, heavy pass. Not brought under control by Shaw. Garnacho gets there, but then passes it straight to Ouattara, and then Ouattara skips away from Shaw. He feels he was clipped and went down. Referee wags his finger and says no free kick.
No, it's going to be a long 15 minutes.
76 minutes gone. Bournemouth 1, Manchester United 0. Antoine Semenyo in the first half. Ouattara has hit the woodwork since then with a free kick off the post. Garnacho. Fernandes back out to Shaw, 6 yards out, left side of the box, low cross in, Howson clears, and didn't quite get it right, but he got enough on it and has gone out for a corner to Manchester United.
Everybody look at the ball, lads, turn round, they're playing quick.
Shaw goes to Fernandes over on the left corner of the Bournemouth box, back to Shaw, low cross into the front post. Bournemouth do enough to clear the box. Back with Shaw again. Now works it square to the right, and Fernandes in Mount, 25 yards out. Here's Ugarte, looks up, shoots, sends it into the south stand. Goal kick. Bournemouth 1, Manchester United 0. Kepa not happy about something. They just look a little bit all over the place, the Cherries, in terms of their defensive structure, and they're trying to get some instructions from Tommy Elphick. While we wait for this goal kick, let's head to Fratton Park. Pompey women against Blackburn women, Millie Payne.
Well, Jordan, Portsmouth 3-0 up here in the 70th minute. A mistake at the back means Sophie Quirk can slot her second past Alexandra Brooks, giving Pompey a really comfortable lead here. We are staying up ring round Fratton Park, and so Pompey 3-0 up, and really, you would think they've secured promotion by now. Pompey 3, Blackburn 0.
Thanks, Millie. Pompey on course to maintain their championship status. The FC Bournemouth women 3-0 up on Portishead in their final game of the season too. Heading for an unbeaten title-winning, promotion-gaining campaign. They'll work it out to the left-hand side. Here's Garnacho. Dribbling down the left side of the box, away from Smith, low cross in, cut off at the front post. Not a great clearance from Tyler Adams, one back by Ugarte. Then Fernandes passes it straight to Ouattara. Ouattara's clipped, goes down. Yellow card for Luke Shaw.
Yeah, even going back to their corner, there was people getting back into position but not looking at the ball. They took it quick and we nearly got done.
And Ouattara's going to stay down sensibly, and that allows Lewis Cook and Marcus Tavernier to come across now to Tommy Elphick and Danny Arola, just to get on board some instructions. The players have been craving that, Willow. They've been looking at the bench, they've been asking for some help.
Well, it's not that hard. If all you're doing is, if they did go to a 5 at the back, it's not hard to explain, but you've got to do it very quickly and succinctly. You've got to.
I don't think they have gone to a 5. I think occasionally it looks like that, but they are still a 4 with Smith, Zabani, Howson and Kerkez. It seems to be Adams and Cook and Kepa that are most concerned with something that's not happening out there. There's a long ball forward from Bournemouth, goes all the way out of play for a goal kick to Manchester United, which Anana in his green goalkeeper kit will take. Let me say very quickly a shout out to Joe Davison, Willow, who got in touch with BBC Radio Solent. He'll be listening in from somewhere here inside the Vitality Stadium via FC Bournemouth's audio description commentary service.
Hi, Joe.
Thank you for your kind words, Joe. Last week, we really do appreciate it, and great that we are able to help you in your return to the Vitality Stadium to listen to your beloved Cherries. Used to come regularly, then had to stay at home to follow the games due to a decline in his eyesight, but now back inside the ground and taking in this brilliant atmosphere that has been here this season. Bournemouth 1, Manchester United 0. 10 minutes to go. The Cherries down to 10. Evan Nilsson sent off, straight red card after a VAR review for what was initially given as a yellow card. It's the second time it's happened to Bournemouth after Ilya Zabani's against Wolves that cost them dearly. And they will be desperate to avoid that from happening again. Marcos Senesi is getting ready to come on for the Cherries, who have a free kick just outside the centre circle, which Kepa will take.
Yeah, Senesi, they may go to a definite 3 then. Unless he puts him in midfield and tries to lock it up.
Bournemouth's 300th Premier League game. Tavernier wins a header out on the left, but Mason Mount is there for the second ball. Lifts it quickly into the Bournemouth half. Howson gets there. Passes it forward along the ground and out to this near left-hand side, and Adams and Tavernier. Tavernier links up well with Semenyo. Tavernier left side of the United box. Finds Tyler Adams by the corner flag. Adams bundled over by Dorgu. Free kick to the Cherries, I think, or is it just a throw-in?
Throw-in.
Milos Kerkez is going to jog down to take it. Just the throw-in it is.
Keep it in the corner.
Takes it short to Tavernier. Vitality Stadium bouncing. Bournemouth heading back up to 8th as it stands, but a lot of work still to do. We're in the final 8 minutes now. Space for Luke Shaw over on the left, dribbling up towards the halfway line, passes it into the Bournemouth half and further out to the left in the touchline in the feed of Garnacho. Skips in off that left flank. Infield now, central position, switches it out to the right. Dorgo with the header on the right edge of the Bournemouth box. Back to Euro. Here's Fernandez, edge of the area. Into the box, he finds Garnacho. Square ball out, Mason Mount shoots low. Sliding tackle by Ouattara, and then Kerkez with the second block. Back with United on the edge of the area. Fernandez into the box, he finds Garnacho. Trying to find room for the shot. This time Tyler Adams with the block. And then Howson with the block. And then Adams with the clearance, but it's straight to Euro. Euro sends it out to the right by the corner flag. It's with the feed of Dorgo now. Back to Euro again. Euro away from Semenyo. Semenyo trying to win the ball back, and does with a bit of help from Tavernier. Semenyo smashes it away from danger and into the Manchester United half. No one forward for Bournemouth. So it's back with Onana now. 7 minutes to go plus stoppage time. Still we wait for Marcos Senesi to be introduced. And Victor Lindelof on halfway. Everyone back behind the ball for Bournemouth, all 10 men. Headed away by Smith into the path of Ouattara. Ouattara sprinting down the right. Knocks it in front of Ugarte, cuts across him, bundles into the ground. And that is a blatant free kick. And it's not been given by the referee, Peter Banks, who is having some game this afternoon.
Unbelievable.
Iraola cannot believe it. Ugarte, that happened in the first half, and he gave a yellow card. Here are Man United at the other end. Square ball into the Bournemouth box. Lewis Cook clears. Who was the Man United player that did that in the first half and got booked? I can't remember now. Was it Dorgu? I think it might have been.
I just can't believe that he hasn't given a free kick.
Not looking at the ball, wiped the player out, cut off the run, no free kick. Unbelievable. Bournemouth defending at the other end. Garnacho. Adam Smith clears up towards halfway. Lindelof has it inside the centre circle. Lindelof works it out to the right, and Dorgu. Out of play, throw into the Cherries.
Substitution for the Cherries.
I still can't believe that was not a free kick.
No.
Show your appreciation, please. Number 24, Antoine Semenyo.
Semenyo coming off.
Yeah.
Marcos Senesi coming on.
Dango up front.
Now you might see your 5 at the back, John Williams.
Yeah.
Right, Senesi left side of Howson. And then Zabani in the right, the 3 central defenders. Kerkez left wing back, Adam Smith right wing back. Adam Smith really not moving very well on the far side, Will. That's just fatigue or that earlier injury. Manchester United get us back underway. Here's Luke Shaw, just dribbles out of the centre circle into the Bournemouth half now, almost to the edge of the box. Cross towards the back post, flicked away by Senesi. Important first touch by El Gladiador.
Yeah.
Behind for a corner to Man United. 5 minutes to go. Bournemouth 1, Manchester United 0.
Was an important header that from Senesi. Just got a little glance on it, just a touch to take it away from any white shirts.
Corner comes in, Kepa catches, drops to the deck, wastes a bit of time. Good goalkeeping from the Spaniard. And Kepa's picked up a bit of cramp. He's going to need some treatment. Why are you smiling, Willow?
Yeah, I'm sure that maybe
these things happen, especially to goalkeepers.
Yeah,
a lot of miles on the clock over the course of 90 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Physio's coming on. Bournemouth players are coming over to have a word. Dongo Ouattara and Milos Kerkez take on board some fluids.
Yeah,
take a bit of sting out of the game.
Everyone's on fluids at the moment. Let's hope they invested a little bit in the tank just to see 4 or 5 minutes of injury time, I'm guessing.
There's been no goals in the second half. The red card VAR check was pretty quick, but that'll add some on.
I'll say
been a fair few subs.
I'll say 5.
You're going 5?
I want it to be 5, but I'm
not 4 or 3. Was that just wishful thinking?
It is, with all the bookings in
these days. You don't get 3 minutes of stoppage time anymore, do you? Kepa's okay. He's back up on his feet, and he's going to be okay to continue.
That's a relief.
I know you were worried there. He might have to be subbed for a minute. Will Dennis went straight out to sprint. He did as well. I was being sarcastic, but he is actually out there warming up. I take it all back.
You never know, just in case.
Back underway. Kepa bowls it out to Senesi down this near left-hand side. Senesi launches it long down the line to the edge of the United box. Lindelof gets the first header in there, but Ouattara's still got it. Tavernier joins in. Left corner of the United box. Kerkez is over there. It's very congested for room. Here's Ouattara now, trying to win the throw-in. It goes Manchester United's way. Iraola, Tommy Elphick, furious. Taken quickly by Man United. And Ugarte will dribble it up towards the halfway line now, and into the Bournemouth half he travels. He's got Luke Shaw to his left. He's got Garnacho out there as well. Here is Luke Shaw. 25 yards out. 1-2 with Mason Mount on the edge of the box. Good tackle by Tyler Adams. Out to Mason Mount again. Ugarte forward to Luke Shaw. Back heel into the path of Mason Mount. Just held up inside left of the Bournemouth box. Cherries do well and win it back through Tyler Adams, and Lewis Cook clears up towards halfway in Ouattara. Ouattara gets a foot on it but sends it straight into the east stand. Throw into Man United. 2 minutes to go. Plus stoppage time. Bournemouth 1-0 up. Fans trying to get them over the line. Down to 10 men. Evan Nilsson sent off in the second half. Dean Howson dribbles out from the back. Here's Tavernier. Not many options ahead of him other than Ouattara, but he can't find him. Tavernier runs into trouble. He's desperately trying to win it back for Bournemouth now. There's Dorgu. Sends it out to the left-hand side in Garnacho. Garnacho has a run at Adam Smith. Back to Dorgu inside the box. Pulls it back. Mason Mount shoots. Deflected wide. Corner. Vital block in there from the substitute Marcos Senesi, I think it was, because that may well have been sneaking into the back of the net. Still Bournemouth 1-0 up. Corner for Man United to come. Oh, it's a huge block from Marcos Senesi.
Yeah,
I think that's going in. He's just stuck out his left knee and sent it wide of the goal. Corner to Man United. Fernandes to the edge of the box. Shaw on the volley wide. Goal kick. He was in space. He caught it cleanly. He couldn't get it on target. Now Dean Howson's gone down with cramp on the 6-yard line. Man United are making a change. Christian Eriksen's coming on. Patrick Dorgo's coming off.
Yeah, he's okay, Howson. He's up, luckily. Just needed a little stretch.
Look, 15 seconds plus stoppage time to go. Bournemouth 1, Manchester United 0. BBC Radio Solent and BBC Sounds. Tim Robinson, the fourth official, any second now is going to pop the board up. 9 minutes of stoppage time, and Andoni Iraola cannot believe it. He's just shaking his head and smiling and chuntering away to himself. More boos around the Vitality Stadium. 9 minutes for these 10 men to put in another shift and hang on to this 1-0 lead. Ouattara back heel to Kirkes. Kirkes back heels it away from Euro, but then slips again, which has been the theme of the day. I could say, well, I'm not sure that I've seen the Man United players slip in as much as the Bournemouth players.
No, that's true.
And the Cherries are going to need this crowd now, and they raise the volume again. Luke Shaw forward to the edge of the box, and Obi dribbling away, palmed away by Kepa, keeps it out. Another corner to Manchester United. And Chido Obi, I haven't even noticed he's been on the pitch really since he came on as a sub, but he sprung into life there and skipped away from a couple of red and black shirts. More defending for Bournemouth to do. We're into 9 minutes of stoppage time at the Vitality Stadium. The Cherries have a slender 1-0 lead, and the referee's refusing to let the corner be taken until the ball which was put out for the corner is regathered by the ball attendant. And now the corner is taken. Garnacho, edge of the box, shoots, charged down by Marcus Tavernier. Back with Ugarte, just outside the centre circle, sends it out to the left in Luke Shaw. Eriksson for United, back to Ugarte. Here's Fernandes, dinks one into the box. Garnacho chests it down, Ouattara gets a foot in there. Behind, another corner to Manchester United. 2 minutes of the 9 are up, 7 to go. How you feeling, Willow?
On the pitch.
2 balls on the pitch. Well done, that ball attendant, say the Bournemouth players.
They might add another minute on for that.
You might do, you're right. Corner will be taken again. Eriksson goes short again to Shaw. Left side of the box, 18 yards out. Square ball to Ugarte, 25 yards out now. Luke Shaw lifts one into the area, headed away by Howson. Eriksson shoots goalwards, blocked by the Cherries. Garnacho shoots, that's blocked as well. Fernandes shoots and hits the side netting. Oh, Kepa was rooted to the spot. That was curling. It wasn't curling enough. It's a goal kick. It's Bournemouth 1, Manchester United 0. The Cherries are down to 10. They have got another 6 minutes of stoppage time to try and stand firm.
I thought it was in. When I seen it hit the side netting.
Oh, that was close. Lick a paint away, Willow.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
He's just left the swerve a little bit late, hasn't he?
Listen to that noise, John Williams.
Fantastic.
They know what's at stake. They know how important these 3 points are to their team. They want to go on a European tour next season. They're trying to help the 10 men of AFC Bournemouth over the line. Here's Ouattara at the other end, battling with Lindelof. Goes back to Onana on his goal line. Ouattara's charging him down. He can't get there. It's over with Luke Shaw now. Bournemouth have to reset and get back defensively. Ball's on the halfway line. 3.5 minutes of the 9 up. Fernandes on the halfway line. Just allowed to dribble forward now. 25 yards out. Shoots. Kepa holds on to it. And he screams at Tyler Adams for not closing down Bruno Fernandes and then giving him that much room on the edge of the box. And now Tyler Adams, who's been arguing with everyone all day, is now arguing with Ilya Zabani. His body language, Willow, has not been great this afternoon, Tyler Adams.
He's got the ump about something, that's for sure.
Kepa slices the clearance high into the sky, and it's an easy one for Ugarte to bring under control with one touch out to the left and find Luke Shaw. Shaw forward to the edge of the box and Højlund. Højlund out to Garnacho. Loose touch from Garnacho. Throw into the Cherries in a right back position. And those Bournemouth players out there are running on empty. They all slumped to their knees near enough. Redo their socks, try and take on board some oxygen and find something for these final 3.5 minutes. 4.5, sorry.
Oh no.
Look at
You've done me a treat.
Sorry, I'm sorry. It's been a long day.
It has.
Here's Euro inside the centre circle for United. He's got Mason Mount out to the right, but he just stops and puts his foot on the ball, finds Ugarte to his left. 18 yards inside the Bournemouth half, now all the way nearly to the edge of the 18-yard area. Irola's name rings around the Vitality Stadium. Still the North Stand sings. Now the East Stand joins in too, and the South away to our right. Here's Eriksson for Man United. Short pass to his left-hand side, Ugarte to the edge of the Bournemouth box. Square ball, Yoro's in space, just outside the D, held up by Tavernier. Pass into the box in Mount. Mount crosses to the back post. Zabani heads away. Fernandez lays it off to Shaw. In it comes and it's in! I'm not sure who it came off last, but it's taken a ricochet and it's gone past Kepa. And Manchester United have finally broken down the 10 men of Bournemouth in the 96th minute to level this game up. Bournemouth 1, Manchester United 1. Manuel Ugarte has been awarded the goal. Zabani may well have got the touch. Højlund was in there as well. It's Højlund who's got the goal. Yeah. In front of Kepa. Just a little side foot reaction touch. Heartbreak for Cherries at the end of this game.
Yeah, we've got to make sure we get a point though now.
Areola's going to respond by sending on a striker in Daniel Jefferson. I think he probably feels 1 point might not be enough. Here are the Cherries. Kirkes crossed the bar. It's a poor cross from Kirkes. It's straight out of play. It's a goal kick. Man United still pushing for the win as well. They're sprinting for the ball. 97 minutes gone. 2 minutes of stoppage time left. Dongo Ouattara coming off. Daniel Jefferson coming on. Dongo Ouattara taking an absolute age. How you feeling, Willow?
Oh dear, to just get a point out of it at least. It's not probably going to mess the season up, but just get a point. We deserve the point. Them chances that we had just after half time have come back to haunt us. It's not the first time this season, but teams just keep piling pressure on when you're 1-0 up. They know they've still got a chance.
Bournemouth battling so hard with 10 men for so long to hold on to their 1-0 lead. Here's Yoro on the halfway line. Forward down the line to Mount. Rasmus Højlund as well. Only his second goal since December. Man United's number 9. Luke Shaw out to the left. It's Garnacho. And with all 10 back behind the ball, Daniel Jefferson having to do some sprinting around. Yoro has it again. Man United want a winner. 45 seconds to go. Into the box in Obi. Obi away from Senesi, goes down. No penalty, says the referee, but Tyler Adams' clearance has been smashed into the head of Marcos Senesi. So that means it's a corner.
Let's give a foul.
And Senesi stayed down. I don't think he has. He's given a corner. He's just blown his whistle in that way because Senesi's down with a head injury and he's gone over to see if he's okay. And more defending now for Bournemouth to do. This will probably be the last action of this game. Corner to Manchester United. Eriksson takes it short away to our right to Fernandez. Fernandez to the top of the box and Luke Shaw. Luke Shaw curls one to the back post. Way too much fizz on it. Bounces out of play. Goal kick. Bournemouth 1, Manchester United 1.
That's 9 minutes.
9 minutes of stoppage time are up.
Yeah, I wonder what Tyler Adams has. He's not been right today, has he? He's constantly been worried about other things on the pitch.
It's been strange, a strange game for him. And the way he's reacted to things, Willow, you're right. Goal kick, Kepa takes. Still the referee waits to blow his whistle. Into the Man United half. Tavernier doesn't win the header. Obi then beats Howson to the next ball. And Højlund spins away from Senesi. Senesi wins it back well. Daniel Jefferson's there too for Bournemouth. Lays it back to House on the edge of his own 18-yard area. Howson clears out of play. Throw in to Man United. In the right back position. Euro would take it. We've got 2 balls on the pitch. There's the full-time whistle. A point for Bournemouth against Manchester United. But having taken the lead in the first half by Antoine Semenyo,
A huge moment in the second half is a VAR review of a tackle by Evan Nilsson, which was initially given as a yellow card, was then upgraded by referee Peter Banks, having been sent to the screen to rethink his decision. And the 10 men of Bournemouth held on all the way until the 96th minute of the game, after 9 minutes of stoppage time had gone up on the boards. And it was a tap-in really in the end for Rasmus Højlund to level things up for Manchester United and put a huge dent into Bournemouth's hopes of European football and qualification next season. John Williams.
Yes, I'm afraid we've been here once or twice before where just after half-time we start really well and we create quite a few, I would say 3 half chances, 1 full-on one, and also hit the post. And you just know that in a game in the Premiership, you're never safe with 1 goal. There's always something likely to spring up. There's always something special that somebody will do. Fire a shot in. They've hit the side net in here with Fernandes. He could have scored, so you've got to try and block them things out, but it takes an awful lot of work, and our lads today have put everything they possibly could into it. Just haven't taken the chances we should have done.
Was it a red card?
I suppose it is nowadays, but the only thing with me is I think he slipped. I don't think there was intent there. If it's not intent, if you don't mean to do something, it's a yellow card, isn't it? And that'll do you, but not nowadays maybe.
You don't need me probably to tell you what's happening at the moment. That is referee Peter Banks making his way off the pitch to a hostile environment here at the Vitality.
easier to watch, I think, isn't it?
Feeling of emotion today. I mean, this will be the first time in your life you'll have seen this. Obviously, COVID robbed us of the last opportunity, but people talk about the 90s and the late part of the 1980s when we took this for granted. I think we're a bit better now, aren't we, at taking these experiences for what they are?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen us win it all now. This will be it today, hopefully. Can box them all off now and say I've seen us win the lot. But, I mean, the COVID one, yeah, we won the league and we were phenomenal. We were the best team that season, but we couldn't fully celebrate it. Whereas today, you can feel it just walking to the ground. It's those magic Anfield days, isn't it? It's great.
What do you like walking to the ground now? Because you're probably like a footballer at the moment, aren't you? Life, like I said at the top, has probably changed immeasurably from the way it was maybe 6 months ago before this came along.
Yeah, look, the show's out at the minute, so it's very fresh, isn't it? And people are just lovely. Scousers, you know, we back our own, and everyone's just, well, hopefully they're proud of it. And it's nice when they come up. That's all we wanted when we were making the show. We wanted to make the city proud. And the fact that now everyone's like, oh, we love it, is there going to be a season 2? House of Bamboo, all that gear. It's just a bit like pinch yourself. It took me by surprise a little bit.
Is it still taking you by surprise? You mentioned the song there. I was watching a video from Little Cooper's, which is a really famous pub in Liverpool, and they're all doing the dance to the thing. It's almost become a bit of a cult.
Yeah, it's the amount of people have had come up to me in the street and go, oh, teach me that dance, this dance, or we're having it at our wedding, or showing me videos of like people skiing and all that. I originally read the script and I went, oh no, not line dancing, not dancing. But people seem to love it. And that's what you need with those shows. You need bits of humour and something a bit different, and you know, because it's quite dramatic in some places, so they're proud of it, really proud of it.
You've been in big shows before and big dramas before, but how soon into reading the script and reading your role did you think this is something a little bit different that maybe could be something a bit special?
I think for me it was like, when I read it, you know, Michael's got so much going on. I couldn't believe I was lucky enough to get that part, because, you know, he's constantly got something going on in his head, and the more lies he tells, the deeper it gets. And I just knew when reading it, I was like, I've got to play this part. And then I auditioned for 6 months. It wasn't like an overnight thing. So it was great. But I think the big part of it is like they got it right. You know, there's little complexities in there, and you know, I think the love story is really important, and then the IVF storyline is so much, it's so layered. It was a gift of a part to play. I'm very lucky.
How good was it to play with your mates as well? There's so many in the cast that you've actually grown up in, you know, being in the same school as, for example, as well, to share that must have been special.
Yeah, I mean, Jack McMullen is my best mate, so we've done time together, and now we're doing this, and you know, spend 6 months with your mate, it's incredible. And then Mike Noble and little Darcy Shaw and Bobby Schofield, you know, very lucky. And I think Liverpool at the minute go off track a little bit. You look at the music scene, you look at the football scene, you look at the acting scene, it's got that feel to it at the minute, where it's like, remember the Mersey beat, or Manchester in the 90s, or New York with the Velvet Underground scene. Liverpool's got a buzz about it, and I think there's nowhere better in the world to be at the minute, especially when the weather's like this.
James Bond next? Happen to scouse James Bond eventually?
Yeah, it's got to happen eventually. I mean, I don't know. I'd love to. It's that again, it's a pinch yourself. Like, to even be linked to it, it's a bit mad.
We're hoping that you stick around long enough for there maybe to be a second season. Moreover, let's go back to where we started to finish. How excited are you about today?
I was driving here in the car and I had Webster playing, do you know what I mean? Yeah, these are days that you dream of. You know, remember 10 years ago when we had Hodgson and all that, it felt like a million miles away, didn't it? So to be here now, and you know, we've been brilliant this season, and the lads deserve it. We deserve it as fans, and it'll just go off in here today. I can smell it.
We've got goosebumps. They're proud of you. James Nelson-Joyce soon plays that unsavoury character, Michael Kavanagh, in The City Is Ours. There's a few dodgy fellas looking for him as well, I think, so we'll leave it there and pass to you pitch side.
Well, Liverpool's players are just about making their way off the pitch here at Anfield. The subs are the last to go before they get their final messages from Arne Slot ahead of this afternoon. But let's hear from another Dutchman who's contributed plenty towards this campaign. Cody Gakpo will start from the left today, and he knows Liverpool are just 90 minutes away from realising their dreams.
At the moment we are very focused on putting in a good performance, hopefully a big win in front of our fans, and then I think after the final whistle of the ref, then I think everybody will be like thinking about what we have achieved. Yeah. At the end, this is the moment where we all work so hard for, the whole year, and obviously we lost the final. We were out of the FA Cup. We got knocked out of the Champions League as well. So that were moments where it was maybe not as good as we wanted to be. But I think if we can win it on in the weekend, then I think it's an amazing season for all of us, and something we can really build on in the future.
And looking after business as well, Spurs can be a very tricky outfit, can't they? Everybody's talked about them, but I think it's 10 of the last 12 games at Anfield they've scored a goal.
Yeah.
They would be hopeful of a European final themselves. There's still plenty on the cards for them.
No, I think maybe they don't have their best Premier League season they have had in years, but I think everybody knows that they have so much quality in the team, a lot of good players. So it's not a game that you say, oh, we will win that, or we get a draw for sure. No, but that's with every team in the league. So I think everybody knows how hard it can be. It doesn't really matter who you play, but it's up to us. So we have to get in there and, like I said, put in a good performance.
You've had so many great memories of Anfield, personally, collectively as a team as well, and you will want it that way for the final three, won't you? The carnival atmosphere that Anfield can create.
Yeah, so I think everybody knows what kind of special place it is, and hopefully we can make it even more special this weekend.
And is there part of you that thinks back to being a young boy, and this is life-changing for the fans that have never seen this thing happen inside Anfield before, but for you, presumably life-changing as well to become a Premier League champion?
Yeah, I think when you start football and you get knowledge about the leagues in Europe, I think everybody can agree that the Premier League is one of the, if not the best league in Europe and in the world. And to become hopefully a Premier League winner is, I think that's every footballer's dream at some point in life, and that would be an amazing achievement, yes.
And just finally, Cody, nothing is done until it's done.
Exactly.
I think that's been the overall message of the entire season.
Yes. I think that's also the approach of the manager, how he approaches every game. That's how we as a team, speak to each other, live together. Like it's not done till it's over. So that will be the mindset in this game again, and then hopefully we win it, and then it is over. So let's go out there and give it our best.
Well then, that is Cody Gakpo speaking ahead of this afternoon. Tomo was touching a little bit earlier on about Arne Slot, the job he's done in terms of improving players, sometimes seen as a centre forward, but he's found a home on the left this season.
I'm too nervous to answer you, to be honest.
Okay, that's really helpful, thank you.
I've gotten really nervous for some reason. Tomo, answer that.
Now listen, he's been brilliant, Gakpo. It's like quite a few of the players, is when they've had an injury, they don't hit the ground running. But what he brings to the side when he's in full pelt, you can see his value, and I think that's why he's in today. But he's been one of those success stories of this side. And I was thinking also defensively, when we need it, he puts Ryan Gravenberch as an extra centre-back with Virgil. So he gives us extra impetus. So he's made better players, and he is sort of studying up players of how to get the best out for the sake of the team. And Cody fits that bill. He was tried as a centre forward, but he's better, far better on the left.
He's caused problems, to be honest, for Darwin Núñez and Diogo Jota. We were talking about it before. Jota and Núñez will be disappointed they're not down the middle today, because Diaz is obviously going to play there because of Cody Gakpo's performances.
Absolutely.
It's as simple as that. You've got to pick him. His goals this season have been phenomenal. His performances have gone up a notch. He's more comfortable on the left. It's where he plays with his national team, the Dutch. So he's another one that's improved this season.
Just some final thoughts then. 10 minutes to go until kickoff. From a player's perspective, the noise, the colour, this is everything you dream of as a young kid, isn't it? If you want to go and be a professional footballer, this is what you want to end up as.
There's nothing like it. I mean, I got close I got close, that was it. This fella, he's got the T-shirt, read the book, he can answer that question better than me, but just the atmosphere here is electric. If you can't perform in front of this, you're in the wrong game.
I said before, this place knows how to celebrate a title. We show all the other football clubs how it's done, the way it should be done. This celebration coming to the ground for the coach. This place is a special place. Let's hope we can do it again today.
But you also said to me before, just when we were on a break, that a lot of people in this ground have never seen this. I said it as well, that some people, everyone will feel they were robbed 5 years ago, that this is overdue. This is double celebration if Liverpool can get it done.
Well, it is for the vast majority in here. It's not been 30 years, it's been 35 years. There was 4 lads outside my local coffee shop this morning having a breakfast, the Daily Dose in Autumn, and they're like that. They looked about 35 to 40 years of age. They were so excited at 10 o'clock, going, we've not seen it, Tomo. We've not seen this. We want to experience what it's like. And I was like that. Wow, from these lads who are that age, this was extra special. And I just think there's thousands like those 4 lads today. And I hope we do it today for them.
Well, this is it then. Nearly there. Nearly there. The moment has almost arrived. The teams are about to be read out here. And we are closing in on Liverpool's date with destiny. Can they get the 1 point they need to become Premier League champions? Full audio commentary of Liverpool against Tottenham Hotspur is on the way with John Aldridge and Steve Hunter after the break. We'll see you at full time, where hopefully title number 20 will have arrived.
It's the first day of the Premier League season.
There are a lot of fans scattered outside Anfield. Right then, that all-important team news today. There's 2 changes from Leicester. They're all in the full-back positions. Connor Bradley ruled out with a little knock today. Trent Alexander-Arnold makes his first start since returning from injury. And Andy Robertson back in. So we go with Alisson Becker in goal. Andy Robertson, the skipper Virgil van Dijk, Ibu Konate, Trent Alexander-Arnold at the back line. Then Ryan Gravenberch, Alexis McAllister, Dominic Szoboszlai in midfield. And up top, Cody Gakpo, Luis Diaz, a special day from the man for Baracas, makes his 100th Liverpool appearance today. And of course, Mohamed Salah. Bench of Kevin Kelleher, Wataru Endo, Darwin Nunez, Curtis Jones, Federico Chiesa, Diogo Jota, Harvey Elliott, Kostas Tsimikas, Jarell Quansah. Teams just coming out onto the field, just down below me, as we look from our commentary position on the 6-4 main stand gantry. As for Tottenham, well, Ange Postecoglou has shuffled the pack big time. They've got a Europa League semi-final coming up. He's made 7 changes. Heung-min Son is out injured, and Toffee's hero, Richarlison, has to settle for a place on the bench. He's changed his back 4 from the defeat to Nottingham Forest. They go with the Italian Vicario in goal. A backline of Destiny Udogie, Ben Davies, Kevin Danso, Jed Spence, Lucas Bergvall, Archie Gray, James Maddison the midfield, and Matisse Tell on loan for Bayern Munich. Brennan Johnson, Dominic Solanke, the front pairing. Tom Bramall is our match referee for this one. Greg Pawson is in charge at VAR. The sun is shining, the stage is set. This is Anfield, this is our cathedral. Come on, George, you know what to do. He's pressed the button. Here we go, the anthem. Is a case of, isn't it? You don't need words to that. That was.
Well, if that doesn't get the team going, nothing will.
That was amazing.
That's a brilliant rendition.
In the sunshine, Liverpool attacking the Annie Road first half. Tottenham in the light blue away strip. I don't know why they're not in white, by the way, but there you go. But Liverpool at the back with Virgil van Dijk knocks it square to Konate. Liverpool attacking from right to left first half. Here's Ryan Gravenberch back towards Van Dijk again, just inside his own half. Number 20, like the champagne, is on ice. Can we get the job done today? A point is all we need. We won't play for a point, Aldo. It's not.
No, you've got to. No chance.
Spurs with an early chance on the left wing with Tal trying to get to the byline. Good defending by Konate.
Who's the referee, Steve? Who's the referee today?
Tom Bramall from South Yorkshire is the ref today. Now Robertson on the near side, back in the team. Good knock over the top. Gakpo will get away from Spence on the left wing. Gakpo turns it. Diaz is central. Good play. McAllister with space. Switches it to the left wing to Andy Robertson. Backwards towards McAllister again. Just listen to that. Also like to extend a massive welcome to our great friends, the blind and partially sighted listeners all around Anfield. Hope you're well. And hope you're feeling very, very special, even more so after the 90.
Yeah.
Diaz was just dragged back there, central midfield, free kick.
Yeah, he come deep from the back four. He's obviously playing up top. We thought Gakpo might be playing there, but he's been the preferred choice for some time now in front of Núñez and Jota, hasn't he? So that tells you something, Steve, with the lack of goals.
I've got to mention your entrance to the gantry. I love that. How do you still do that, climbing over?
I get mixed up with. I always get mixed up which way to come in, which entrance to come up.
Two lifts.
I end up having to climb over, don't I? Yeah, so done me groining.
Alexander Arnold, first touch for Mo Salah on the right, just outside the box. McAllister back heel. Salah left foot shoots. Oh, just over the top.
Got it to target,
Chance for Mo Salah.
He's got it to target, Steve. He's gone for the top pin. Made the goalie save it. It's a great move. He started off well, really well, and he's played it with brilliant layoff. And he's got to do better than that.
Seen him score from there before, haven't we?
Yeah, but
Remember what he got against Pickford for Everton from there, Annie Road End, and that was a similar chance. Not scored in his last 6, Mo, which is amazing.
I think that's the reason why, because he's been doing that, Steve, to be honest. he's having a proper off couple of months, isn't he? Hopefully he'll come to fruition today.
Just over 2 minutes gone in the Anfield cauldron of noise. Arna prowling the touchline, looking very smart and dapper as always. Vicario, big kick forward by him. Konate heads it away from Solanke. Tottenham picking up down the left, not for long. Alexander Arnold, first time over the top. Danso heads it away. And Bergvall with a header in midfield. Tottenham go long, but Alexander Arnold will cover. Alisson's out of his goal. Takes it back in before Tell could get there.
Good goalkeeping.
Holds it back out to Trent. Trent Alexander-Arnold with space. Picking it forward. A bit too over-ambitious that time. Straight to Johnson. Now Ben Davis. Back to Danso, the Austrian international who made his debut at Anfield for Spurs in the Carabao Cup defeat. Vicario out wide to the left to Udogie. Maddison down the left-hand side. Infield to Tell. Tell cutting infield. Bergvall's there. Gakpo made the challenge, but Spurs come away with it. Spence just in the Liverpool half. Jed Spence at right back to Danso. Tottenham have rested both their regular centre-backs today. They've had injury problems, Romero and Van der Ven. On the left, Tal cutting inside, Gravenberch. Edge of the area, Maddison, silky skills, turns away from Szoboszlai. Still Spurs have it, wide to Tal again. Cross will come into the Kop box. There's a chance there, and Robertson, great reactions to clear. Now McAllister gives the ball away under pressure, but Spurs are offside.
Don't know if he's offside when the opportunity came, but I think you're right. Robbo got the right side and didn't even read it really well.
You were by the sand and walking. What was it like walking from there to Anfield just before the game?
Yeah, it's just it's a gala atmosphere, isn't it? It really was. People enjoying themselves, all in good humour. Looking forward to the game, hopefully the celebration afterwards.
Alexander Arnold, lovely play. Ball down the line to Konate. Salah trying to get it inside, but Archie Gray blocked it well for Spurs. Spurs with possession so far, but well won back by Ryan Gravenberch, helping out at right back. Alexander Arnold turns, trying to pick it over the top for Salah to run onto, but Ben Davis back to his goalkeeper, Vicario. By the way, Tottenham, 1 clean sheet in their last 9, by the way. And they've only got 12 points from a possible last 90 at Anfield. Here's Solanke on the left wing, turning away from Virgil van Dijk that time. Spurs trying to cut forward. Gravenberch with a good challenge to win it back. Now Gravenberch on the prowl for Liverpool. Gakpo makes a great run. Will he play him in? He's gone down the middle. Spurs clear. It's come back to Robertson. Diaz on the attack. Diaz holds it up. Luis Diaz on his 100th appearance for Liverpool today. Cutting in from the left. Pings a ball towards the back post. Unlucky, wicked deflection. A doggy clears. But unlucky that, wasn't it?
There was a couple of little nerves there from the Liverpool players, I think. Early on, just a couple of straight passes.
Just over 5 minutes gone. 0-0. Mo Salah with a curler wide. Alexander-Arnold plays it forward. Blocked by Tal. Goes out for a Liverpool. No, it's a Spurs.
It's a Liverpool ball.
That's a Liverpool ball, that, isn't it?
Even Spurs thought it was a Liverpool ball. Don't know.
They throw it back to Davis, just back inside his penalty area towards Vicario again. Because you famously played up front for Liverpool in a game where we played Tottenham and we won the league against them, didn't we? Peter scored.
Yeah, that's the one, 88,
It was a tough game that day, I remember.
It was a tough game. They
Spurs
played really well, and Peter scored a great goal.
Yeah, here's Tal on the left wing for Spurs, running at McAllister, just outside the Kop penalty area. Good run into the area. Konate missed it.
Far too easy.
But then Gravenberch, great ball over the top. Mo Salah is away down the left.
Put it in early.
Diaz at the back post. Salah towards Diaz, but Diaz had already stopped and made the run central.
But he should have gone for the ball. It was the right idea from Mo Salah. It was exactly the right idea. It was just
Diaz went the wrong way.
Yeah, he sort of hesitated on his run.
Now a good charge down over the far side by Szoboszlai, and it deflects wide for a Spurs goal kick. 7 minutes gone in the Anfield sunshine. 0-0. And there will be a few nerves, won't it? I mean, you've been there, as you say, that Tottenham game when we won the league with a few games to spare in '88. There was a few nerves that day, wasn't there? And Brucey had to make a couple of good saves.
You know what's at stake, absolutely, But we haven't played well for a while, Steve, to be quite honest. We haven't been ourselves, we all know that.
Gravenberch deep inside the central midfield, halfway line. McAllister quickly closed down by Bergvall, wanted a bit too much time, but he's won it back well.
Won it back really well, didn't he?
Diaz going down the left for Liverpool. Gakpo behind him. There's Cody Gakpo again.
Switches on him. The way they're playing, the switches on there.
Through the middle, lovely turn by Gravenberch. McAllister played it early, but there's no one there. It's gone back to the Spurs keeper.
The centre forward plays on the centre half. He's there, but we haven't got a natural centre forward at the moment, have we?
Liverpool, by the way, have been top of the Premier League every day since November the 2nd, Aldo. It's not bad.
Yes.
McAllister running down the right wing, leaves it for Alexander-Arnold, who's on the back track under pressure. Konate, square to Van Dijk. Van Dijk swings it back post. Great ball, good touch by Gakpo, gets it there for the goal. Vicario makes the save, corner. Well, it was an effort that Gakpo had to just get something on it, and he did ever so well.
He did. It was a really good ball. He got him behind, timed his run to perfection. It was difficult for him to hold the ball, but he did really well to get a corner out of it.
He tried to sort of lob it over the keeper from a
that's all he could do, because he was on the stretch.
First corner of the game, left wing, Anfield Road end, as we look here, which McAllister, right-footed in swinger, to take for Liverpool. Can Liverpool make a breakthrough here? We've actually scored from the corner the last 2 games. I know Aldo finds that hard to believe.
It's not bad,
Swung in, keeper punches it clear. Szoboszlai on the volley, scuffed it, little turn. Shot! Oh! It didn't miss by much from Cody Gakpo.
He's done all the hard work with his touches, and he only has to hit the target and it's a goal. And he's put it wide. That sort of sums up the last 7-8 games in front of goal for us, because that's got to be a goal. He's done brilliant.
Lovely skill, wasn't it?
He's done brilliant once.
Flicked it up, little turn and a volley wide. If that goes on target, that's a goal. But he put it off target. But we've had 2 good chances in the opening 9 minutes. 0-0. Spurs go forward. Good challenge by Robertson. Oh, penalised, says the ref, for a challenge on the Wales international Brennan Johnson. Free kick to Spurs deep inside their own territory. Jed Spence, well, just thought a shot there of the King, Sir Kenny in the stand, and Marina's listened to Virgil's call. She's in a big red dress today. Virgil, of course, was asking all the fans to turn up in red. Now at the other end, the ball over the top, and Konate concedes a corner. Needless, that one, wasn't it, really?
He didn't deal with it.
No.
The one thing he goes with his wrong foot sometimes. Yeah. He's got to wrap his left foot round that and give it for the throw-in rather than a corner, because, you know, you're obviously giving him an opportunity.
Yeah. So it will be a Liverpool Spurs corner on the right wing. James Maddison to take it at the Kop end. 0-0 so far with the opening 10 minutes of this encounter. So the Kop hold its breath. Spurs looking to pose a danger from a set play. Ange Postecoglou's team. Maddison to swing it in from the right. Dangerous delivery. Header towards goal, and it's in. It's headed in. And we didn't defend that well at all. And it's powered in with a header, and it's Dominic Solanke, of all people, who heads Spurs into the lead. The ex-Liverpool man.
It come from bad defending from Konate. Bad defending, you have to say, because it should not have been a corner. He should have dealt with it. And then you don't mark the players. It's a deep long cross, and it's a really good header. It's a really good goal. You've got to give him credit, but it's off the corner when you. Anyway, look, makes it interesting, doesn't it?
Yeah, Maddison's delivery into the edge of the 6-yard box, and Solanke charged in. He wanted a bit more. Don't know. It's again like the cup final. Why is McAllister marking one of the bigger players? Don't get that.
I don't get it.
That happened at Wembley, didn't it?
I don't get
Burn.
it. Once bitten, twice shy. You know, said it time and time again.
But
you know, but it's something we got to learn from.
Liverpool
You can't do that.
Liverpool, who might have got the early goal through a couple of chances, find themselves a goal down here to a former Liverpool player, Dominic Solanke. Spurs in front. Gakpo on wide on the left, tangling with Bergvall. Bergvall won the ball, and a free kick given to Spurs.
It's a bad decision. If anything, you should let them play on. Tottenham, it's a bad decision. It wasn't a foul.
Absolutely. It's interesting he's gone for the Diaz down the middle again today, isn't it? What do you make of that?
Well, it just shows you, you know, if you've got your two strikers, Jota and Nunez fit, and you play a left winger, it shows you where the intentions are next season to go and buy a strike, or maybe two, and do a bit of business. I'm pretty sure that's going to happen anyway.
Vicario, Szoboszlai further forward in the Spurs penalty area. Davis plays it straight to Salah. Great ball in. Diaz jumped so he couldn't reach the header.
So unlucky.
Mo did the right thing.
He did, yeah. It was
unlucky. Now at the other end, Van Dijk turning away from Solanke. Back to
good ball by Salah, just a bit too high for, you know. And again, if you've got a proper centre forward, with all due respect to Diaz, because he's good in his head, you know, he makes the most of that.
Salah turning away from a doggy. Back to Ibu Konate. Alisson again just outside of his goal. Back to Virgil van Dijk. Rolled short to Robertson. Looking for a first-time ball forward to Diaz. Charged down by Brennan Johnson. Throw into Liverpool, right by Honour's dugout. Liverpool 0, Tottenham 1. That wasn't in the script, although.
If you don't do your defending right, Steve, then.
Konate. It's a good ball down the middle. He's on and McAllister is in here. Edge of the penalty area. Still McAllister. Diaz turns. Good skill. Diaz, he wants to shoot with his right foot. He's blocked out and it's cleared. He didn't want to shoot with his right foot there. And it's cleared. Now at the other end, Van Dijk trying to keep an eye on Solanke. Virgil does well. Back header by Spurs. They win it back with Gray. Tell down that left-hand side. Turning inside Szoboszlai. Back to Gray. He turns it back to Danso. It was a good chance that Fulridge felt there, wasn't it? It really was, but Diaz didn't seem to me to want to shoot with his right foot.
That's childish play by Diaz. You don't do that.
Yeah, Arnold was frustrated by that one.
But he should have.
Free kick.
You know, he had 2 or 3. He probably had too many options, and he chose to hold on to the ball too much, and then the chance goes.
A long way to go, but disappointing that, conceding that from a corner.
You know, I've been
Spence goes long down the middle.
I've been going on a long time now about our strikers, and you know, they were good early in the season. But the last 2 months, it's chronic, really. You know, if you look at the goals we scored, and you know, a couple of penalties from Mo, and in general, none of them have been scoring. And you can see, you know, in the first 15 minutes, we had 3 or 4 good opportunities, and we haven't took them.
Van Dijk, that's a great ball out to wide to Gakpo on the left wing for Liverpool. Cutting inside Johnson, whips the ball into the area, up towards Szoboszlai, cleared by Ben Davies. Liverpool win it back in midfield with McAllister. Van Dijk, halfway line, Ibu Konate. Gakpo, Gravenberch, back to Konate again. Salah in space down that right-hand side now. Cutting inside a doggy. Great ball, Szoboszlai! Diaz!
Yeah! That's
count.
close, that's close.
There will be a VAR, an automated offside check.
That's great.
Diaz thought he'd levelled. Szoboszlai made a great run.
I think it was close, you know. We're not seeing the...
Great move. Gravenberch with a great ball out wide. Look out for Szoboszlai making the run now with the
he's onside, I think. I think he's onside. The shoulder.
I think he's onside with the man in the middle.
This could be overturned, this.
The lad in the middle.
The shoulder there.
Yeah, when Szoboszlai plays it and Diaz taps it in. I think it is going to be disallowed. The automated. We're still waiting to hear the full verdict.
That is very close. It's really it's extremely close. Yeah, and the way I'm looking at it, it's extremely close.
They're still looking at it.
Yeah.
With the automated offside. When Aldo looked at that in the middle, it looks like there's a Tottenham man playing him onside. So we wait and see. The automated offsides is meant to be quick.
This is borderline. This, I tell you, whichever way it is, it's an inch. It's a fraction of an inch.
And we've had that before with Spurs, haven't we? Diaz, the same player, bizarrely. So this might be a goal, you know.
It's going to be a goal.
This is going to be a goal.
Yeah!
Defender! Luis Diaz! 1-1 for Liverpool. The noise on that was immense. And on his 100th appearance for Liverpool, Luis Diaz gets Liverpool level. And although that is a case of the technology working as it should do.
Perfect. It's a great goal. It's a typical Liverpool. We've done that many times, and he scored a few of them. You know, they're my type of goals, Steve. Little tap-ins. You timed it on right, and it's a super goal.
Offside. The technology works, and Luis Diaz has 16 goals for the season. Special in it on his 100th appearance.
Yeah,
to get that.
Yeah, I saw some people before. A lot of money on bets have gone on him scoring. Everyone fancies him to score. And
it's a centre forwards goal. Like
it was, yeah, it was those goals. Super goal. That's a bad header by Virgin there as well. Do you know what?
1-1 here, thanks to a VAR intervention.
The atmosphere again, and the noise levels went up with some decibels there.
Oh, it's unbelievable. The fans are jumping up and down on their feet here at Anfield. Luis Diaz, Dominic Szoboszlai with a brilliant assist.
You're going to hear the Diaz song ringing round, better than it's ever done before.
It is. Bergvall free in the area, dangerous cross, nobody there for Spurs. Salah did brilliantly there to win it against the doggy. Alexander-Arnold for Diaz, lovely hold-up play by Diaz. Now he turns, he gives it to Trent. Brilliant ball down the line for Mo Salah.
Done well. Salah's done brilliant.
Salah, he's been hacked by a doggy, but he still holds him off, Mo Salah. He waits, now he's in midfield and he plays it back to Konate. Join in, this is the Diaz song, listen. Liverpool playing across midfield, Szoboszlai to Salah. Salah to Szoboszlai again, turning it back to Alexander-Arnold. Out wide to Salah. Salah into the box it goes. Spence heads one away. Wouldn't quite fall for Diaz. A loose ball break for Gravenberch on the right edge of the box.
No one in the middle.
Into the area. Salah can turn. Salah back to Gravenberch. Gakpo!
Offside
the
again.
flag goes up again.
That's close.
And again,
that is close, but I think that might be offside. But that is close. Move that. Why there, Steve? I can't see the screen. Yeah, you can see now. We'll see, I'll tell you now.
Let's have a look now as it's played. I think he's off there. I think that's off.
Yeah, he's offside.
Yeah, this won't be a goal.
But we're getting in on that side, on Mo's side. We're finding the holes in there, the gaps in there.
Yeah, that didn't take long. That was an easy one to make. But They say, although sometimes they say things even itself out, it's mad, isn't it? Last season, Diaz away at Tottenham now. Deja vu. This one's given at Anfield. Who said football's a funny old game? 1-1 though here. After Liverpool went a goal down. Luis Diaz getting Liverpool level. Gakpo there having a goal disallowed. That time it was right, the decision. Set up by Gravenberch. Here's Kanata. Back to Alisson and inside his own penalty area. Van Dijk swings it up towards Cody Gakpo. Headed away. Diaz as well to out-muscle Spence.
To get the throw in, yes.
By the dugout. He works his socks off as always.
The commitment and desire that he gives the team is second to none.
Brilliant. There's Kanate just outside his penalty area on the right. Ball down the middle. Soboslai waited. Gakpo might get on the end of this, putting pressure on Spence. The right back has to get there. He's turning under real pressure. Gakpo charged it down. The crowd are literally cheering every 50-50, every challenge holder out there, aren't they? Brilliant. Now Spence with the throw for Spurs on the near side. Van Dijk with a good touch under pressure.
I tell you what, he's found in Solanke a real handful, isn't he? I like Dom when he's at Liverpool. Obviously he was never going to get his spot, but he's come on really well. I like him as a player. He's tough to handle.
Here's Solanke beaten in the air by Van Dijk. Now in midfield, Bergvall heads it forward. Touched on by Kanate. Sending it back to Alisson again, just outside of his goal. Played short to Alexander-Arnold.
He plays such a high line, Tottenham, don't he? To give you opportunities to play that long ball.
Yeah, trying to swing. He just got his accuracy wrong that time, Trent. Looking for Mo Salah on the outside right. Spurs get it back again. Just back to their goalkeeper, Vicario.
The way they play, there's going to be a few close calls in this game,
Definitely.
I think VAR could be called on a few times.
1-1 here at Anfield. Awkward bounce for Robertson. Not a good header, that's unusual for Robbo, but brilliant by Gravenberch, who got his body in the way to win it
Then
back.
give it a ball away sloppily. Yeah. He's saying to the referee that he was held on to.
Arna's not happy with that one, he feels he was as well. But it's 23 minutes gone, 1-1. Solanke opened the scoring. VAR intervention, Luis Diaz levels. 1-1. Maddison at the back for Tottenham. Gives it straight to Alexander-Arnold. Good ball centrally. Luis Diaz can turn. Lovely switch. Gravenberch on the right. Salah. 2 to take on. Gravenberch. What a 1-2. Salah. Back into the box towards Gravenberch. Maddison defending it. Clears his lines just to Tal, who plays it, but Gravenberch will win it into the area. Brilliant. Here's McAllister. Shoots! By Gravenberch, by the way.
Brilliant. Gravenberch obviously made the opportunity with his work, and then it came off Salah somewhere. But when it fell to him, he's thumped it. That's better than the goal at Fulham. The goalie had no chance. He rifled it in. Typical Argentinian style. Great goal. Absolutely superb. And it come at a great time. Great comeback from Liverpool. We're just seeing it here again. And Gravenberch has done brilliant. And he's just laid it, and he's just not thought about it. He's just smashed it.
Wow, Aldo, we've seen him hit thunderbolts with his right foot. That was with his left.
Yeah. I didn't notice that. Yeah. Got too carried away.
Hey, I tell you what, by the way, I tell you what, Aldo, 7 goals for McAllister is not bad.
That's what you should be getting from your midfield in the season.
Absolutely.
And assists as well. He's quite a few assists.
Oh, what a goal that was! Wow, that was an absolute rocket from Maka.
Too definitely. Absolutely brilliant.
But this is what it's all about. This is the sheer power Everyone pushes together.
Canate, though, what's he doing? He's so sloppy at times.
Yeah,
Not 2-1, and he's just passed the ball out to play.
Yeah, Canate just kicked that ball out of play there with a sloppy clearance. But 25 gone. Liverpool 2, Tottenham Hotspur 1. Brilliant comeback after going a goal down. Wonderful atmosphere, great spirit, great togetherness. Arnold enjoyed that goal like we did. That's a foul by the Bergveld's taken out.
Do you know what? The reaction after going 1-0 down, you know, sloppy corner given away, sloppy goal, you know, and then they've made amends brilliantly, you know. It's two excellent goals, Steve.
Ball's back with Alisson, Coppin. Canate, Liverpool 2, Spurs 1. Alexander Arnold, forward to Canate again, slides in. Doggy won the challenge, Trent wins it back, and then under pressure he just slices it out of play, throwing to Spurs. Maddison, back to Doggy on that left-hand side. Challenge comes in, but it's penalised there, a foul. Gravenberg, Tottenham get a free kick on the left wing area.
You know, we've got to mark up,
set piece.
We've got to mark up better than what we did before, haven't we?
Tell you what, Aldo, that felt good, didn't it, when that went in?
Ah, superb. Great strike.
What a feeling. But got to be still careful here with Spurs and set pieces. On the left wing to take Maddison, who does take a good delivery. We know that from his Leicester days. Swung in, header towards goal, and Alisson had to tip it over the bar. Solanke again, I think it was.
Well, let's look.
It is. Solanke
what
again.
happened against Newcastle when we didn't do anything about marking the big fella for Newcastle, and he scored at the third attempt. Now you've got to sort out Solanke now, who's going to mark him, and take the responsibilities and change your position to make sure he doesn't do it again. Yeah. You know, that's what football's all about.
Absolutely. And it will be Maddison to take.
It'll be the same corner. It'll be the same corner.
Yeah, on the right.
They've worked on it. They know what they're doing. They're looking at where our big men are and where the small men are. And you see Solanke there again.
He's unmarked at the moment.
No one marking him.
No.
And it doesn't make sense. You know, Diaz is doing nothing. Gravenberch is doing nothing. Swap them over and someone mark him.
So Maddison does take it. Canate does well. And Alexander Arnold volleys it clear. That was better defended from Liverpool from the corner. Spence knocks it long over the top of Trent. Maddison keeps it in play right by the corner flag. Good tackle by Trent. Spurs throw in on the right, level with the Liverpool penalty area, which Jed Spence is going to take. Thrown short to Bergveld. Spence, good challenge from McAllister. Spence again, cross will come in. Good header by Van Dijk. Now Diaz, can he get a touch? Gravenberg, lovely touch. Soboslai.
That's all right.
Alexander Arnold with a
pass. That's nearly a fantastic ball, isn't it?
Doggy just got there before Salah. Back to his keeper, Vicario, who clips it to the left. Gakpo, good header. Diaz, brilliant touch to win it back in midfield. Soboslai, man on, he's been fouled there by Bergveld. Free kick Liverpool. Soboslai is getting himself into some really good positions.
Might fancy a shot. It's 30 yards out, but you might fancy a go here the way he struck the last one, McAllister.
Including this, Aldo.
Trent's not on it. I think McAllister might fancy this.
Including this one. On our last 5 against Spurs, we've scored 17 goals.
The way they play, you're not surprised, though. The high line that they play, it suits us down to the ground.
I wouldn't be surprised if we got 20 by the end of this. Free kick Liverpool, central midfield area. The fans are literally singing themselves hoarse today. It's a truly special atmosphere. It really is. Liverpool leading 2-1 after being a goal down. And we're edging towards the half-hour mark. Poetry in motion now, getting an airing in the Kop hymn. Now, you might play it short, Soboslai, for Trent to have
he's not going
blast. Who knows what we're going to do here?
He's going to have a shot, yeah.
He's going to have a go. He hits it, struck it well, but it's over the top.
Didn't get that right, unfortunately. No harm done, though.
The thing is, in that position, the two of them could have a shot. Soboslai's good at them. Free kicks. Spurs with the ball in the penalty area with the goalkeeper. Diaz comes up to him quickly. Salah putting pressure on Ben Davies. There's Konate with a strange back header. But Van Dijk, brilliant against Solanke by Van Dijk.
I don't know what Konate's had for his breakfast. He wants to sort himself out.
He's not had his Weetabix, has he?
No, he's not, is he? You know.
Here's Konate, deep inside his own half. Back to Alisson again. Out towards Konate. Liverpool 2, Tottenham 1, half an hour gone. Here's McAllister, just outside the penalty area at Liverpool. Going back all the way to Alisson again. Now Van Dijk again. Inside his own half. Szoboszlai, he's literally older, isn't he? Playing on the shoulder of these Spurs defenders.
He's on there.
Great ball down the line by Alexander-Arnold.
Can he get past
Salah,
him?
he's nutmegged the doggy. Did a doggy take a touch? He did.
Yeah,
Liverpool corner, right hand side.
That's just what you've got to do with Tottenham. The high line, you just got to look for more in behind, you know, and especially Gakpo, you know, on this side, or someone to make a late run and get him in, because it's going to happen more and more. You know, that's why the games at Tottenham were 6-3 or whatever they were, and the games were brilliant games to watch. It's the way they play. They give you the chance.
McAllister, who scored that Steve McMahon-esque thunderbolt at the Anfield Road end. That's what I was saying, Aldo. That Macca goal was like a Steve McMahon goal, wasn't it?
Yeah, Macca knew how to do it as well, yeah.
Thunderbolt. McAllister, Anfield Road end, right-hand side. Swing in the corner kick for Liverpool. The Reds looking to extend their lead here at Anfield today.
Strange, the ball with no wind, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. The ball was moving there. That was weird. Maybe it's the decibel levels of the noise here just making the ball.
To be fair, it could be. It's that loud. But the ball got neg in it.
Yeah, what's that? McAllister will try again. Right-hand side, Anfield Road end with the corner. It's moving again, that ball,
That's
you know.
strange, isn't it?
That's crazy. There must be a divot in it. Behind the corner flag. This is bizarre.
Swap the ball. I've never seen that before, have you?
Because there's literally no wind in much, as you say. The ball is not moving yet. McAllister now will strike it. But cleared away. Gakpo, good touch. Can he shoot? He gets a shot. Yeah! Gakpo drills in. Liverpool 3, Tottenham Hotspur 1.
Tucked out well. He had an opportunity prior to that 5 minutes ago, and he couldn't get it out of his feet. But he managed to just riddle his way into a bit of space and just put it right in the corner. It's a great finish. It's a great goal.
Brilliant technique from Cody Gakpo. He takes his shirt off to reveal a message for his faith as well. He's a very religious man, Cody Gakpo, but he's got 17 goals this season now.
Yeah, and to be fair, he's had a really good season, but he's not played. His goals per game ratio is good, better than most.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the corner came in, and his bad header from their point of view, but the way he found the space, that's a great goal, you know. That's a lovely. He's just passed it where the goalie couldn't get it, right into the corner.
And that's nice for him. He had a few chances at Leicester last week, but that's his first goal since coming back from injury. He was on fire before.
From this angle, look.
What a lovely turn, lovely dink finish. He had a brilliant Euros, and Arne Slot has put him on the left side of the attack, and he's carried on that. There's red balloons everywhere you look in the stadium. The noise levels are amazing. Liverpool were 1-0 down. They're now leading 3-1. Aldo, by the way, I don't think you can hear me. We scored from the corner again.
Oh, yeah.
We're getting better at that, set pieces, corners, and you have to do that sometimes. Here's Bergvall on the right, blocked by Van Dijk. So after Solanke opened the scoring, Diaz, McAllister And Gakpo giving Liverpool a 3-1 lead.
So lucky.
Salah trying to get Trent Alexander-Arnold away, but they've left space. Tal with the through ball. Poor pass by the on-loan Bayern Munich man. Konate read that really well.
Play by Konate there, good play.
Touch by
Can he find the pass now?
Diaz in there.
Well done.
Although Luis Diaz was at right back there, by the way, winning that ball. Brilliant. Working hard, every one of them for each other. Now it's come out to Virgil van Dijk just outside his penalty area. Back to Ibu Konate. Down the middle. Oh, sliced. Ball again by Ibu, who's not got his passing right today, the big fella. So far. But Liverpool are leading 3-1 here with 10 minutes to go to the break. That was the scoreline. When we won the league here, didn't we?
7-1.
And there was another game. Ronnie Whelan scored a number.
7-1, I think.
Ray Clemence's Anfield return.
Yeah, it was 7-1.
Tottenham.
Pretty sure it was
a different one. Tottenham led by a Glenn Hoddle goal at half-time. And Ray Clemence went to the top, guarding the second half goal. And it was unbelievable, the reception he got. It was Clem's first return to Anfield was first. The other one was the 7-0, wasn't it, when Barry Daines was the Tottenham keeper, when Terry Mack scored that unbelievable goal.
I don't know what score it was. I remember the game you're on about.
3-1 it was.
Hoddle scored the super goal in the and then
I remember the goal scorers. Ronnie Whelan, your old mate Loro, and Kenny scored 3-1. They won the league. Here's Danso at the back for Spurs. Liverpool leading 3-1. Magical day at Anfield so far here, when we know what's at stake. Danso put under real pressure by brilliant pressing by Luis Diaz. Just a bit overzealous, says the referee.
He just pulled him back, didn't he, with his arm a little bit.
Free kick to Spurs. We saw Richarlison warming up before. He got a nice reception, by the way. Van Dijk with a powerful header into midfield. Forward by Maddison. Alexander-Arnold will get there against Tell, but the referee says he shoved.
Yeah, it's a foul.
Mattis Tell. Tottenham will get a free kick.
I always have a little flutter just for the sake of it. I've done 3-1 and Mo to make a goal, assist. I don't think that's not going to happen now. This could be 6 or 7, couldn't it?
It could be. Could be. Bergvall stopped by Gakpo. Brilliant through ball. Diaz. He nearly got Mo Salah in. That was a great challenge by Ben Davies.
Good refereeing as well. You know, he tried to play the advantage. He's pulled it back. It's good refereeing.
Free kick for Liverpool because of the foul. Just sit back and listen to that noise, folks. It's like, to paint a picture for you, although it's like the days of Shanks when you were on the
brilliant
with the fans raving the rattles. That's what it looks like with the scarves, isn't it? It really is such a sight. It's incredible. Spence for Tottenham with a long ball over the top, expertly covered by Virgil van Dijk. Robertson, great ball, first time down the left. Gakpo racing away.
Szoboszlai's on.
He's reverse ball. Robertson. It's a good cross.
Ball.
Salah knocks it down. Szoboszlai with a touch. Trent to shoot. Great block by Davis again. Great tackle by McAllister on the stretch. The crowd loved that one. I think that should have been a free kick for Liverpool, by the way.
Linesman should have seen it there. Linesman as well. He's going mad on.
On a slot is raging.
That's lovely passage of play from Liverpool. The way Tottenham are now, they're all over the place. They don't know what to stick or bust in the game of pontoon.
Yeah.
You know, they just, what did they do? You know,
that could have been
we're flying at the moment, and it's exactly what we wanted to win this league in style, and this is the sort of performance that you want.
Danso down the line. Johnson with a back heel. Bergvall, good challenge from McAllister. And Arne Slot, just as Jurgen did on the final game of last season, got the cop to sing the name of Arne Slot. That's what they're doing. Tottenham overrun it again. Salah, halfway line. It'll come for Trent with a first-time ball, nearly put Diaz away. But Tottenham on the dangerous break here with Tal.
Trent's out of position.
Tal. Trent's got back at him to force him away from goal. Maddison on the left. Take it on Konate. Gets in the cross. Good header by Robertson. Cody Gakpo holds off Spence.
Play on.
Ball forward. And the offside.
You've got to play on.
Yeah, he pulled it back for offside.
Linesmen keep the flag down sometimes till they score and then they put it up. No, this. Look, that's frustrating. It's not going to harm us because it's 3-0 up, but that's poor officiating from the linesman there. Just play on, and the referee should have played on.
Now Konate at the back foot for Liverpool there. Szoboszlai turning it back inside his own penalty area to Virgil van Dijk. We brought the weather from Portugal with us, with you, Aldo, here today.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day, isn't it?
Diaz, sloppy on the left. Spence intercepts.
Oh, brilliant.
Not for long. Gakpo wins it back. Robertson. It's gone out for a Tottenham throw. Right in front of the dugouts on this near side.
He's having to go with the officials on as well. He's having a proper go. He thought that was out of play before it hit him.
It's taken short now back towards Kevin Danso. 4 minutes to go to the break. Liverpool were a goal down, but have turned it around to go 3-1 up in style. There's some great goals. Luis Diaz, Alexis McAllister, Cody Gakpo, the goals being shared around. And the ball's back with the Spurs keeper, Vicario. Out wide on the left to back pass from Maddison. Davis. Vicario again. Surely Mo Salah will score at some point. He can't do now in the second half. He's too good a player to keep going all them games without scoring. And he'll get a chance. Now Tottenham go long to Brennan Johnson on the right wing, who does have pace. He's got there, low ball in, back post, good by Konate, because Tell would have scored to make it 3-2. Konate stretched the long leg. That was the best of Ibu there, Aldo.
Yeah, it's good covering.
And Tottenham have got a man down there. Tell has gone down and Konate has gone down because there was a bit of an overstretch there.
Yes, like collision.
Yeah,
nothing.
So that's what now. So that's why the players held up. It was like we started well in the game, although we had a couple of chances with Mo and Gakpo, and then we went a goal down, but the powers of recovery, as it were, was tremendous.
Yeah, you know, he still believed in himself, and we playing some really good stuff, and first 2 goals were, you know, smashing. No, the 3 goals are smashing, really good goals, you know, and it's a sign of a really good team to come back after, you know, we've done that before many times this season.
You know, it's funny before because, you know, Tomo and Jason McAteer were on pre-match. Phil Thompson, the king of Kirby. They weren't happy because people have been saying that in media and then fans of clubs. You're going to get there saying, oh, it's been an easy ride. It's not been an easy ride.
Never an easy ride.
We're a point away now. It's 3-1 up with 5 games to go.
No,
it's incredible achievement.
I'll show put the shoe on the other foot. What about when we went 95, 6 points, whatever? There's 2 occasions and didn't win the league. That is absolutely unbelievable.
As you say, Aldo, it's all nonsense from Manchester and Everton.
No, of course, it's rubbish. Absolute rubbish.
Gravenberg back to Alexander-Arnold.
Do what you have to do to win the league and what it takes, and that's all. That's what we've done.
You've been there, seen it, done it.
Good ball.
Van Dijk to the left wing. Robertson just outside the box. Deflected low cross. Oh, Tottenham made a right pig's ear of that, but they got away with it. Just no red shirt there to capitalise. Here's Gakpo nearly winning the ball on Robertson. It just went through his legs. And a doggy. Great tackle by McAllister.
Brilliant. He's been outstanding first half, McAllister. Tigerish in midfield, isn't it?
Yeah, it will be. Now it's thrown back towards Danso. Across his back line towards Davis. Just inside his own territory for Spurs. Back to Danso. On the right to Spence. Less than a minute to go in the opening half. Liverpool leading 3-1. Spence down the line. Robertson blocked. Diaz couldn't quite take it. Spurs get it back with Danso.
On's having another go. That was a foul on
Gakpo, yeah.
on Gakpo. He didn't give it.
Spurs go again down the left. There's 4 minutes of added on time. Tal into the area on the left. Crosses straight to Alisson. Makes a good routine catch. Our Brazilian stopper. He was magnificent, wasn't he, Ali, of that last home game against West Ham, by the way?
Outstanding again, yeah.
It's some unbelievable saves.
Yeah.
Alisson back out to Van Dijk. Liverpool move down the left. Robertson back to Virgil again inside his own penalty area. Back to McAllister. By the way, folks, there will be no trophy presentations today, by the way. That is all getting done on the final game of the season when we play Crystal Palace here. After the game, that will happen.
Years ago, they did it the other way, but that's the way they do it now.
Yeah. Van Dijk for Liverpool.
Gakpo's made some superb runs.
Over the top of Spence.
He really has.
Is Gakpo on the left wing for Liverpool, holding off Spence.
Brilliant.
He's turned Spence. He's delivered a cross.
It's a foul, you know.
Vicario takes it.
It's unlucky. He's pulled him everywhere. He's full of life. Gakpo today, the front three, they're playing really well.
It's really unlucky. Now Spurs have it again on the left. Tal, Maddison, good tackle by McAllister. No, he's given the free kick.
He's got the ball. He made the interception. You know, Maddison's gone down fairly easy.
What's quite funny, Aldo, you said before, Arnold has been raging at some of the free kicks going against Liverpool, you know.
I know.
On the touchline, he's not happy with some of them.
Maybe that was a foul. I think I got that one wrong. I think he did take him.
McAllister on Maddison, yeah. Deep into stoppage time at the end of the opening half. Liverpool 3, Tottenham 1. Arnold on the edge of his penalty area with his first team coach Aaron Briggs, who looks after the set pieces, just making 1 or 2 shouts towards the players. Maddison with a free kick. It's deep in central midfield in the Liverpool half. It's gone out wide to Mattis Tal again. Back to Maddison.
Don't let it come in.
He's played it away from Salah. Talah's got free in the box. Pulls it back for shot. Comes in from Tal. Good block by Van Dijk. Now Bergvall on the left. Good tackle by Szoboszlai. Bergvall's got away from Alexander Arnold. There's the cross. It's wayward. That'll do. Goal kick.
Good play by the Tottenham man, young lad. Looks a good player, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got some good skills, Bergvall. Now Alisson, not in any particular hurry. What have you made of the opening half then, Liverpool? Although we've done what we had to do.
Champions do what we've done today.
Yep.
That's what you do, you know, you get beat 1-0, you know, a few little nerves early on, but they react and then they get the job done, and that's what we've done at the moment.
Gravenberch's header down to McAllister. Van Dijk, McAllister again. Still Van Dijk. Goes square towards Konate. Turns it across his back line towards Van Dijk. Robertson. And it goes out again towards Konate for Liverpool. Liverpool just playing keep ball at the end of this half.
Now the ball can
not
go
long
in
left.
behind.
Now Gravenberch runs past a couple of players.
Oh, he's put himself
then he puts himself in trouble and runs into trouble as Tottenham break with a doggy. Maddison. Gravenberch redeems himself with a great tackle.
Yeah, well done. He's done well, really. Again, good reaction to make amends for his mistake.
Did brilliantly there to track back here. Spence to Bergvall. Turning it back to Danso. Liverpool 3, Spurs 1. Referee will bring this to a close shortly as the ball goes out of play.
That's about it, I think.
Should be.
Yeah.
Indeed it is. So half time. Job done so far. Liverpool trailing by a goal to nil with Solanke, but the comeback was brilliant and we lead 3-1 at the break. The equaliser, a VAR with the automated goal line technology or offside system worked well. Szoboszlai setting up Diaz to equalise. Brilliant strike by McAllister to make it 2-1. And then from a corner, Cody Gakpo. Tremendous finish. Liverpool 3, Tottenham 1. Kulusevski with his first touch.
It's offside by a mile. No, it's offside by a mile.
The flag stays down. Tottenham are in down the right, and Van Dijk blocks it. Now the flag goes up.
See, that's what I'm saying. They do that, and then what happened to the first half when they didn't let the play go on? It doesn't make sense, does it?
No, it's crazy, that, isn't it?
It's offside by at least 2 yards. We can see it here, but
madness,
anyway, no
madness, isn't it? Yeah, no harm done. With a minute of the second half going, Liverpool leading 3-1, and now Virgil van Dijk will take the free kick for Liverpool. Launches it up towards Gakpo down that left-hand side, but it's just gone out of play in the end. And Spurs have a throw-in, which Spence will take. You know, the good thing is, Aldo, for the remaining 4 games, we'll have guards of honour.
Yeah, well, 4 guards of honour, is it?
Yeah.
Is that what they do,
Yeah, including Arsenal.
I don't think they like that, will they?
No.
Chelsea won't like it next week, that's a fact.
I don't think they'll be as bad as Bernardo Silva, the Man City one.
Yeah, poor that one.
Left a sour taste, that one. Gravenberch back out to Konate on the right side, into Salah. First time Szoboszlai under pressure. He's been kicked up in the air really there by Ben Davies. The most obvious free kick of the afternoon is given. Right by the dugout, which Liverpool will have. And Szoboszlai takes it short towards Alexander-Arnold. Then to Konate. Back to Alisson again. There's Van Dijk outside his penalty area. Wide to Robertson. Blocked in the end by Brennan Johnson. Goes out, ricochets for a Liverpool throw-in. Far side, the left flank. Which Andy Robertson.
No one wanting the ball.
Will take for Liverpool. Yeah.
No one wants the ball.
Just inside his own territory. Throwing it forward to Gakpo with a little flick on. Couldn't quite fall for Diaz. Back in midfield, Gravenberch off balance. McAllister, good header. Szoboszlai off his chest. Volleyed ball over the top. A doggy heads it away. Bunched in midfield. Gravenberch brilliantly wins it back off Solanke.
Absolutely brilliant.
Driving forward Gravenberch. Runs past Bergvall. Waits, gives it to Robertson. First time cross blocked. Liverpool throw in. Far side the left, a few yards away from the left side Kop corner flag, which Robertson will take for Liverpool. Gravenberch is there in support too for Liverpool here. Into Gravenberch, out to Robertson. Square to Gravenberch, into Konate. Alexander-Arnold in midfield at the moment. Back to Konate on the halfway line. Into Virgil van Dijk, who lovely reverse ball. McAllister forward pass. Cody Gakpo up against Spence. Just outside the box. Gakpo cuts inside. Sets up McAllister to shoot. Lovely dummy. Back to Gakpo. Brilliant football. But I don't know why he didn't go for goal. He's trying to set up Mo Salah and give him a goal. Goal kick.
Great football. Absolutely sublime football. Hopefully we did get the replay here. It's brilliant from him. I don't know he's offside. He was close, but he should have shot.
Brilliant by McAllister.
Well, McAllister does absolutely
makes the
what a ball
there.
this is.
When it's
he's
played,
onside. He's onside as well. Oh,
he's trying to give it a goal. He's trying to give it to Salah.
Would have been a goal.
Should have got himself. Make it 4-1. And again, we opened up Spurs, didn't we? With a lovely bit of play.
Again, McAllister.
Class. Danso, ball over the top. Solanke making a run.
That's better.
Held off by Konate. Back to Alisson. Oh, Ibu's boot come off. I thought he picked up a knock there. He's all right. Now Alisson just inside his own penalty area. Lays it wide to Van Dijk. Robertson down the line. Gakpo.
That's nice.
Cuts inside. Brilliant by Gakpo. Great ball. Space. Szoboszlai to Salah. 1v1 with a doggy. Salah just outside. Tries to shoot. It's charged down. Tottenham get it away. Not for long. You know who wins that back. Ryan Gravenberch. What a season he's had. The Dutchman. Not wide to Salah on that right side. Gravenberch has been like the new signing that wasn't, if you get me drift.
Yeah, you know, Zuber-Mendy didn't come, and then it's mad because if he'd have come, we might have won the league.
No,
it's mad, isn't it?
No, Gravenberch wouldn't have played as a six. That's a fact. Van Dijk over the top towards Gakpo, headed away by Danso. Spence on that far side, long ball forward. Liverpool's principal owner, John Henry, here today with his wife Linda, by the way, sitting in the director's box. Alexander-Arnold back to Van Dijk. 5 minutes gone, second half. Gravenberch forward now to Luis Diaz. Diaz to Gakpo. Diaz deep. Central area. Diaz turning away from Bergvall. Robertson slides one down the line to Cody Gakpo. Low ball in, looking for McAllister. Not a great clearance, but it's gone for a corner. Danso got it away. Maka let it go. Again, McAllister making a brilliant run, darting into the box there. And now McAllister at the Kop end will take the Liverpool corner. It's going to be a right-footed in-swinger from that left side. Can he get a good ball into the mix here? There's a whole host of Liverpool subs, including Darwin Núñez, getting a really good reception warm-up. McAllister from the left, far side, Kop end. 7 minutes gone in the second half. Liverpool looking to increase their lead. There's a delay because the referee spotted some pushing going on in the penalty area, but the last time there was delay from the corner, we scored from it, so it's gone short to Szoboszlai on his right foot.
It's a good ball.
Good ball back post and headed away by Sarr for Spurs.
It was meant for Van Dijk, made a really good run back post, and it's meant for him, but it wasn't right on the mark, but he defended it well, Tottenham.
And now it will be a Liverpool corner. McAllister again, who scored a wonderful goal in this match already. Standing ovation, what a season he's had, the Argentine serial World Cup winner, that man is. As the Maka song rings out around Anfield. I won't tell you the words, because there's a few words that we can't on a family show, but you get me drift. Maradona and Messi are mentioned, he's the best Argentine, is basically the logistics of it. In by McAllister, good delivery, Canate ran up, will it fall for Van Dijk? No, cleared. He missed
the ball completely, Canate, when he was favourite to score.
Szoboszlai, brilliant play in midfield.
Straight the far post.
McAllister in the area, shoots! Wide. Deflected, corner.
He had three options to shoot, the far post or Mo Salah. He should have given it to Salah. But look, he's won a corner, in my opinion.
He's having an unbelievable game.
Superb. No, he has, yeah, been superb.
What a signing. You know, it's funny, isn't it? Easy to say in hindsight. It's like Zubimendi before. You know, we could have got Casado. He went to Chelsea, and we got McAllister. I'll tell you who
falls on your lap, doesn't he? Yeah, falls on your lap. Yeah, true.
McAllister again from the left wing to take
the last one was that was an opportunity for Canate, and he just misheaded it.
McAllister to take again, right-footed, swung in. Vicario takes it well, the Spurs Italian goalkeeper. Takes his time again, the goalkeeper. Now he bowls it back out towards Kevin Danso. Austrian. Vicario takes an extra touch under real pressure from Gakpo, and he very nearly was dispossessed. Now Tottenham lose it again. Gravenberch pokes it through the legs. Was he fouled by Sarr? No, says the ref.
What?
Now Tottenham get a free kick.
Bill Limes was having a laugh, by the way. He's the one that slots have the word.
I think he feels sorry for Spurs.
That's never a foul.
No.
Never a foul.
No, feels sorry for him. Davis back to his goalkeeper. Diaz coming up to him as well. He's played it straight to Gravenberch. Salah is in the box. Szoboszlai. Why didn't he shoot? And Tottenham clear. The crowd frustrated there because Szoboszlai didn't shoot. Tried to pass it. Diaz has brilliantly won it back, by the way, with some great pressing on that left wing.
We're just trying to walk the ball in, aren't we? Twice, two occasions instead of just smashing it.
McAllister back to Robertson. You know what I think as well, Aldo? I think the lads are trying to give Mo a goal. They want him back.
Yeah.
Here's McAllister down the left wing. Back to Cody Gakpo, who's been sparkling on that left of the attack for Liverpool. Trying to play it back to McAllister.
you put the mockers on him there, didn't you?
Too much weight on the final ball. It was. Probably the only bad thing he's done. Aldo's laughing his head off there off camera, by the way. Off mic. And wide it goes towards the doggy. The pressure from Salah and Szoboszlai. Big kick forward. Van Dijk stops Solanke. Alexander-Arnold, beautiful touch in midfield to Van Dijk, turning away from Tal. Now Robertson goes back towards Alisson Becker. 56 gone. Liverpool 3, Tottenham 1. Now Virgil's song gets an hearing. What a haunting version, that song, isn't it, Aldo? And all the stands start singing it. It's brilliant. Now Spurs go again on the right side. Spence.
Done well there. Good defending by Gakpo.
Tracking back wins it. Gravenberch in midfield. Nice turn. Lovely ball. Here we go. Szoboszlai out to Mo Salah. Salah one-on-one. He's in the box now. Salah. He's turned the doggy. He wants to score himself. Oh! Deflection just wide. Great run, great effort, great move.
Yeah.
Corner.
Yeah. Move was superb.
Had a lot of corners again, haven't we? In this one. And now a corner kick. Is it going to be Andy Robbo to take this one? Yeah, going to be an in-swinger.
Players warming up, but no Nunes. One more appearance. We've got to pay some more money for him, haven't we?
Well, I loved Arna's answer about that. That was a story in the press, and Arna said, "Well, no one's told me that." But Robertson to take. In-swinger from Robbo. Top end on the right as we look with his left peg.
Keep it away from the goalie.
Can he pick out the skip? Konate lead. Van Dijk back post trying to get them. A shot on the turn by McAllister. It's spun around to the right. Here's Salah, tight angle. Trent, lovely turn, left foot shot. Shot down. Salah's in there, goes down. Robertson off the line. Mo Salah wanted a penalty kick there. Will there be a check? I don't know. He's given Tottenham a free kick now. The Liverpool team surrounded the referee there. Mo Salah is saying, I didn't dive there. He felt he was caught. Aldo, here's the shot by Trent. It ricochets.
I don't think that's handball.
It comes back to Salah.
No, he's not enough for the penalty.
No, it's not enough there. No. I don't think it's a handball either. I think you're right about that one. But let's have a closer look. McAllister off the shoulder of Danso it was. Yeah. VAR are having a little check of it with Craig Pawson. But I don't think we're going to get anything out of that one. No. Clutching at straws with that one, I think. No. Check over, play on. A minute away from the hour mark. Liverpool leading 3-1 after going a goal down. I don't think that fourth official will be on Arna's Christmas card list this year, by the way. Like you, back in your day, you can sympathise. Tal, Konate makes the challenge. Gravenberch has been everywhere in this game. He's won the ball back at right back there, by the way. Alexander-Arnold with a reverse ball. Intercepted. Danso with a shot, dragged it wide.
There's a mix-up between Gakpo and BS would allow their centre-half to come and get the ball, unfortunately. But it's all right, no harm done.
Wonderful atmosphere here at Anfield in this one. Crowd aren't going to have any voice left, are they, by the way? Robertson down the line, up towards Cody Gakpo to chase, but it's Tottenham getting back to the goalkeeper, Vicario. Diaz putting pressure, the goalkeeper getting himself into a right muddle. He prevents the corner, but kicks it out for a throw-in. The pressing from Diaz has been exemplary today, hasn't it, Aldo?
Yeah, it has, mate.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Do you like him up there?
Sorry?
Diaz. Do you like Diaz up there?
Yeah, but he's not a natural striker. He does a great job, you know. Yeah. But you know, he's scored 15 goals maybe a season.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
But you know, he does great work on the left-hand side, and it's an option as well. You've got an option.
Gakpo cutting inside from the left, turning away from a couple of challenges. Back to Konate on the halfway line. Here's Alexander-Arnold. Back to Ibu Konate, turning Solanke. Salah with a brilliant reverse ball. Szoboszlai, what a touchback. Salah getting away from a doggy. Salah trying to play it to Diaz. Intercepted by Davis. I've said it a lot, folks. I really do think if Mo scored and broke his duck today, that's the icing on the cake. Gakpo cutting in from the left. Back to Gravenberch.
Great feat.
Rides the challenge. Hits it well! And it stung the fingertips of Vicario, who holds on.
Again, Gravenberch. Both him and McAllister have just rammed the midfield. It's a great play from him again. It's a really good effort.
Struck it well.
And it was, yeah. Good to say.
And Diaz was there in case he spilled it. Just over an hour gone. Vicario again, the goalkeeper inside his own penalty area. Trying to beat Mike Edison of Manchester City. Ball over the top, headed away by Davis. A doggy heads it. Konate intercepts. Oh, Trent trying a cheeky back heel that nearly put Salah away. Good defending by a doggy to block him out. Alexander-Arnold right by the dugout. Will take a throw for Liverpool here. Throws it back to Konate. By the way, in case you're wondering who we next play, it's Chelsea away next Sunday at Stamford Bridge. That's our next game. Salah back into midfield up towards McAllister, headed away by Bergvall. Maka wins it back again, but Kulusevski is strong and wins it back for Spurs. Driving forward, Kulusevski.
Close him down there.
Just let him inside.
Let him run too
what
far.
A tackle!
Done brilliant.
McAllister
yet again. Go on, keep going. There's 4v4 now.
It's 4v4.
Just utilise it right.
Szoboszlai still.
Make him
still.
move.
Gives it to Mo Salah in the box. Salah turns a doggy. Goal! That is the icing on the cake. Mo Salah, 4-1. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. Simply Mo Salah. And Aldo, you're not going to believe this. That is Mohamed Salah's 200th goal for Liverpool with his left peg.
I don't care whether it's with his head, his left peg, his backside, I don't care. It's a good goal, really good goal.
What a goal!
It's done and dusted now, polish the trophy, all over.
That's the icing on the cake, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It really is. Mo Salah has picked up a young fan's phone and is doing a selfie with the cop. Priceless.
Might get booked for that, you know.
That's a priceless moment. What a goal. What a break by Szoboszlai, Aldo.
Brilliant. 4v4, and then it's all about finding that right pass. Who makes the run? And Szoboszlai passed it to Mo. Just one touch inside, and the goalie's not going to save that.
You know, this feels nice, doesn't it? Because I was thinking coming into this one, we're Liverpool, but you made a good point before. And we're going to win the league is the chance. The way Tottenham defend, we're going to get more chances in this game. And we haven't enjoyed a big scoreline like this for a while, have we?
But I said the strikers, I said it's like waiting for a bus. They'll probably all come at once.
We're playing like
that's what's
champions.
happened, you know. Yeah.
Mo Salah, goal number 33 this season. Now Tottenham with a chance, straight at Alisson from Papsar.
It's a good throw as well.
And here we go again. Mo Salah back on the score sheet. Unreal, that stat. When I first heard that, Neil Mellor told me that one. 200 goals with his left foot. It comes from Michael Reed, who does a lot of stats.
He loves his stats.
Show with LFC.
He loves his stats, Mel's, doesn't he?
He does. That's a belter, that, isn't it? Here's Gravenberch turning in midfield. Mo Salah running down the wing is the chant. Liverpool 4, Tottenham 1. An absolute brilliant finish. Salah cutting inside a doggy. And it's crisp and low, isn't it, into that near post area. Gravenberch with a little turn in midfield. Stopped in the end by Kulusevski. Solanke back to Papsar. And that's a dreadful pass straight to Alisson. And I think the cheers are probably going to turn to boos because the Everton hero Richarlison is going to come on next.
Yeah, he's like the pantomime villain, isn't he?
Do you remember what me and you did on the other gantry when Richarlison come off the bench, scored in the 89th minute, 3-3.
And Jota scored.
And Jota scored a minute after it.
Oh, I loved it, yeah.
Sweet, wasn't it? It's Alexander-Arnold on the right. The ball forward. Straight to the goalkeeper. Curtis Jones is going to come on for Liverpool with Jota. So a double change to Liverpool shortly.
Oh, it's brilliant.
Tottenham give it away, and it's Gakpo racing towards goal. Gakpo, Salah takes over. Brilliant! Here's Szoboszlai. Great save by the keeper. That would have been a wonderful team goal. That was brilliant by Liverpool.
Yeah, it was a great move again, superb move. He didn't find the corner, he hit it straight to the goalie, didn't he? Decent save though.
Here we go again, McAllister, Diaz. Tottenham are on the rack here. Liverpool lead 4-1. 4 different goal scorers and 2 assists for Dominic Szoboszlai. Here's Salah, deep in midfield. Turns Solanke, turns 2 more. Szoboszlai with a flick. Kanate wins it back, gives it to Virgil in midfield. Good ball to the left wing. Diaz, 2 Tottenham men to take on. Diaz turns away from Spence, pulls it back to Van Dijk.
Might shoot here, go on.
Have a go. He hits it and drags it wide, the big man.
Should have passed it. No, but I've seen him, especially for Celtic, he used to score from that range, didn't he?
I told you, Aldo, Richarlison. So he comes on for Tal. Tottenham and Odegaard coming on as well for Solanke. Richarlison given his usual welcome on the red half of Merseyside. I still don't know how he's an Everton legend, but there you go. That's another story.
Perhaps you shouldn't be, no.
Liverpool making changes. Szoboszlai's been back to his best today, Aldo. 2 assists, and he nearly scored. Yeah. He's going off for Curtis.
No, the midfield 3 have been the driving force of the victory. You know, and all the strikers have scored. Job done. We haven't done that for a while. You know, so yeah.
And Jota,
wanting it.
How good's Gakpo been? He's been brilliant.
Excellent.
Scored a 17th goal of the season. Great reception for Cody Gakpo. And Diogo Jota comes on for Liverpool. He might fancy a goal, Jots, before the end. Liverpool lead 4-1. They were a goal down, but Liverpool have played like true champions today. Equaliser, Luis Diaz on his 100th appearance for Liverpool. McAllister with a rocket for 2-1. Gakpo 3-1. And a beauty from Mohamed Salah. We said before, we felt he'd score today at the clock. Icing on the cake. Your champagne's on ice, Aldo, in your fridge?
I don't like champagne. A nice pint of San Miguel will do me, mate.
Remember you had the Bollinger once at the PFA Awards?
Yeah.
That great story.
That wasn't bad, actually.
Before we beat Forest 5-0.
I've never been at a champagne.
That was our warm-up. Here's Alexander Arnold, edge of the area. Just a first touch, great challenge. Alexander Arnold to Salah.
Yeah!
It's an own goal. It's 5-1.
Doesn't matter.
It's 5-1, and it's an own goal by the unlucky Tottenham man, a doggy, I think. But it's 5-1 that Liverpool lead. And although you recalled it before, that was in the sunshine when we got 7 on that wonderful Terry Matchday.
Could happen tonight. Could happen tonight easily.
Salah was lining up to score, but I think it's an own goal. From the gantry, it looked like an own goal, Aldo, didn't it?
Yeah,
Here's the replay again. It's a really good move, this. Red balloons coming up and down in the game. Great Jota shot blocked. It comes back, ball in to the back post, and it's touched in by a doggy. Set up by Trent, and there's Mo Salah. They're just checking offside here, by the way. They're just checking as the ball comes in. A doggy got the final touch. It's an own goal. So it might not count. I mean, a doggy gets the final touch. The Tottenham man gets the touch to turn it into his own net. But it looks like Salah could be interfering. This might not count. So it might stay
I think it's all right. I think it's okay.
Yeah. We'll see. Craig Pawson taking his time. Tight some of these offsides, aren't they?
Yeah, no, I think it's okay.
Endo's going to come on. He's had some good cameo roles, hasn't he?
Yeah, I like him.
What a good pro he is, by the way.
Steve.
It's a goal! You were right!
Steve, look, you know the score, mate.
Yeah. Never disbelieve old 5-1 Liverpool, and a doggy with the touch, an own goal. Another assist for Trent. And it's 5-1 to Liverpool. What a day this has been at Anfield. It's been magnificent, hasn't it, Aldo? Yeah. Someone said to us yesterday, right, we'll score 5 here against Tottenham and counting. They've bitten their hand off. It's been great, hasn't it?
Ah, superb.
Brilliant.
Really enjoyed it.
Some good football. Liverpool 5, Tottenham Hotspur 1. Liverpool have took Spurs apart today after we went 1-0 down. Here's Odegaard in the box for Tottenham on the left, by the way. Good defending by Alexander-Arnold. And Curtis Jones, who wins it back superbly. Well played, Curtis. Back to McAllister. And Jones goes again. Jones to Salah, intercepted by a doggy. A doggy out wide to Odegaard.
Got plenty of men in the box.
In the box, there's an overlap. Good challenge by Pinate to get it clear. What are we? We're only at 71 minutes and it's 5-1. Champions, champions! Here's the shout. How loud is that now? Wow. Richarlison turning in the box.
Thought he was offside there, Steve.
He looked it. Odegaard out wide to the left to Pap Sarr. Still Sarr when you get Alexander-Arnold. Plays it back inside, Sarr again, headed away by McAllister.
Oh, it's a great header.
And now Curtis Jones, first time looking to fizz it to Diaz, who would have been away.
2 poor passes from Curtis as he come on. But he's away, he was in on the goal and he's not got the length of the pass.
Probably some Spurs up that, they've had a shot from 50 yards out, dragged it well wide.
Yeah, the game's just out of the way, it's gone, it's just... How do you really raise a gallop? You just got to go, you're professional, do your best.
5-1 though. Looking at that offside, it was tight on Mo Salah, but he was on. You called it, he was on. He would have scored. It was a great ball in from Trent, wasn't it? Left-footed from that left side, rolled it across. Mo Salah with a tap in, but a doggy got the touch. Now Diaz breaks. We might score another one now. Curtis Jones turns.
No, he took too many touches.
He's been fouled there, Curtis Jones.
Took far too many touches.
Yeah.
You've got to get the ball out and do a quick 4 before you don't go back on yourself.
Liverpool changes now. Endo and Elliott to come on. He's had some nice moments, Aldo Elliott. He's played his part. He's not played as much as he wanted, but he's played his part.
Yeah, I like him. I don't know that the managers... I don't know.
You've been there, Aldo, as a player with Liverpool, your beloved Liverpool. Just tell our listeners, you know what it means. What will these players be thinking?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Do it right to the 95th minute, that's what you do.
It's close now. You know what this reminds me of? Were you there that day? Remember the famous panorama against Arsenal when we set, you know, the official video, Liverpool video, we put 5 past Arsenal when we won the league.
How old do you think I am? I might have been there, I haven't said that.
You probably were, yeah. It's Gravenberch for Liverpool. Here's Diogo Jota. Back to Alexander-Arnold. Forward towards McAllister. I tell you who was in the Kop that day, Stan Boardman.
That's right.
Famous picture of him in the Kop. Yeah. I remember.
I remember the atmosphere when I was in the Kop, when we drew with Leicester 0-0 and we won the league, and Shankly came at the end
with the red shirt.
And it was unbelievable. I'll never forget that day. It was amazing. It was sublime. The noise from the place, and it was just magnificent.
Standing ovations now with substitutions about to be made. You know what? One of the funniest interviews I ever done at Liverpool was with Stan Boardman. He told me one that I couldn't stop laughing at, but it was brilliant. He said, back in them days, the dads used to baptise the sons on the Kop. What a line that is. Liverpool changes. Diaz scoring on his 100th appearance for Liverpool. He's been immense today, the Colombian. Trent goes, give him the sing the Diaz song. That's what they're doing. Harvey Elliott comes on for him. And Wataru Endo is coming on for Trent as well. Big hug with Trent with Arne Slot. What a day this has been. Hold on, we're feeling emotionally. You feel it, can't we? It's great.
It's special.
Bad ovation there. Here's little Endo snapping into tackles on his first touch, and he just gives a foul away with a challenge on a doggy.
He's gone into the right back slot.
Yeah. The fans singing Trent's name as well in this one. More than played his part in this one. But Liverpool here, leading 5-1. We're 76 minutes away, 14 minutes away, plus stoppage time, from being crowned Premier League champions. And title number 20, Alden. Are you going to get a big number 20 pinged up by your liver birds on your gate in Portugal, by the way?
I might paint it white.
You know what, as well, it seems apt we've done something pretty special in the 20th year of Istanbul, a month which we're coming into very shortly. It does seem amazing. There's a balloon of the Premier League title on the field, by the way. And the Tottenham fella has just squashed it, that's why they're booing. How on earth did that make it onto the centre circle at Anfield, by the way? Vicario goes forward for Spurs. Long ball over the top.
Blowing away across the pitch. Ball played back to Alisson and Kanate. Gravenberch out to Endo. Down the right hand side for Salah and Gravenberch. Looks like it might have just gone out of play there. Linesman's flag does go up for the throw into Tottenham. Liverpool 5, Tottenham 1. And Liverpool just over 20 minutes, just over 10 minutes, I should say, away from being crowned as Premier League champions. The record equaling 20th top flight title. And the referee's just stopped play here. I'm not sure what for. Vicario's just walking up to him, shrug him. I think it's to do with the balloons. I think the referee stopped it for that, because there is quite a few on the pitch still. So I assume this will be a uncontested drop ball to restart play. Yeah, the ref's pointing them out to the players. The linesman has just come on to remove the big one, the big trophy balloon. And we are now back underway, and he's actually restarted from the goalkeeper. So Vicario rolls this out to his right hand side. It's played down the wing. Played in low into the Liverpool box, and Endo does just enough to see that out. It's out for a throw-in on this near side for Tottenham. Sarr's going to take it. He's not actually, he's changed his mind, he's dropped it now for Udogie to take it instead. Here's Bergvall back into the Tottenham half, and at full stretch to keep it from going out for a throw-in. It's played back to the goalkeeper. Jota will put the pressure on. It's cleared away. 10 minutes left of this one. Robertson hooks it down the left-hand side. It's won by Spence, and the referee's given a free kick, I think, just after Robertson had played that ball. He was clattered into by Kulusevski. So a free kick to Liverpool. The referee just took the ball to the face as well. Curtis Jones apologising. It was unintentional, I should point out. Still 2-0 at Wembley in the FA Cup semi-final. So as it stands, Manchester City will be facing Crystal Palace in the final. Free kick goes long down the left-hand side. It's headed away, won back by Gravenberch. Chips a brilliant ball out to the right-hand side for Mo Salah. Can get there to keep it in play. But Udogie is there to put it straight out for a throw-in. Mo Salah picks it up quickly, just in case there was something on. But there isn't. By the looks of it, McAllister is holding the side of his face. I think he's hurt here. The referee's just come over to check on him. Not quite sure what happened there. It looks as though Darwin Nunez is readying himself to come on for the final few minutes. Shout out to Barney, who's listening as well. Throw taken. It's been marshalled really well by Liverpool. Squeezed it right back there. Udogie. It's gone out for another throw-in, but just not letting Tottenham clear this one. And Nunez, I think, will now be introduced. And it's who's going to come off for Nunez. Can't see on the scoreboard with the light reflected on it. It's McAllister who's going to come off, who's had a brilliant game again today. And he soaks it all in as he applauds the crowd. Does a 360 spin to make sure he's seen absolutely everybody. Makes his way off, embraces Darwin Nunez and Arne Slot. And indeed all of the Liverpool bench and coaching staff. He goes and takes his place in the dugout. Throw to take him. It's flicked on by Gravenberch. Here's Konate. Van Dijk. Jones. Back to Konate. Van Dijk again in the middle. Just pokes it through for Jones. Now on that left hand side it's Jota. Back to Jones again. Tottenham hoofing it away. It's Alisson. Short to Van Dijk. Konate tries to chip it forward, hits it against Kulusevski, comes back to him, releases it this time for Van Dijk, back to Alisson. 83 minutes gone rather. 7 to go. Kulusevski just pulling there on Jones to win the ball back. Referee sees it. It's a free kick to Liverpool just inside their own half.
Take over, folks. We'll let you listen to some of it. It's a sight to behold, John Aldrich, isn't it?
Yeah, I love it. Brought up, you know, seeing this, the cop and everything. I love it.
Elliott over the top to Jota, and he flicked it on for Nunez away.
Oh, great
Elliott,
ball.
what a brilliant pass. Salah, right hand side, ball across towards Nunez, and desperate defending.
It's a fantastic ball. Great defending, to be fair.
Doggy threw himself at that. Liverpool 5 minutes away from we know what. Number 20. Liverpool 5, Tottenham 1. Sealing the Premier League title in style. Jota deep for Liverpool. Back to Konate. Now a touch for Alisson. Out of his goal. Back to Van Dijk again.
It's a great run by
Robbo's
Robbo.
on the run, on the left wing. Robertson's chasing. He's got there before Spence.
Well done, brilliant.
Should be a corner. It is.
Great play by Robbo. Great ball.
Been enjoyable this today, Aldo, wasn't it?
I've loved it.
Yeah.
You know, even though they scored first, you know.
Yeah.
Give us a little bit more impetus to do it in style. And
there was no panic amongst anybody.
It was, it was nice and early, yeah.
The Liverpool corner, Harvey Elliott getting a great ovation as he goes across the take. 4 minutes plus stoppage time. It's taking it short. Jones might go for goal. Shoots deflected up in the air. Vicaria didn't get there.
Oh, you can't, no foul. That is absolutely ridiculous. He's come for a ball, no man's land, and he's just gone into his own play, and his referees give a free kick.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Tottenham play on. Brilliant tracking back by Curtis Jones. And Konate clears to Van Dijk. Here's Robertson for Liverpool. 4 minutes to go.
Nunes is in if he sees him.
Curtis Jones to Liverpool. Good switch to Endo. Salah will take over on the right. Salah gets inside Elliott. Back to Jones again. Harvey Elliott.
The Guard of Honor of football, where players form two lines to applaud an opposing team while retiring a player. Originated in the early 20th century in England. It began as a gesture of respect,
sit back,
often for championship.
Nice glass of wine, pints, and enjoy this. Yeah, red, of course.
Elliott twisting and turning. Salah on the right wing. Twisting and turning.
Done well.
Brilliant play by Salah. He's been fouled there. Somehow a free kick is not given. Here's Richarlison. The most funniest foul of the afternoon. Right by the dugout.
That's funny.
Has just thrown Richarlison to the floor.
We're talking about the pantomime villain. He went down, didn't he, like a pantomime villain there. You know, a little slight push, and he's just done the belly flop, as we say in the back.
The crowd loved that. What a day it's been. Now down the line, Curtis Jones. Back to Jota. Jones again.
It's just like keep football now, and keep the ball like we used to play, because you know, they don't want to be beaten by any more than 5. We're content.
Yeah.
But having said that, there's maybe 5 minutes left, and I'm pretty sure maybe it's a forging opportunity out in that time.
And I don't think the Tottenham fans will be gutted either, to be honest, because we've pipped the title.
They're
great London neighbours.
Absolutely, they'll be happy with that, I'm sure.
Here's Konate on the right for Liverpool, just outside his penalty area. Elliott, Konate again, runs into midfield, pokes it forward. Jota on the chase. Danso defends well for Spurs, but 5 goals we've hit past Tottenham after they opened the scoring today. On the left, Odebeck running at Endo. Bergvall on the overlap. There's his cross. Virgil heads it clear.
The Guard of Honor of football, where players form.
Jota. Brilliantly to win it, and now Jota, great ball! Liverpool are in here! Darwin Núñez, can he finish it? Oh, he's played it away to Salah. Harvey Elliott to shoot, Elliott still! Great defending by Spurs to block it. It still comes to Elliott, left side, Robertson. Oh, the chance is gone. I don't know why Darwin didn't go for goal and just blast that one in there. He's tried to play it to Salah, and it's a bad ball. And the chance is gone. He should have scored there, though.
Yeah, he done the right thing, putting it across probably. Would I have done it now? I'd took it a bit further. It was,
should have gone for goal.
It was the weight of the pass that didn't give Salah the opportunity.
Has to go for goal there. Never mind. It's not costly, and only stoppage time will determine how long it will be before me and Aldo shout out champions. 4 minutes. I've added on time here at Anfield. This is our cathedral. This is Liverpool Football Club. This is our DNA. This is what Liverpool Football Club is all about, Aldo. Now Jerry Marston's anthem with the crowd. Take over. Over to you, fellow Reds. We've seen it all. Aldo's seen it and done it. He was stood on the cop as a young nipper, cheering on his beloved Sir Roger Hunt. That's why he wore number 8 for Liverpool Football Club. Aldo next to me now is filming a sea of Liverpool shirts. You've seen it all on this ground, Aldo. This is as good as it gets. This.
Yeah, I've been lucky to see the best team in England now by a mile.
This is special, isn't it?
Yeah, been spoiled all my life. Yeah, been very lucky.
Here's Tottenham on the ball in the Liverpool half at the moment. Liverpool 5, Tottenham 1 is the score. We've took Spurs to the cleaners. It's been a perfect day, as Lou Reed once sung the famous song. Arne Slot's name, tearing up the decibel levels.
Yeah.
Brilliant. It's Salah. What a turn. We might score again. It's Nunes. He's got Jones to his left, tries to shoot, deflected wide for a corner.
Jota was waiting for it in the middle, and he's gone for the shot. He just took a little bit wide, didn't he?
Yeah, the Liverpool lads are on their feet down the line. Unbelievable moments here. Incredible. And now it's Diogo Jota in the box, waits as Andy Robbo prepares to take the corner. Champions, champions is the chant. Robertson from the right wing with a corner for Liverpool in stoppage time. Can we add a 6th? Virgil's up there, cleared away by Spurs.
Oh yeah, give it
now
back to us.
Van Dijk, Konate. It's a bit wayward, but
still it's not good. Oh!
Robbo couldn't quite get there on the right. He's forgiven, just a miscontrol. We shall not be moved, is the word from Anfield. Here's Harvey Elliott. We'll leave it. Richarlison's trying to start a fight with Harvey Elliott at the end.
He's an absolute dickhead, isn't he? Sorry about
the final.
He's an absolute idiot.
Pantomime idiot.
Absolute idiot.
Richarlison. And Richarlison gets a yellow card. And Harvey Elliott gets one too.
Absolute nugget, as we say.
I don't know what Richarlison was playing at there, but forget about him.
Yeah, it's not about, you're right.
He can only dream of moments like this.
It's about us.
But the Liverpool players embracing on the touchline. Dominic Szoboszlai embracing with Trent Alexander-Arnold. Cody Gakpo on the bench with Federico Chiesa, Jarell Kwanzaa, Quaveen Kelleher, who's played his part as well, the goalkeeper, when Alisson missed a lot of football. Nunes chases. We've not got long here, folks, I'm telling you. It's close. It's emotional. Here's Jones. Keeper was off his line. Curtis tries a lob. And Vicario holds on. Referee checks the watch.